Good morning, everybody, and welcome to New Jersey Motorsports Park. And the Lightning Circuit is the South Jersey region of the SCCA's Lightning Challenge. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati, and we've got Spencer Gaynor here with us as well. And Brian, it is turning out to be a beautiful day here at the Lightning Circuit after lots of wind, lots of rain, lots of clouds over the last 2 days. Still lots of clouds, but they're fluffy white ones.
The big fluffy white cloud. You can really see the wind is moving through as well. But I tell you what, when we got here the other night, I didn't think we were gonna
make it.
We I thought we were gonna end up with a houseboat instead of a motorhome, right? As much rain as we got, but nope. The rain has moved out. The next 2 days are going to be really nice through here. A little bit windy, so that's going to place some of the challenges to some of these drivers. I talked to a bunch that were out practicing yesterday, and the wind really played a factor.
Yeah.
Especially coming out of the light bulb down the front stretch here, because you had that the wind coming from turn 5 back over to the light bulb, and so coming out of the light bulb was a little bit of a challenge trying to get the handling on these cars. So they're going to face that same challenge today.
Right.
When that goes out this morning here momentarily. So again, as our groups get to qualifying, it's going to have a little bit of a different feel.
Indeed. And so we are going to have our drivers heading out in just about 3 to 4 minutes. Let's do this, Brian. Let's show everybody what we have there. In fact, they're heading down the pit lane now, so forget that 3 or 4 minutes. But let's do this as they're heading out for their outlap, and it's going to be our very first group of the day, Spec Miata. Let's take a look at our schedule here for what we've got coming up on the docket both today and tomorrow. We're going to start off our day with qualifying for each of our 7 race groups. And once we wrap those up, those are going to be 15-minute sessions. Once we wrap that up, we are then going to have our first of 7 heat races before we break for lunch. Mm-hmm. And then we'll finish that up in the afternoon with our remaining 6 heat races. Tomorrow, it's feature race day. We've got our Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. They're actually Group 7. So anytime you see Group 7 today, they'll be out. They're going to have their first of 2 races tomorrow morning. They'll wind things up as our last group of the day tomorrow. And then we've got our feature races for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, Groups 1 through 6, sitting right in that bracket racing sandwich, I guess, throughout the day.
Right.
All right, so let's do this, Brian, as we've got our cars out on the pace lap here, or not pace lap, but on their out lap. We'll try and follow around here as they come through. This is going to be an absolutely crucial corner here coming into turn number 7. 90-degree left-hand turn that leads onto the light bulb, and, of course, that camera, like clockwork, just shut down on us. So we'll catch cars into probably the feature corner here of New Jersey Motorsports Park. This is what's known as the light bulb. It is a very long right-hand sweeper, lots of camber. It actually dips down a little bit right where that white car is right now to make things very, very challenging and very difficult throughout the run.
Yeah, you get that, you pick that up, and the next thing you know, you end up with, kind of coming up and over that hill. You see these cars here again, our Spec Miata group. With the wind that comes across there, they really have to make sure that they are in line. If they're not in line, what's going to end up happening is again, that wind is going to really take effect of this. So as these drivers get out here, again, that uphill that goes into turn 1, really does slow the car down. And so you need that momentum, you need that help. That's not a real high braking zone. Unfortunately, our turn 7 camera has decided to stop right now this morning. We'll definitely go and get that fixed, because I think that's where you're going to see a lot of the good action that comes through here. This track really has some really good flow to it. We talk about it with other racetracks as well, but really good flow where you really have to build and keep the momentum up as much as possible. If not, it will slow you down. If you get hard on the brakes too much going into turn number 1, by the time you get to turn 2, turn 3, and turn 4 there, it kind of really slows the whole entire car down. You're really having to work hard to get, to get back into the throttle. You basically pretty much just really went the whole way around the racetrack, right? So you're really having to do everything you can to keep that momentum up. And if that momentum doesn't come back up, well, your lap is pretty much done. So.
All right, Brian. So as they're starting their first laps here, I was just talking to the folks in race control and our timing and scoring team, and they are having some problems with our live timing and scoring currently. Hopefully, you can hear I'm out of breath because I had to run up a couple flights of stairs to do it.
Yeah.
But as soon as they get that running, it'll obviously help us, and it'll help you. You can find live timing when it's back up and running on the Race Monitor website and Race Monitor app. It's listed as Lightning Challenge, and as soon as it goes live, we'll let you know.
Here you can see coming out of turn 6, headed down, from underneath that bridge before they get down into turn 7. You saw that was John Hotz there leading that group. John Hotz, Mike LaMena, along with Michael Cohen, trying to make a pass on one of these other cars. That is going to be a great spot where they're going to. There they are there. And I believe that's the 23, again, with that time scoring. But I think that is, I believe that is the yellow 23 there. And I think that's Tom Bogart, in that machine. He was pretty quick here yesterday during practice. But they made that pass on that maroon car going in. And basically that actually helped them gain that speed to pull away. You're going to see a lot of passes, especially coming out of turn 6 and up underneath that bridge down in turn 7.
Yeah, it's interesting, Brian, as we went through the paddock yesterday, talked to a lot of drivers that ran the test day here. A lot of very happy, a lot of pleased drivers that they were finding, even though it was the Thunderbolt circuit that got repaved last year, and even though this track they've had rain here seemingly for weeks, this place was a veritable swamp. Or maybe a beach.
I thought we all were going to have houseboats by the time if the rain kept.
Yeah, when we came in, but a lot of drivers were actually finding much quicker lap times here than they had previously, and that they'd ever run here. And I mean, literally, like right out of the gate.
Well, I think that this track here, again, as you said, they've had a lot of rain. Thursday they got it, basically dumped on from start to finish, all day Thursday, even into early yesterday morning, Friday morning. Whatever was out there from before, another series, whatever, that all got completely washed away, really from Wednesday on. So, again, I think what we're seeing here is a ton of grip built back into this racetrack with these drivers, and they went, yesterday. Yesterday, again, another windy day. It was nice. It was, mid 60s. This is the perfect weather to go racing. Again, I'll get rid of the wind, right? Because that does cause some challenges with some of these cars in terms of handling and setup. But once that goes away, I think that this could be a fantastic, racing this weekend.
Yes, certainly. And so, one of the racers that we would certainly want to look towards this weekend to put in a strong standing and here in Spec Miata, Brian, that is John Jenkins, JJ, out of New York City. Always runs incredibly strong both on the Lightning circuit as well as the Thunderbolt circuit. And he is in the black number 195 machine, came third in the Spec Miata championship, the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series championship last season. But I believe last year at Thunderbolt, he took one out of the two race wins. And when we last broadcasted from Lightning 2 years ago, he was double race winner.
Yep.
So definitely would look towards that car.
Yeah, there's a lot of experience for this racetrack, especially in this first group, right? In this SM group here this morning, there's a lot of experience from these racers for this. So I think you're going to see a really good challenged race. You can see in certain parts of this racetrack, Greg, where these cars, they just lean over on one side or the other. And when we get back to the Lightning, to the light bulb, I always say the lightning bulb, but when we get back to the light bulb, you'll see how much, gets put on that left rear entering into that turn.
And so, Brian, I think another thing we'll be watching for today is how many of the guys on the little mini bikes wipe out on the go-kart track today.
Yeah, well, they're having a little mini moto over there this weekend. So those drivers, again, and I've been saying this for years, and I've had some motorcycle racing, not me personally, but in my family, who just loves it, and
yeah.
I think they're all nuts.
They're nuts. Well, luckily those things are going a lot more slowly. Yeah. But here, Brian, we always talk about Summit Point, the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series home track, and how much flow it has. Mm-hmm. But this, there's always the conversation when the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series comes up to New Jersey. What do because we've got the two different tracks here, which do the drivers prefer? Mm-hmm. And what we find is that with the smaller momentum-based cars, like a Spec Miata, they really lean towards this particular circuit here, the Lightning circuit, which was built primarily as a club circuit. Mm-hmm. The Thunderbolt circuit has held pro races, has held IMSA and SRO and what have you, and they've never run here on this particular track. But because of the elevation changes, and even with some of those corners where there's elevation changes, as we watched John Jenkins, JJ go around the outside of two cars through the light bulb, you've got all this heavy camber in some of the turns, like the light bulb here, even though it's an incredibly difficult turn because the sweeper lasts so long and because there's that little dip in there. But this, like turn 5, like coming up to turns 3 and 4, our shot for turns 3 and 4 don't really show it all that well because it's kind of in a flat area of the track there. But there's a big rise going into turn 3 before you then have to flatten out and do that quick switchback for 3 and 4.
Right.
It's really so challenging. And even here at turn 1, you could see there is it's a blind exit as you crest over the hill, and you're always working the car. Your hands really never stop moving here.
Right.
But it feels good when you get it right.
Yeah. And I believe that was Jeremy. Yeah. Sorry, Greg muted me by accident. I believe that was Jeremy Butts.
I think so.
Going by Michael Lamena. Jeremy hasn't raced at all this year, so this is actually the first time Jeremy's out this year. Had a knee surgery done, so kind of got behind, and he's been busy with other stuff as well. But he's ready. He's looking forward to it. He's ready to get back. And again, another driver that has a lot of experience out here on this racetrack and has done quite well. On this racetrack, so look for Jeremy to be right up in there, along with John Hotz and Michael Lamane has got tons of experience here, and we're going to talk about Michael a lot this weekend. But again, Michael, one of the instructors here too, so he's got some really good experience. Yeah,
and again, just to give you all a heads up, these are 15-minute qualifying sessions. Unfortunately, the timing and scoring feed from the South Jersey region not working currently. They are working on resolving it, so that makes it a little difficult for us to give you an idea, one, of lap times, also how much time is remaining on the session. We've got a two-way radio here. We'll know when the session ends, or we should know when the session ends. And, of course, we've got that start-finish camera, so we'll see when the starter hangs the checkered flag. But unfortunately, we're not going to have a lot of information here as to the times that are coming in from these racers currently. They're actually being not hand scored. They're being computer scored upstairs from the timing and scoring team. They're just not getting pushed out currently for the rest of us to see.
We'll be able to. We'll look at, I'm sure they'll have grid sheets once that happens, and they'll kind of put that together. We can always come back and talk about it for this Group 1.
Indeed, we said that there was going to be one race before lunch, Brian. That is Spec Miata, so I'm sure we'll have that, have those kinds of issues taken care of. Oh, looks like some pretty close run in there. That was one of the K-Hall cars. I believe the red and black one was that Ted K-Hall. I believe coming up with Mike Lamena. They've been in pretty close, close contact for most of the session. That time there might have actually been contact.
Yeah, I think that's the car I was talking about earlier on. Maybe it wasn't Jeremy Butts that made that pass earlier, because maybe that was Ted right there going right here.
Yeah, I think this is. I'm fairly certain. Yeah, that's. I think the is it the 182? And actually, that isn't the LaMena car behind. Actually, that might have been Bob and Ted K. Oh,
Yeah.
It was a little brotherly love between the two of them there.
Right. And Greg,
All right.
I think we're up and running. I just got a thing, although we'll have to see. And a new driver to SM this year just kind of moved over Ryan Maloney in that 15 machine.
Yes,
So
coming
we've
over from
definitely
SSM.
seen him win some championships in SSM for the DC region, but for the most part, come over, ran VIR for the Super Tour, did quite well. Kind of that first time out, so doing kind of getting it done here. So.
Yeah, I was saying great job there mentioning him. As you can see here, Ryan Maloney, currently our fastest driver on the track, Brian, by 1.1 seconds. Now, it does also appear that the transponders for John Hotz and also Mike LaMena are not functioning, they are being placed in order by our timing and scoring crew. So we'll get some of that information. Is now
knowing those two drivers, Greg, that's probably by design. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, no, I don't want to give everything away right now. So
Indeed. And Casey Mosley in the 105 machine, currently your second fastest driver. Good run. I haven't seen Casey in Spec Miata. And I'm looking to see if he's provided any information to us prior to this weekend. He has not, so unfortunately don't have a lot of information. If you know about Casey Mosley and you're watching in the chat, please chime on in, throw it in there for us. We'd be happy to hear from you. As now the checkered flag is being displayed on the session. And so Ryan Maloney, Casey Mosley, currently your fastest, but of course all flying laps here, these last laps, will count.
Yeah, right now, our top five sitting here, as these and some of these drivers are not even going to take the checker. They're going to come in, technically take the checker across the start-finish line on the pit lane. So they've already gone there. But, you look at the, top five right now, Ryan Maloney, Casey Mosley, John Hotz, Jeremy Butts, talked about him. John Jenkins, you were talking about John. Look for John to be really strong. That's your top five. We go down a little bit further, the 07, Bill Gartner, Steve Ficacci in that 51. Greg Bogart, talked about him in that 23, sitting in 8th place. Ted Cahill in the 78, Michael LaMena rounding out your top 10 in 10th in that 88.
Yeah, indeed, Brian. And so the top five drivers all within 0.8 of a second of one another. But as we walk back through the field, I don't think that tells the whole story. So Bill Gardner in 6th is about 0.3 back from John Jenkins, 1.1 seconds off the provisional pole. But he's got Steve Ficacci, who's only 28 1/1000ths of a second back from him. Steve Bogart in the 23, another 75 thousandths back. Ted Cahill, 13 thousandths back from there. And then Mike LaMena, 1,500ths back. These racers, that is what brings you to the top 10. And then even Kurt Laumeister, he's only 0.02 of a second out of the top 10. Yeah. The field here is so incredibly tight and bunched up. It is going to be a great race, I think, when they go racing a little bit later this morning.
And Ficacci's running an SM2, right? So he's not even in an SM. That's a different class. So you got Ficacci leading the SM2 class. Then a little bit further back, I believe there's another car in there as well.
We've got Mark Anthony, who's
so
is 2-point-something seconds back. Anthony is 18th fastest in the entire field, and then we've got Bill Bofuco, third in SM2,
and then John Moyer in SMT. So we've got 3 different classes running here in this. So
Moyer 21st overall, Bofuco 22nd overall. All right, let's do this, Brian. Let's take a quick break. Next up is going to be our open wheel and prototype field here, and they will be next on track here at New Jersey Motorsports Park and the Lightning Circuit. You are watching the 2023 2023. Oh my gosh.
Ooh, wow.
2025 South Jersey Region SCCA Lightning Challenge. We'll be right back.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession. Along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Welcome back to New Jersey Motorsports Park and the Lightning Circuits at 2025, not 2023, South Jersey Region SCCA Lightning Challenge presented by Ciocca Corvette. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati with Spencer Gaynor here by our side. And Brian, of course, this is not only part of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, but this is also, I believe, the very first round of the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship as well. On track now is our open wheel and prototype field, and I will give you guys a fair warning. Not many of them on track. Only four drivers. We had a couple of folks. I think withdraw at the last moment. We do have. It appears to be Dino Ludico from Speed Source, or did I say? From Speed Circuit, in his Formula 600. We also have Stephen Hicks in Formula V Regional, and big difference between the FVRs and the standard FVs that we typically see in SCCA Regional and also national classes, I believe, are the tires that are on them.
Right.
That these are a much wider tire, a lot more surface area, a lot more grip. But currently, Hicks and Lodico are the only two racers out on course.
Yeah, I again, I guarantee you these are gonna, kind of separate out. I'm sure Lodico will eventually pull away. I did see a yellow flag. I guess the first lap they're kind of putting them under yellow.
Yeah, I think they're showing the local yellows rather than a white flag.
Yeah,
just so that the drivers know which corner stations are being manned.
Yeah. And there goes Lodico there. I think that's where you're going to see start to make that move over top of that hill down the start finish line. Although he's kind of going to stay still behind him now. You probably will see Dino again. Dino's got a lot of track time here as well, right? I mean, we've seen him here the last several years, so a lot of track time. So again, two. Probably play around with Stephen Hicks for a little bit, and
give him something to yeah. I was going to say, give him something to play around with here as they come up the hill out of turn 3 into turn 4. This quick, I would say, for a lot of cars, that's a quick little switchback, Brian.
Yeah,
it doesn't seem so quick in the Formula V. You've actually got a little bit of time to think there between the left turn and the right turn before you then rise up a hill here to turn 5, and then as quickly as you rise up, you drop right back down again.
Well, the Formula V's, it's all about momentum, right? So, at this point, it looks like we got another car going out that just came out, I believe, or did we lose one of the two that we had?
I think we might have lost.
Did we lose Lodico? Because that was obviously Stephen Hicks in the 45. So we'll have to see where. There's Lodico there.
Oh, there's Lodico. So he may have had some issues. No, he's just ahead of the V.
Right.
I was going to say, the last time that Dino Lodico ran the Formula 600, I believe it was a brand new chassis. Brian, we saw him at the very first Mars event of the year at Summit Point Raceway
in April,
and he had some mechanical issues with that car. Teething pains, we'll say, as he's trying to get that car up to speed, as we now will have our first flying lap in the book. So let's bring up the ticker here. There you go, our abbreviated ticker.
Well, you talked about, with Formula V, it was, with Stephen Hicks, and as I was mentioning it, those cars are all about momentum, right? You got to have partners. Well, with the wind blowing like it is, Greg, he doesn't have anything. That's like, at the top of this car, it's like the parachute coming out.
All right, well, Brian, as we've got our racers on track right now, let's do this. Let's make a call to the grid for our next group, much larger group, by the way. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and Spec Racer Ford, please start heading to the grid. Race group number 3, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. And so we can see here, Brian, now the two racers as Lodico goes through the light bulb. Even at the completion of the very first flying lap, big difference there between the two racers lap time-wise, as Lodico turn in a 1:29, and he's now, as he completes lap number 2, turns in a 1:23.6. And Stephen Hicks, who we'll see coming around, Hicks was about 10 seconds back time-wise from Lodico. But just as we say that, Brian, and as we see that, it looks like Lodico putting out quite a bit of white oil smoke.
Well, I don't know if that was oil smoke or was that tire lockup. I mean, because he, we caught the tail end of that, and he caught the tail end of it as well, going sideways. So I'm wondering if that was just brake lockup.
Possibly.
Got in there, got a good run out of the light bulb, got a good run down there, and wasn't anticipating, because he's gone, looking at his lap times, he's gone 6 seconds faster that lap.
Right.
So again, getting the most that he can out of that 600.
Well, and in the Formula 600 class, Brian, and even if it was white smoke, it could also be a sign that perhaps he was out of the throttle going up the hill.
Yeah, sure.
Because in Formula 600, you have a combination usually of two-stroke, not in one car, mind you, but two-stroke snowmobile engines, typically like the 492 cc machines, and then the 600 cc motorcycle four-stroke machines. And it's possible if he had just let out of the throttle that he may have just simply had an overrun.
Yeah,
but
so there it is again.
That's
so
not out of the pipe.
Yeah, that's
brake lockup.
Yeah, that's brake lockup. So definitely overrunning turn one.
Yeah, and it might make sense knowing if he can hear it, if he knows that he's locking. I'm sure, given how much smoke there was, he could probably feel that he had a good amount of brake lockup. Mm-hmm. If he comes in and maybe is even a little bit earlier on the brakes, a little bit softer on the brakes, because it is uphill. You've got gravity to help slow you down there a little bit.
Right.
If he can keep those wheels rolling, he may find himself able to carry more speed through the apex, because he's spending a lot of his time trying to get the car back under control from the lockup itself.
Yep. And something new here for us, right? We literally cannot see the racetrack. We're kind of actually in the building here, so we're relying on the feeds that we have. So something new for us as well. We're not sitting at the top of a tower looking out the windows to be able to see, really what it is. But let's follow Dino around as he crosses that hill. Let's see. Let's just wait right in here. Let's take this shot here as he comes down the front stretch. We'll skip the start camera, and let's see what we see going in here.
Well, he may have just taken the car back to the pit.
Yeah, maybe, because he should have been there by now.
Yeah, he took the car down the pit lane.
Yep. Okay.
And it's interestingly enough, as he crossed the timing line, Brian, on the pit lane, he was only knowing that he had slowed down the pit lane speeds. He was only 0.4 off of what he had done on the previous lap.
Oh, well, then he definitely has a brake problem.
Yeah, exactly.
There's something else going on with that car.
Yeah.
Now, the Formula V, if you see a little bit of smoke out of that's not
fine.
To worry. It's when they don't smoke is when you should start to worry.
Exactly. Air-cooled 1200cc Volkswagen Beetle motor or Super Beetle motor. And yeah, exactly. On the overrun, if he lets out of the throttle, going in the corners, what have you, going to be a nice big puff of smoke there. I think always the funniest thing, Brian, is at the runoffs each year, and on some of the Super Tour events, the Kohler Win-First prototype car that we see each year, which is a 6-cylinder, 2-stroke engine. There is always one flagger on the opening lap that says that the car is smoking way too much.
Absolutely.
And it'll do that. The difference is it's got 6 cylinders smoking. It's got and it belches out white smoke.
Yeah.
But here we're watching Stephen Hicks as we have just a little bit more than 5.5 minutes remaining in this qualifying session. So Brian, let's make another call to the grid. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 3, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and Spec Racer Ford. Please head to the grid. Race group 3, this is your second call to the grid. All right, so as Stephen Hicks crosses the line, he now picks up a little bit more time, down to a 128.1. So Brian, that last time by sliced 1.7 seconds. Off of his previous lap time, and so he is without that little bogey of Lodico on track to kind of that little rabbit to chase, he's still knocking time off, and has not quite a bit since the session started.
Well, he has no traffic to contend with.
That is true.
So he's got the whole track. So Stephen Hicks got the whole track to himself. He can change his line, move his line around, and he's not going to impede any other driver.
No, not at all.
Trying to get the best. So again,
and nobody impeding him.
Yeah, and so he's got that room to see, and I'm sure his data inside that car is letting him know what his times are. So again, this is and I say this, we kind of joke about not having the cars, for the qualifying session and in this open wheel group. But again, to be honest with you, for somebody like Stephen Hicks, this is perfect.
Yeah.
Right? Because the data that's in his car can tell him what his lap times are. Okay, I made this move here, I made this move. for a driver, you can really, really learn a lot for that. So he gets, again, gets to play around. And when I say play around, he gets to make, changes to where he thinks the car will probably be better.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And again, about 3.5 minutes remaining in qualifying here as time is slowly running down.
That time there didn't go as fast, still in that 128.6 range, but again, his best lap time, that 128.1. So again, as I said, here's a driver that could pick up on that, and make things better for himself. The challenge is going to be here, Greg, is does he stay out for the rest of the 3 minutes?
Right.
Because he's already gone 7 laps. So does he stay out for the entire 3 minutes left?
Well, that'll
get
be
another 2 laps in there, or does he say, you know what, enough's enough as well, and pull
exactly. in? Well, we'll see here as we'll pick him up coming towards the light bulb here in a moment. So that last lap, Brian, was the first one. Actually, he did run faster. Or no, he did not. He ran a 128.6, so he was about 4/10 off of that previous lap.
Yep.
So let's see here as he comes up the hill and onto the front straight. We'll try to see what he does.
Looks like he's definitely going to try to stay out there, because I think if you were coming in, you'd
over
be
driver's lap.
Yeah, you'd be a little bit closer, into that right-hand side. So definitely going to go and get his last lap, I believe. It'll be really probably get 2 more if he stays out.
All right, and he did improve that time, Brian. He went down to a 128 flat, and so knocked about 1800ths, almost 2/10 off of his previous best lap.
Tires just really starting to probably come in with a lot of heat now. Got a lot of grip. You talking about it, especially in the first group there with Spec Miatas. Drivers are really excited because they found grip in this racetrack this weekend. And I think with the cooler temperatures, because, look, we've been here and it's been 80-some degrees and there's 0 grip.
Right.
We've been here when it's been like today, very windy, a little bit chillier for a, end of May time frame, and with all the rain. So, again, this track having a ton of grip. I think we're going to see, like I said, we're going to really see some good racing this weekend, because tomorrow's weather is going to be exactly like it is today. Hopefully a little bit less wind, but I have a feeling that we'll be kind of roughly the same. But, these races are definitely going to be pretty good at the end of the
and I think also not only the lower temperatures, because right now it's just a little bit lower than 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Typically when we're here, even in the spring, and we've got our driver taking at least one more lap here as we've got less than a minute remaining on the clock, even when we've had lower temperatures, the one predominant feature that we have had here, and this is by being on the, close to the Jersey Shore, is just tons and tons of humidity. But even with all of the rain that had come through here in the last couple of weeks, it feels very dry out there today.
Yes, yeah.
All right, so as Stephen Hicks now working his very last lap, Brian, let me make a last call to our next race group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 3, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and Spec Racer Ford. Please head to the grid. Race group 3, please head to the grid.
Yeah, I think when we get to the the Spec Racer Fords, after Steven completes his last lap here, I think what you're going to see is, same as we saw with in the Spec Miatas. But I think when we get to Spec Racer Fords, the wind is really going to be a factor in that, right? It's going to be hard to pull out. And we'll talk about that here in a second, to pull out and make that pass. So,
and there you go, checkered flag in the air for Stephen Hicks to wind up our open wheel and prototype qualifying session. And Brian, Stephen did not improve on his last lap, but I'll tell you, he was darn close.
Yeah.
Turned in a 128.061. I would still call that a 128 flat.
Sure.
It was, however, 59 one-thousandths of a second off of his previous best of 128.002. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our open wheel and prototypes. As we said, next up is going to be Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and Spec Racer Ford here at New Jersey Motorsports Park's Lightning Circuit, where you're watching the South Jersey Region SCCA's Lightning Challenge. Stay with us.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
It is the 2025 Lightning Challenge presented by Ciocca Corvette, part of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, round number 1 of the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship. And we've also got special guests this weekend, the United States Touring Car Championship, as we get ready for our third qualifying session of the day. These are the Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 machines, and I believe we may have a single Spec Racer Ford Gen 2 car, otherwise known as just Spec Racer Ford.
I think Michael Decker.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So we'll track them as they are on course now. They're currently on their outlap. Brian, we've got a few more drivers than our last group. We've got 13 drivers on track. I believe we had somewhere along the lines of 18 registered for the group. Byron, no, we had 14 Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s.
so
we had one.
And we have 14 at
The
start finish
yep,
line.
and I think the one Michael Decker is here in the Gen 2 car. So I guess we've got 13 of the 14 Gen 3 machines on track. Very interesting to see here, Brian. And I think the first time we've seen this pairing. Joe Colasacco, who for many years raced in Formula F, branching out, running Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s. I think we saw him behind the wheel a couple of times last year. Well, we've got Dominic Colasacco as well. I'm going to go out on a flyer. I don't have any additional information, but I'm guessing that's probably Joe's son. If you have information, please chime in on the chat. We'd definitely like to hear from you. Here, got a couple of people jumping in. Liam Kerper in the number 51 Willing and Able machine, who did so well at Summit Point and also at VIR. We got word that yesterday, Brian, he was underneath the track record here during the test day.
Yeah, so that I got a chance to talk to him and his father on Friday yesterday, and they kind of came to meet with Willing and Able Racing, and it really became the fact that it was more of a, they had bought a Spec Miata to put him in. He got a couple of races, and all of a sudden he grew. Well, that's usually what happens when you have a teenager, right?
Right.
They grow, and so rather than doing a whole lot of modifications, not really doing it.
Rather than his head sprouting through the roof, give him a car without a roof?
I told him, I said, Liam, because they were back, he was backing the car off the trailer, and as soon as he came off, and it took a couple extra minutes, and I said, Liam, you're fantastic on the racetrack. You're really doing well. You got to work on backing that car off the trailer, dude, because we're all sitting here waiting for you, and you're just sitting there. So
you got mirrors, use them.
That was kind of funny. So good to see Liam out here. And again, if he was, we'll definitely keep an eye on it. This is a young kid that's got a lot of talent, especially in this car. Been kind of running up front. Winning a couple races here and there. This driver is really going to go a long way in this car. Look for him to be, more than likely come away with a win here, either today or tomorrow. Good to see Stephen Thomas back out here running. Stephen's, kind of been in and out of the car for the last couple of years. His brother Mike Thomas, again, they live, pretty close to here. This is their home track, so. Good to see both of them out here. So
we got Mike Lamena, who we saw a little bit earlier in Spec Miata. Now he's been racing. Now I guess this is his third season in a Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 machine, running a different number on the side of the car this weekend, running the 08 on the car as opposed to the 88, which he normally runs, and that's in tribute to his brother Pete, who passed away just a couple of weeks ago, actually in mid-March, from Lou Gehrig's disease from ALS. And this car was Pete's machine.
Pete's car.
An interesting history there is Pete had sold the car, and then Mike bought the car from the previous owner, wanted it back in the family, and has been racing it now. And again, I think this is his third. It's either his third or fourth season racing in Spec Racer 4.
Yeah. Has fun with it, once he got it back and got it back in the stable. We saw him, kind of down at Summit Point the very first time. Had some challenges with it. They got it all worked out, and it's been pretty decent here with that. Again, it's still a learning curve, I think, for Mike to come back and get in this car. Again, because he drove, the Spec Miatas for so long, and then getting in this car, and which he used to drive before, as well. But once you get in, and then you get out, and you go to another car, and then you got to kind of come back in. It does take some time to get back in there. So
indeed,
again, getting these bugs worked out here with this car. So.
All right. So as we take a look now at our timing and scoring, and I'm trying to determine here because I'm showing something a little different. There we go on timing, where Liam Kerper is your fastest driver currently. He and now I'm showing Don Privet has just gone and set the fast lap. So hopefully our timing, and I'll check our timing and scoring and see if we have this correct. As Privet now goes to provisional pole with a 128.294. That is 4/100ths of a second up on Liam Kerper.
Oh, that is weird because my timing and scoring is showing in the 113 range.
All right, well, let's.
So that's pretty quick too.
All right, because I've got set the sort by qualify. I'm just looking to see what. Yeah,
I'm just wondering if timing and scoring is having another challenge there because.
Yeah, we'll try and get this figured out here, because again my timing is. Brian and I are showing three different things.
Yeah, that's weird.
All right, so now we got Steve Samet, your new. No, that is not correct. Yeah, Steve Samet is your provisional pole sitter over Liam Kerper, and
throw that out the window.
I'll throw that out the window. So before Dominic Colasaco went to the top of the leaderboard, there it was 3/100ths of a second separating Steven Samet from Liam Kerper. Colasaco just turns in a 112.162. That is 39 1,000, so let's call it 4/100.
Sure.
Up on Steven Samet. So our top three racers, Brian, are separated by 69 1,000ths of a second. Kyle Robertson sitting fourth. He's miles off.
Not even in the same zip code with a second off, right?
He right now is 1/1200ths of a second back from Kerper, or a full almost 2/10ths back from Colasaco in provisional pole here, as we've got about 7.5 minutes remaining. Let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. First call to the grid, race group 4. That is improved touring and production, super touring, light and touring 4, as well as B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4, B-Spec, improved touring, production, touring 4 and STL, please head to the grid. Race group 4 to the grid.
And I'm shocked that as you were making that announcement, the fastest lap by somebody else hasn't changed, because these guys are doing pretty well. And again, you see, I believe that is actually Donald Privet stuck up underneath the back there of one of the cars. So we'll see whether or not they go faster. That may be Thomas in that car.
I think you're absolutely right. I think that is
maybe Mike Thomas.
Mike Thomas in the 50 in the Gulf liveried 54.
Well, no, that's Donald Privet
that's
in
Privet.
the 57
you're right.
in the back end, but I think Thomas
it.
is the one.
Nope, you're right.
The red
machine,
front.
the 54. Yeah.
So again, Dominic Colasaco right now with your fastest lap, 112.162. Steven Samet second with that 112.201. And then, Greg, as you were talking about the 51, Liam Kerper in that 112.231. So again, this is another class that you're going to see that I have a feeling the lightning bulb. Again, here I am, the light bulb. That big circle right there. That you've got
would it be easier if I called it turn 9, Brian?
Probably. Okay. The light bulb is really going to be a big factor in this race, and I think that's where the last lap pass is going to come from these cars. So, again, a whole host of drivers that can win this, and a lot of these, and we've been coming here for the last several years, a lot of these drivers have a ton of experience. On this track as well. So, again, it's definitely going to come down to the light bulb, and whoever gets in and off that corner the best in this. We got one car a little slow going there. It's kind of hard to see who that was. I don't know if that is the 12 machine Decker or...
that's what I thought. It was perhaps Steve, Michael Decker in the Soul Spec Racer Ford. Should mention here, Don Privet, as we were watching in the Gulf livery car, they're coming down to on the inside. It was interesting that he may be one of the very first people ever to turn a wheel here on the Lightning circuit, that he had actually met, I guess it was probably Connie Nyholm and a couple of the other folks that were involved in the original building of New Jersey Motorsports Park, which was originally just the Lightning circuit.
Sure.
And met them before they ever broke ground. They convinced him to start doing track days here right as the facility opened, and within like a couple of weeks, he decided he wanted to go racing and bought a Spec Racer Ford.
Nice.
So again, one of the early comers here. And I look back, I was at the very first regional race here on the Lightning circuit, Brian, and the starter stand, which is now a nice permanent fixture there with the nice NJMP banner, was a scissor lift originally that they rolled out to trackside for the very first event because they barely had any of the facilities working here back then. A matter of fact, you thought that you were perhaps like at Asbury Park, or you were on the at the beach in New Jersey, because there was no grass. Everything here was sand.
And I believe now that I'm looking back, I believe that slow car where all they came through there with that silver and a blue, I believe that may have been a 38 of Richard Miller. I believe. I think that's who that was. It looks like he's back up to speed now. I think maybe he's just taking a lap.
Yeah, and that makes sense. He was in the 30s that last time by. All right, Brian, real quick, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 4, B-Spec. Production, improved touring, super touring light, and touring 4. There are a whole bunch of other classes mixed in there. If you're race group 4, please head to the grid. All right, as we have currently your provisional pole sitter and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and Spec Racer Ford, they will be our second race after lunch today, Brian. We're anticipating lunchtime probably starting around noontime and running till about 1 o'clock. But Steven Samet, your provisional pole sitter, he has almost doubled the gap, Brian, back to the rest of the Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 field. Dominic Colasacco now 98 1,000ths of a second back. Well, let's reset that because Liam Kerper on lap number 10 just resets provisional pole. Goes 1 minute 11.998. Let's call it a 112 flat. He is 66 1,000ths of a second up on Steven Samet, who happens to be 98 1,000ths of a second up on Dominic Colasacco, who happens to be 1/100th or 10 1,000ths up on Stephen Shu in 4th. So at the moment now,
your top five's within a 10th.
Yeah, exactly. And then Kyle Robertson, another 1,500ths back from there. 3/10 separating the top 5 drivers.
Yep. Yeah, going to be one heck of a race. I tell you what, Liam Kerper getting it done here right now. He's moving as fast as those clouds are, because those clouds are moving with that wind. So, and again, and again, we're inside, so we can see that the wind is blowing, depending on the way it is. And yesterday, the way the wind was blowing,
well, we had gusts like 35 miles an hour.
They were, yesterday afternoon, there was a big headwind going from the light bulb down into turn 1.
Right.
It looks like the way the clouds are moving.
It's the
opposite direction and really getting a good run out of the light bulb down the front stretch into turn 1. So, again, that actually could be playing a big, huge part in some of these lap times in this in our Group 3, in our Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s, and our Spec Racer Fords. So.
All right, so Mike Thomas, coming off of having just reset his personal best lap on lap number 10, doesn't improve on lap 11. He's currently sitting 8th. Don Privet is sitting 9th. Privet just turned in his fastest lap of the session at a 1:13.1, and that's 34 1,000ths of a second better than Jason Pintar, who just turned in his fastest lap for good for 10th fastest. Those two drivers now separated by 34 1,000ths of a second. So it's such close running here. And Brian, we were talking about as the clock is about to expire, flow. I keep using that word flow, and how good the flow is here, moving from because of the camber in the corners, what have you. But to put things in perspective, this 10-turn 2-mile course is about, for these cars, is about 10 seconds a lap faster than 10-mile 2-mile 10-turn Summit Point Motorsports Park. Yeah. So just a very, very quick lap here. All right, so checkered flag is out with Kerper, your provisional pole sitter, 66 1,000ths of a second up on Steven Samet, who likely will be starting on the outside of the front row next to Liam Kerper here when they go racing this afternoon. Dominic Colasacco and Stephen Shu, 3rd and 4th fastest. Kyle Robertson, Joe Colasacco, Minkun. We hadn't even talked about Stephen Minkun in that number 99 machine, 7th fastest. Mike Thomas, Don Privet, Jason Pintar, your top 10. And there you go. You see on our ticker, the one racer in red, Michael Decker, was 14th fastest. And Brian, we did have actually the full complement. We had one additional racer come out, and I think that was
that was the Richard Miller
machine. Yeah,
exactly.
Exactly.
I mean, he got 10 laps in, but I think he was the last one.
Right, and he was on the outlap when we saw him slow-ish that first time by. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Back in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group 4, B-Spec, Production, Improved Touring, Super Touring Light, Touring 4, and a bunch of other folks. Please head to the grid. This is your final call. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with qualifying action here from the Lightning Circuit. Stay with us.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Welcome back to New Jersey Motorsports Park and the Lightning Circuit. It is the 2025 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and their wonderful partner, Ciocca Corvette. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. Next up for qualifying, Brian, is going to be a very diverse group of race cars and classes. We've got our improved touring classes, I think with a nice-sized ITA field here. We've got super touring light for race cars under 2 liters. I think we've got a nice touring 4-field. B-Spec, I mean, you name it, we've got it out here. We've got production car classes as well. And then, Brian, we've got the Volvo 262 of Hudson Williams, the SPU machine. I love that square back Volvo coupe there that is running, and apparently that car has been in has had quite the history.
Yeah, I mean, that's better known as the Swedish meatball.
Yes.
Right. So, a big car, right?
Yes.
I mean, it is a big
Although
car.
from a displacement point, I think he said it's got a 2.1 liter motor in it.
Yeah.
Currently, but it's had a lot of race history and a lot of different amateur series and pro series. And, yes.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're walking around, you want to see more about this, go over there, talk to Mark, talk to Hudson. They'll tell you.
Right on the edge of the paved path.
There is a ton of history in that car, and I tell you what, they've come a long way. Hudson's a rookie this year. I've raced with Hudson. Hudson actually pushed me to a win in karting.
Go-karting, yeah.
So, Hudson is going to be a pretty good driver. Another young kid coming through here, wanting to get involved in this, has never been racing at this racetrack. They went to driver's school down at Summit Point this year, went through that. I believe he's the only SPU car in the class this weekend.
He is.
Had a long conversation with him yesterday about different parts of the racetrack. Really just told him, listen, if you're the only car in this class, you don't need to race anybody else, right? Get the experience that you need and work through some of this challenge. It looks really good right there, where yesterday he was really, really struggling.
And we should mention that Hudson Williams, only 15 years old.
Yeah.
And he's been karting. Yeah, he's been karting for 7 years or so. But this is and he's a tall boy, but this is a very big car. We said it's only 2.1 liters, but I guarantee you, when you look in the rearview mirror, that car gets up a head of steam, and that big square grille comes at you pretty darn quickly.
Yeah.
All right, going to congratulations to Jeremy Butts. He's our outlap champion here this morning. Fastest driver on the outlap. We saw him a little bit earlier in his Spec Miata. He's racing the 69, I guess we'll call it the 69 Nice machine. The Coca-Cola car, I think, is the T4 car, if I remember correctly.
I think so. Yep.
Red number 69 Mazda Miata. Just to talk, yeah, good thing we got that on course there. That is one of our B-Spec cars.
James Kohler
in the number 95 Mazda 2 going around. And that's great because the photo that he sent us, Brian, had one wheel high in the air. James is out of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, and he's just it's kind of a tough position there because the car, it's rising up. It's kind of hard to see the traffic as they're coming up on you. But James has been racing for a very, very long time. He was the 1982 Washington, D.C. region F Production champion, or Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series F Production champion. And he had been, I believe, sharing this car earlier on in the season. I'll have to go back and I'll see if I can dig up who he was sharing the car with. Actually split time at the majors at Summit Point with another driver in this car, but said he raced until 1984, did 1 year in 1990 in showroom stock C, and then raised a family. Did not get back behind the wheel until 2021.
Yeah. Yeah, there is a plethora of race groups in this group, so there is going to be a lot of different things. Had quite the conversation with Dan Freeman yesterday, last night at dinner
in ITA.
Yeah, he was kind of really worried about some of the some of the cars and everything else. Dan having a bum shoulder again. Got that shoulder problem going on. So, hopefully he gets that fixed.
Looking for any
else,
excuse. Dan Freeman was the 2024 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series ITA champion. Fought it out until the very end with Joel Gambino, who's here this weekend as well. But Freeman is a little, how should we put this? Neurotic, I think, is probably the best way to.
He wants to. Yeah, he wants to do the best. I mean, he's looking for every piece of advice he can get.
Yes.
Obviously, Brett with RP Performance really working hard with there. I know that Dan's really been relying on, Rich Roman to really help him and guide him from a tire perspective. And I know they had a long chat yesterday, so they sat around with dinner. So they're becoming really good friends there too. So that's really helping.
It's been a long time at dinner last night discussing road racing. There is Dan Freeman's actually leading that pack, and he's got Joel Gambino in the blue Mazda Miata, just a little bit behind. Then also running an ITA this weekend, driving the yellow number 43 Honda CRX. That's Kyle Colby. Colby has been doing a lot of duties in the SCCA of late. Kyle has been in the stewards program, and he's also I believe one of the chiefs of timing for the Glen and Finger Lakes regions of the SCCA. Also want to welcome back Bob Rapley, racing in the number 18 Nissan 240 SX. I believe this is a rental car for him. It's the car is based here out of NJMP. Last time we saw Bob was last season racing in GT Pinto. So good to have Bob back. And Carl Hinman out of the Blue Mountain region in his ITA Volkswagen Scirocco. That would be a second-gen Scirocco. I haven't seen that car take to the track. Actually, I thought I did see it out, and I think he pitted in before he completed a lap.
Yeah,
and there's Rapley, right? That's Bob Rapley right now, leaving the pit lane.
Yeah.
In ST, and see, look, Rapley's winking to us. He's got one headlight up, one headlight down. In STL, at the moment, Ted Cahall, currently your fastest racer with 2.6 seconds on Greg Bogart and Kurt Laumeister. And Brian, since we're about halfway through this run group, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race groups 5. SSM, please head to the grid. SSM racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Or your qualifying session, pardon me, is next. In ITA, Brian, maybe they need to talk to Dan Freeman a little bit more. Kyle Colby jumping out to an early provisional pole in class, 1.6 seconds up on Dan Freeman. Kyle's brother David is here this weekend as well in the white Honda CRX. So Kyle, the ITA car, is the yellow CRX. David is in the white number 142. That is an F production car. And so in F production, it's he and Tom Burge in the 150 Mazda Miata battling it out. Right now, David has about 1.7 seconds on Burge. In H production, we've got Jack Bana in his Volkswagen. I want to call it a Rabbit. Technically, it is technically a Volkswagen Cabriolet. It actually came from the factory as one of the convertibles.
Nice.
And he is running that as an open top car. We've seen that machine quite a bit. He's been racing it for a number of years. Mike McQueen in his MG Midget. He had brought his car out for I think the Summit Point Majors and had some mechanical issues, did not race. And then we've got Carolyn Bayer Broering today in the new to the Broerings Toyota Yaris, a car that had been campaigned for a few years here by Amber Stevenson. She had won the H Production championship in the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship. That Yaris also has 2 national championships under its belt. We think that Tom will be racing it possibly tomorrow and starting from the back. I'm not sure. We will see. But we know that they had some issues at the Summit Point Majors with Carolyn's Rabbit. So this makes a lot of sense.
Putting her in here, and she looked really good yesterday when I was able to get a chance to walk around and take a look. So looking for that. We talked about, again, you talked about Hudson Williams not being transponder not picking up. I know that they may have had some problems with that yesterday. We kind of walked in with registrations there. We kind of looked at it, had the number, just not seemed as Jeremy Butts makes a nice move on Hudson. That's not a place you really want to pass, but Jeremy knew he felt confident to get that done. So again, transponder not picking up, so I'm sure they'll hand score him, and then they'll place him where he needs to.
And we'll have him when we run down the grid for this afternoon's race for this group.
Yeah.
But interesting to see there, as Butts did come underneath the Volvo going through turn 5, Brian, there's a lot of body roll in that Volvo as well.
There is, yeah.
It's very softly sprung.
Yeah. I mean, you look at it, it's looks pretty stiff right there. Yeah. That looked really good there. I think if it gets a little bit outside of that, the middle of that corner, I think that's where you start to see more of the rollover. So again,
if we see him square it off a little bit, and it looks like
coming
onto the pit lane.
Yeah, because he's definitely, or he's letting them go by. I mean, again, had the conversation with Hudson. Hey, look, you're not racing anybody. Just get your bearings underneath you. Again, this is his first official race. Like I said, went to school in March, did very well there. We talked about the Brewings. Actually, Charlie Brewing was his instructor there because of the history he's got with
Tom
Volvo.
Brewing's brother.
Yeah, because the history that Charlie has with the Volvos and everything else. So, so again.
Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for SSM Race Group 5. Please head to the grid. Race Group 5, SSM, please head to the grid. All right, if we break things here down by class, in ITA, it is still Kyle Colby, your fastest driver, representing the Glen region of the SCCA. He's got 75, about 3/4 of a second right now on Joel Gambino, who has more than half a second on Dan Freeman. So maybe Freeman needs to talk a little bit more to Rich Roman in the afternoon here. Rich, get ready. Bob Rapley, currently 4th fastest, and he is running about 10 seconds back from Dan Freeman. And again, no times in the books for the Volkswagen Scirocco. Although there is the Scirocco, Brian. So I mean, he's certainly out there. So definitely having some transponder issues for him. In B-Spec, Robert Ahern with a fast lap of 1:24.3.
Good to see Rob not on the brakes. Right?
Yes,
rode him all day yesterday.
So, James Kohler, who we saw earlier, currently about 3 seconds back from there, the second fastest, and then Joseph Plunkett in his Mini Cooper, currently 3rd fastest. He's about 3 seconds back from Kohler. In F production, Tom Burge now in his Mazda Miata is best David Colby, difference about 3/4 of a second. In H production, it is still Jack Bana. He's got almost 6 seconds on the rest of the field. Mike McQueen and Carol Van Boren, 2nd and 3rd fastest. In Touring 4, we haven't talked about it. 2 cars taking to the grid, Jeremy Butts and Jennifer Romes. Right now, Butts just turned in his fastest lap at a 1:20 flat. That's about 2.5 seconds up on Jennifer Romes. And we have 1 spec Boxster. That is Michael Thompson, representing South Jersey region. He's got a 127 flat in the books. And that is, we can see where he's in the whole scheme of things. He's currently sitting 18th overall there in the field.
I thought I saw that 3rd T4 car there of Gerhard go out. I thought I saw that car go out. He may not have completed a lap, but I did see that when we came back from break that they were starting to come.
Well, he's definitely out there because he just crossed the line, Brian, completing lap number 9.
Yeah.
And he's now about 2.4 seconds back from Jeremy Butts, about 1.4 up.
He's right there.
There he is. Yeah, as a matter of fact, that's the Phoenix Performance Toyota,
correct,
the black number 33 machine, representing the Philadelphia region of the SCCA.
Got the.
And there it is. There, coming underneath the black T4 Miata.
There goes Jeremy Butts. There goes, oh, nice little thing there going in. That's
one of the K-Hall cars coming
that's
underneath
Joel
Gambino.
Joel Gambino right there, and then the Scirocco that you were talking about. So we look back here, and again, you know, talking to Dan last night. Checkered flag is out on this session, so you know, going to pick up that lap. But again, talking to Dan, he was really worried about the Kyle Colby in that Honda, and rightfully so. Kyle does very, very well here on the Lightning and in New Jersey, as you know, overall, even on the other course, Thunderbolt. So,
all right, real quick, Brian, will you make a call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll just do a quick recap here of the timing and scoring. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for Race Group 5 SSM. Please head to the grid. Race Group 5 SSM is your final call to the grid. All right, as our final racers come across the line, let's break things down by class. In Touring 4, Jeremy Butts will be your provisional pole sitter. And let's see, he will be starting in the field here, looks like 5th overall. Jennifer Romes gets back around Lars Gerhard on her final flying lap. So she'll be second fastest there. There she is crossing the line, turns in a 1:22.731 as a fast lap. Lars Gerhard, well, I think Gerhard actually being hand timed. So we'll have to see. They're just showing him as a 1:32 flat. We'll have to see where he ends up. Soul Racer and SPU, Hudson Williams. And Hudson will be starting.
Well, they don't have a time listed.
Yeah, because again,
so,
transponder issues, so kind of hard to place him.
Yeah.
We have him as listed as 24th out of 25 cars, but again, we're not showing a time for him.
Yep.
Michael Thompson, our Soul Spec Boxster racer, the driver of the 120 machine. We're showing him as 18th. Again, when some of these cars with no transponders get placed, we may have him in different spots.
Sure.
In H production, Jack Bana with over 5.5 seconds on Michael McQueen. Carolyn Bayer Boring, 3rd fastest. In F production, Tom Burge, 0.7 faster than Kyle Colby. In ITA, on the last lap, Brian, Dan Freeman goes to provisional pole by 0.3 seconds, with Joel Gambino 3rd fastest and Bob Rapley 4th fastest. Carl Hinman, again, no times for the Scirocco, and we'll have to see how he gets placed. Freeman ran 7th fastest overall. All right, next, let's move on to B-Spec with Robert Ahern in the number 99 Mazda 2, your fastest driver, 2 seconds over James Kohler, with Joseph Plunkett 3rd fastest. Robert Ahern in the 99 machine, scheduled to start 17th overall. We'll see. B-Spec may have a split start. And then finally in STL, Ted Cahall, who is your fastest racer of all this session, turned in a 1:15.647. Steve Focaccia, and this is an all Miata class this week, and Steve Focaccia in the number 51 machine, 2nd fastest, almost 2.3 seconds back from Cahall. Kurt Laumeister, 3rd fastest. Greg Bogart, 4th fastest. Then Bob Cahall, Brian Hune, Casey Mosley. All right, that's going to wrap things up for Improved Touring, Production, B-Spec, and a whole bunch of other classes. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with SSM. Stay with us.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a 6-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
Welcome back to the Lightning Circuit here at New Jersey Motorsports Park. It's the 2025 edition of the South Jersey Region SCCA's Lightning Challenge, presented by Ciocca Corvette, with the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship, as well as special guests, United States Touring Car Championship. Brian, next up, SSM for 1.6 liter first generation Mazda Miatas. And always tight, close quarter racing here in SSM.
Yeah, I tell you what, this is going to be one heck of another heck of a race we're going to see this weekend, not only later this afternoon, but tomorrow as well. A lot of good talent out here in this group. John Hotz, Isaac Jordan up there. Jameson Huffman here in that number 89 machine.
First time out here in his new car. And, let's not forget the way we ended up the season last October at the Thunderbolt circuit was with a win by Jordan Fuhrman.
Yeah.
His very first win in Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series competition. And not talking to Jordan, but talking to Jameson yesterday afternoon. I think the head games are already going on here because I think Jordan was felt like he needed to bring out brand new tires this weekend to get a leg up on Jameson and on the rest of the field. Jameson is here on year-old tires, but he told Jordy that he was going out on stickers. just to mess with the head a little bit here, and we'll see here. And of course, Jordy Foo's his mentor, Chip Herr, everybody's mentor, Chip Herr, not here racing this weekend. I know Chip was out at Mid Ohio last weekend for the Hoosier Super Tour, racing in two different classes. Yeah. Maybe Jordan just wasn't important enough to Chip to come out here.
Russell Maloney in that 65 machine out here, father to Ryan Maloney, who I believe won the championship last year.
Yes.
In SSM, and now has moved over to Spec Miata, where we're going to see him later again. He was in our Group 1 qualifying. We also have, which I'm not showing on the timing it's going, so I don't know if he's gone out, Richard Spicer is running Ryan's old car. Richard, a three-time SRF national champion
right.
Back in the early 2000s. So a lot of history there, a lot of experience. I got to spend some time talking with him last night, a little bit about it, kind of going through. And, I asked him, I said, kind of really what made you get back in? He's like, I want to have fun now, right?
Right.
Back when he was running, it was all about, winning and everything else. Now it's about fun. But he also brings added value to Ryan and Russ and even Brooks Hunt. It looks like we got Isaac Jordan there off out of turn number 1, I believe, down there. So he's going to re-enter. It looks like he'll come right in front of James Roberts in that number 6 machine. But, talking to Richard last night, it was kind of, really what made you get back into it. Is now he can have fun and he can gain or actually give them really what the cars are doing.
Yeah,
right? I mean, he's
a
very
little
well
more set
qualified
of
to do
knowledge,
that. Yeah,
exactly.
so to help them with some certain things, and that's also going to make them better as well. So.
And Brian, another noted Jordy in the chat.
Yes,
I think you
I
were
was gonna
talking
say, yep.
Jordy Fike,
Yep.
who I used to call some of his iRacing events, and I think Jordy also has put some time in a Mazda Miata, even if he hasn't. Very good racing in Miatas on the iRacing platform as well. And I think checking in from, Jordy, you're from the Great White North, right? Trying to stay warm by watching this stuff, right?
Yeah.
All right, as we've got a couple minutes in the books, there you go, Brian. We were talking about the fight between the Jays, between Jordy Fuhrman and Jamison Huffman there.
Yeah.
Separated by a little bit less than 0.4 of a second. John Hott's only a tenth back from Jamison Huffman at the moment. Then Callan Crocker and Isaac Jordan, your top 5.
I believe just saw Richard Spicer coming out in that 15, so I wonder if there was a problem on that car this morning going out, or really was going to only do half the session.
Yeah, possibly. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 6. Big Bore racers, please start heading to the grid. Big Bore, STU, STO, T1, T2, T3, USTCC. If you got a big engine in your car, head to the grid. Race group 6. Your race is next, or qualifying is next.
Well, that means everybody's going to go, because everybody thinks they got a big engine in the car.
That Volvo is going to come back out. All right, Jamison Huffman now resetting fast lap as he turns in a 1:18.644. Now 37/100ths up on Jordy Fuhrman, with John Hott's 0.3 back from there. And Brian, as best I could tell, no Russ Maloney in the 65. And the question is whether or not he just came out. Yeah, there he is.
Went over the hill in that blue and gray. So he's out there. So maybe having some transponder issues. Or is that him coming on pit road now?
I think that's him coming on the pit road.
Yep, that is. Yep, that is him coming on pit road. So having a little bit of a problem.
I think he left the grid late, and as a matter of fact, that's it. And Richard Spicer just completes his first flying lap as we were watching him. He turns in a 1:29.140. That's good for 12th fastest.
Yeah. Trying to see who that white car is behind Isaac Jordan right there with the yellow nose. That car really used. I don't know if that's David Fierstein or not, maybe? In the 08, possibly. It doesn't look like.
No. I mean, Fierstein has the Windsor Custom stripes along the side, I think. Still, I mean, it may have changed, but I think it still has them.
Yeah, that car very loose, getting through turns 2 and turns 3 right there, or 3 and 4. That back and left, so again, losing a little bit there, but is able to pick back up when they come back up underneath the bridge and through. So, again, I believe that was John Hott's in the white machine that just went through that picture, really coming up underneath here. I believe that is Jordan Fuhrman right
Fuhrman
there,
in the red.
And that's Hott's right there in the white. So, and figure out who that white. I believe that was David Fierstein in that 08 with Isaac Jordan. So I'll have to see. But you talk about, as I said, talk about Richard Spicer again. Not in the seat. He's moved all the way up to 7th within the first 2 laps. Get a couple more laps, and again, it could have been a plan where, really go out and only run the last 10 minutes of the session.
All right. Well, let's see here if Jordy Fuhrman has something for Jamison Huffman as he comes to the line and does not improve. Jamison Huffman did, however, and Huffman.
Maybe that is Huffman right behind
him.
I think that's Fuhrman and Huffman right there. That's not.
Yeah,
as I said, I think that's.
No. Actually, I'm looking to see where they are on track. I think that is John Hott's directly behind. Huffman's a little bit watching when he crossed the stripe. I think Jamison Huffman is actually ahead of Fuhrman on track.
I know those two have been working together the last several races, really trying to stay close to each other. So we'll see. Now that's Jameson.
Yeah,
Huffman.
you're right, 'cause
Hotz
Hotz
just went by the start-finish line. So that is Huffman
Okay.
and Fuhrman working together again, as they have, the last couple of races that they've been in with these two cars. So we saw that at VIR.
Right.
Right.
Yeah,
about a
certainly at
month ago.
VIR, where I guess Fuhrman got the win one day and Huffman got the win the other day. And it was interesting when Huffman took the win at VIR, and that was part of the Sarkmar's challenge. Actually did it with his right rear tire completely flat. He was more or less running on the sidewall of the tire there, and somehow managed to hold on. Apparently, the tire had gone down with about 3 laps remaining in the race. So great car control. Of course, we've seen Jameson Huffman of late doing many different disciplines of racing or motorsports, I guess. He's been doing quite a bit of drifting in a Miata, so maybe that might have helped him out for that race when he was only running on three full tires. But doing a number of other things as well.
Pretty good run here. They're getting ready to come up on Steve Bindrum here. They just went by the 24 there, Ken Segal. So again, really trying to get as much as they can and open it up to try to get this lap, because you've got to be able to use some time to pull away. Your next two, John Hotz, Caleb Crocker, in there, they're pretty close together as well. So,
all right, as they come around the light bulb, Brian, quickly let's make a call to the grid for the next group, and then we'll check in. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group 6. Big Bore, please head to the grid. Race group 6, please head to the grid.
it looks like that Russell Maloney had gone back out, completed another lap, or they manually scored him, because at one point they had him at 8 minutes. I thought my electric bike would have gone a little bit faster than Russ. I was going to challenge him to a race later.
I mean, if it's Russ, I mean, it's theoretically could have happened. All right, neither Huffman nor Fuhrman improve on that lap. John Hotz on the previous lap did not either. So currently, Huffman, your provisional pole sitter, about 2/10 up on Jordan Fuhrman. Another about half second back to John Hotz, third fastest. Another 4/10 back to Kellen Crocker, fourth fastest. And Dave Fierstein, this is where it's close, Dave Fierstein in the 08 machine, only 3/100ths of a second off of Kellen Crocker's times in the 123 car.
Yeah, I think, again, this is another product, as we've talked about with our Group 3 and even our Group 1. These races are going to come down to this light bulb right here towards the end to set yourself up to get that good, clean pass off of there. And this is a group that you're going to have a partner. So, Fuhrman and Huffman working together here in qualifying. Looks like Huffman's getting ready to come in. So we'll see whether or not Fuhrman completes a lap by himself, which he does. And again, that's another product of, hey, you know what? I think we do have a good lap going together. I don't want you to.
Right.
I don't want you to go around me here, because again, 2/10 of a second doesn't take much. So let me pull off at the last second.
And I would say if Huffman doesn't have sticker tires to throw on the car, then better to pull off.
Yeah. So. Again, I think this is going to be a product of a great race. Get through the most important part for these drivers is how is your car set up here later this afternoon to get through turns 3 and turn 4, because that's that right and then that left-hander right back quickly before you come up into the big sweeping turn 5 and then down kind of into the big, rotating turn 6.
There you go. I was half right, Brian. Jordy Fike, he's actually down almost my way, much further east. He's in the Outer Banks of North Carolina, but his mom is Canadian. So he's still trying to stay warm. All right, or get warm. All right, here is, we've got less than half a minute remaining on the clock. Huffman and Fuhrman, your top two. Isaac Jordan is the only racer on track who has improved of late. and that's good. He's right at the tail end of this group right over here in that black and yellow number 46 machine, catching the draft of the drivers directly ahead by no doubt.
Well, he's coming up on Richard Spicer. That's the first blue car, and then Russell Maloney, the second one back. And you can tell the draft because, and again, this is what I talked about with Richard. Richard helping Russ, right, get back up there, and this is what he brings to that team, right? Getting in these cars and helping Russ and helping all the drivers where they need it. This is what's fun to him. This is a product of just coming out and having a good time.
His way of having a good time and giving back. All right, as you see there, checkered flag is out. So last flying laps here will count. We know that I think Fuhrman may be on his last lap, and it looks as though
Isaac Jordan going to push Russ Maloney down past there. He's going to sit there behind him, see if they can't get a better lap here.
I'm trying to get them up to the Spicer car, and as they cross the line,
Maloney goes faster,
and
Jordan stays the same.
Isaac Jordan does not. Jordan, who was giving Maloney the push, doesn't improve. Almost pushed Russ Maloney ahead of him on the timing screen here. Isaac Jordan should be starting on the inside of the fourth row, with Russ Maloney on the outside of the fourth row. If Jordan had given him just a little bit more of a push, it would have been reversed there, as Maloney only 45 one-thousandths of a second back from Isaac Jordan.
Yep.
So it's Jamison Huffman and Jordan Fuhrman. They should be your front row. John Hotz, David Fierstein, who ran his fastest lap on the final lap, the 08 machine did. They should make up row number 2. Row number 3, Callan Crocker and Richard Spicer, with Jordan and Maloney fourth row, and Kevin Gaiman and Jay Bindrum rounding out the top 10. They should make up row number 5. All right, Brian, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here with the big ground pounders with our big bore cars in just a few moments from the New Jersey Motorsports Park Lightning Circuit. We'll be right back.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the South Jersey region of the SCCA's Lightning Challenge presented by Ciocca Corvette. And Brian, I think that is very apropos as we've got our big ground pounders now heading out on track for their qualifying, our big GT cars, Touring 2 machines, and still waiting for some of the cars to come out. We saw the SPU Volvo before. We got the SPO cars heading out like a Factory 5 Cobra. Beautiful Nissan 300ZX that I saw a little bit earlier today in the paddock. And should be a good session here. Lots of good noises coming to our cameras.
Yeah, I think we got an in-car camera in this group too.
Indeed we do. We've
Yeah,
got
so we'll get to
David
that.
Sanders, who's going to give us a little bit of assistance thanks to Sentinel Camera Systems. We're going to get some onboard video from David. There he is in his Chevrolet Corvette. And this might be a good opportunity, Spencer. Let's stay with David for a little bit here if we can to show people around this beautiful race course. This is turns 3 and 4, and now they're going to be heading up the hill towards turn 5. And you know, we have our camera as the drivers come now down this hill, and you can see them coming toward us, but you see that it's a quick rise and almost as quick a drop down as they then come to the bridge. This is our through turn 6 where we got one camera working, and hopefully for this afternoon we'll be have the camera that is pointing towards turn 7. Notice the banner there on the bridge tells you to slow down, that there's a left-hander coming up. And
That is
so,
pretty funny.
yeah, so this is the camera that our camera that isn't functioning right now, but we'll have it for you a little bit later today. But 90-degree turn as you come and you set up, and gosh, I'm getting dizzy, Brian. It's a good thing I don't get car sick when I'm watching cars race as opposed to when I'm in them. But this is the entrance to the light bulb here. You can see quite a bit of camber to it, and it's very different in something like this Touring 2 Corvette than, say, a Miata that we had out here a little bit more, because you have to be very careful about throttle application here with that corner, that you could very easily dial in a little bit too much throttle, have the rear end walk around on you through that big sweeper, and then you come on to the front straight and you do it all over again.
Yep. And again, Dave out there streaming from the car, so you see a little bit of a, well, back and forth, may lose a signal here and there, and that's just because, kind of where we're at, right? There's just not much more you're going to be able to do with that. But it gets you a good in-car shot. It shows you the elevation changes that we have on this racetrack. And again, that quick left to right turn, or that right back to that left-hander, again, for these larger cars,
it's a pretty tough thing that there's not like that 4 seconds of waiting like there was with the Formula V. It comes up on you pretty darn quick. Some interesting cars that we've got in the field here today, Brian. One, I was going to mention that we've got the Chevy Monza car out here once again. That is Robert Benson and the SPO machine. That car we saw here. We've seen it both here at Lightning and on Thunderbolt quite a bit. It's got a lot of straight line speed. And Brian, it's got a lot of straight line speed. Another interesting machine, and making its debut here this weekend is the Audi A4 of Michael McLaughlin. And that is not just an A4 sedan. That is an A4 station wagon, or A4 Avant, as it is to be called. Looks like the Monza maybe not having a lot of straight line speed, having some issues with the Nissan. That was the 300ZX SPO car directly behind it. I think, or well, maybe that's Daniel Swark. We'll check on that in just a moment. But we saw that Audi at the Summit Point DC Region Drivers School, and it's very quiet. And it's very quick.
He's got hopefully he took the roof racks off, because he had a roof rack on it during school. I thought maybe he was in the wrong spot. I thought maybe he was thinking about going skiing, because it was pretty cold in there. So But yeah, no, good. Look, good to see that car back. I mean, you also got Brandon Lewis in that Ford Fiesta, that 72, running in this USTCC class. So good to see Brandon back. I was hearing some conversations at dinner. And I think he sold that car to somebody, and like literally the next day.
Yeah, it was literally the next day. It was back in his hands.
Yeah, I got a phone call and said, "Hey, do you want to buy this thing back?"
And the best deal ever, the guy sold it back to him for less than
what he paid for
what he paid for it, and he got a new set of tires out of the deal.
Yeah.
Also.
Yep.
It's like pretty darn cool.
Yeah.
So we'll be watching that watch that number 72 Ford Fiesta running in the we've got the 2 United States Touring Car Championship classes. We've got the TC class, the Touring Car class, and then the Super Touring class, the ST class.
Right.
In ST, we've got Andrew Connor in a 3 Series BMW, Anthony Pacelli in his WRX, and Martin Swark in his Honda Civic Si, and I believe that's an 8th gen Civic, if I remember correctly. In touring car, we've got Patrick Tarouge in his Subaru BRZ, Daniel Swark in the Nissan 370Z, and I think that might have been the Z that we saw.
Yeah.
Giving some room
off a little
to the
bit there,
Monza, pardon me. Brandon Lewis, and then Mike McLaughlin in the Audi.
Yeah. David Sanders making that pass on Robert Hayshak in that Cobra. So you got to see that right there. That just kind of shows you the light bulb as you come out of there, and you can really set that car up. You can get around there. So good pass by David.
Yeah, and we've got a nice 4-car American sedan field here this weekend. Also, Brian, we've got Jared and Daniel Licklider, both of them in their Ford Mustang. Actually, all Mustang American sedan field this weekend, with the 2 Licklighters, Steve Tomolo Jr. and Jonathan Wrights running as well.
Oh, a little bit of contact there. Robert Hayshak, and I believe that may have been, that's definitely one of the Corvettes. I'm not sure which one. That may have been Jeffrey Pascal in the 63. So
yes.
I don't think Hayshak knew that he was there, kind of came over a little bit left, or Pascal may have washed up a little bit, but definitely some contact to that right front.
Yeah,
of, Robert Hayshak.
Jeffrey Pascal in the red 63 machine, typically running in the Spec Corvette class. I think Spec Corvette in the Northeast taking a little bit of a hiatus to regroup.
Yeah.
The good thing is that all of the cars that are built to the Spec Corvette spec are classified. They have their own spec line in SCCA Touring 2 as well. All right, as we watch David Sanders here, Brian, let's quickly make a call to the grid for our last qualifying session of the day. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for Race Group 7, Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. Please head to the grid. Bracket Racers, Race Group 7, please head to the grid.
David Sanders coming up on that Ford Fiesta there of Brandon Lewis, as we were just talking about. So that white one, so really got a good run through there. Passing, getting ready to come up on another car there. Getting ready to go back through the light bulb.
Yeah, so that was the SPO 300ZX of Joseph Hall that he was coming by there as they went into the light bulb.
You know, shout out also Alan Phillips. Got a lot of track time here at New Jersey. Again, I believe he paddocks his car, or he stores his car right up there in the garages right up there. Watched Alan yesterday, kind of pretty much going through turn 1 for the second half of the afternoon. Alan Phillips really getting up over the hill down into turn 1 quite a bit.
All right, Jordy Fike is asking if there are any SMX racers on track, and wanted to know why they were mixed in with Big Bore. Well, Jordy, the answer is no, and the other answer is I don't know. But I don't believe we have any SMX racers here this weekend. So far, we haven't seen a large number of SMX cars built for regionals. We're seeing them more for the major series and for the Super Tour, and a lot of that has to do with some of the perks that come from running it at the national level.
Well, we have the racers here. We just don't have their cars.
Yeah,
there is a racer here that I know that is here that's working
that
with
is
Camden Gruber, who I believe just picked up his first win.
That is correct. Camden
not
Gruber,
that long ago.
SMX race winner at Mid-Ohio last weekend. As Jeffrey Pascale has an issue coming out of turn number 1, gives the thumbs up.
Yep. Maybe he's listening to the stream in here. Got the smoke coming out of the left side there.
And I'm wondering if that's just heat from the braking system there, or if there's some other issue.
Well, he had contact with Robert Hayshak not too long ago on that left side, that left front. I'm wondering if something got
broke,
bent with
maybe.
that. It broke, as you said. There he is right there off to the right, getting ready to come down into, I believe that is turn number 2.
Yep, and here comes that 3-4 complex. Exactly here.
Yeah.
All right, so in Touring 2, David Sanders, who's our in-car cameraman, he is currently your provisional pole sitter in the class. He's got 44 1/1000ths on Alan Phillips in his number 46 Ford Mustang. Jeffrey Pascal, another 1.1 seconds back from there. Obviously, he's not going to be improving this session. And then Thomas Gugliante also in a C5 Corvette, 4th fastest. In American Sedan, at the moment, it is Jared Licklider with 6 seconds on the rest of the field. Steve Tumolo Jr., 2nd fastest. Then Daniel Licklider and Jonathan Wrights. In SPO, the Nissan, that black and silver Nissan 300ZX of Joseph Hall. He's got 2 100ths of a second at the moment on Bob Hayshak in his Factory 5 Cobra. And then Robert Benson. Benson pulled the car in. Looked like when we picked him up on camera, Brian, and he was real off the pace coming out of turn 1, definitely something not right with the car. He only completes those initial 2 laps.
Yeah. Steve Tumolo Jr. was on pit road as well. I see him coming in. I believe here comes, let's see, that looks like the BMW that's pulling just to the left of the ticker there. I believe that is our BMW. That may be Andrew Connor in that 66.
Yeah.
So, again, a lot of these guys, again, when you get to this big board group, Greg, I mean, their cars are set up to do a qualifying run. They're set up to do just a couple of laps here and there and get the most out of what they can. We also saw the Porsche GT4 RS, James Wilson on pit road. I saw them this morning as I was coming, and like everybody was parking there, workers and everything else. I'm like, you guys are going to have a hard time getting that Porsche in and out of your garage, your stall here.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of blocked in. So,
all right, over in USTCC, Anthony Pacelli in his Impreza's WRX. He's got 2.3 seconds on Andrew Connor in, I think, that red 66 BMW. Martin Swark having some issues with the car this morning. His the number 93 Honda Civic. He did only a single lap, Brian, and then brought the car back behind the wall. As we've got about 2 minutes remaining, let me make another call to the grid. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid, race group 7, sprint bracket road racing series. Bracket racers, please head to the grid.
David Sanders goes even faster, Greg, on his 9th lap. We were picking him up as he was going through in that in-car camera there, and so he ended up going faster, went to 1:11.299. So got over a second on Alan Phillips. His poor Jeffrey Pasquale still sitting right there talking to the corner. We can see that just on the other side of the ticker, getting a thumbs up from the corner worker there just to make sure it's okay. So they'll get that towed in. But you're right, Greg. I'm wondering if something broke on that left front after the contact that we saw with Robert Hayshak coming up over the hill.
And we see here as we follow this group through, Brian, Jared Licklider, 3rd car in line in the Mustang, the number 170 Mustang with the American flag there. And I believe that was Jonathan Wrights in the yellow 20 Mustang just ahead. Or is that the 30? I think that's the 20 of Wrights. The 30, which is also a yellow machine, Steve Tumolo's is on pit lane.
He's on pit lane. So,
right, and a much newer
and the Audi's
body.
right there too. So there goes the Audi, the station wagon. So Michael McLaughlin.
That wagon would be a lot faster without a whole bunch of dogs in the back.
Well, but true story during during driver school, Michael would come up and again talk to Chip Herr and said, "Hey, I've been following your career. I know how well you do in the Audis, and I just wanted to build, an Audi as well." And Chip said, "Man, you should have called me. I would have saved you a boatload of money because that's probably not the right car to build."
Oh,
but
yeah, no kidding.
But hey, look, Michael made it work. He had it. I've looked in there. I think you have too. Looked at the cage. It's definitely a well-built cage.
Car.
It's passed all the safety inspections. Went through school. Went through here. So, kudos to Michael for getting this thing done. And at some point that car, I'm sure, will get lowered and get done and get retubbed at some point.
And give it a nice mean snarl because
you
can't hear the thing from 10 feet away.
Yeah.
All right, real quick, Brian, let's run down some of our classes here. James Wilson in the blue GT4S Club Sport. He turns in a 113.241. Good for 6th fastest. He's your only T1 car this weekend. Hi, David Sanders. Matt Rook in his BMW 325, our sole STU racer. He turned in a 115.165. That's good for 9th fastest overall. James Benson, our sole GT1 racer this weekend in the number 43 machine. And where did he finish up? Finished 18th overall. In Touring 2, David Sanders, your fastest driver, and he expanded that gap, that delta back to Joseph Latanzi. It was about 8/10 at the end of the session. Yeah. Thomas Giolante finishing 3rd fastest there in the class, only 6/10 back from Latanzi. Alan Phillips, John Gatzmeyer, 4th and 5th fastest. In American Sedan, Jarek Licklider with 6 seconds on the rest of the field. Steve Tumolo and Jonathan Wright, 2nd and 3rd fastest. And in SPO, Joseph Hall maintained, Brian, through that entire session, his 2/100th of a second advantage over Bob Hayshak. And Robert Benson in a Chevy Monza only completes 2 laps. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. Next session up is our final qualifying session of the day, and that is the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. We'll be right back.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a 6-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Welcome back to Lightning Circuit here at New Jersey Motorsports Park. It is the 2025 South Jersey Region SCCA Lightning Challenge with special guest Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship. Of course, this whole event presented by Ciocca Corvette. Brian, heading on track right now, our very last qualifying session of the morning. These are the bracket racers, the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, which we have run in conjunction with most Mars races.
Yeah, this group here, and they run it different. When we get to the racing, we'll talk a little bit more about it. Their qualifying just seats them, puts them in where their starting positions as any other normal qualifying. But as we get to the actual race later this afternoon, what you'll hear and what you'll see is not only are they racing, against each other on the racetrack, they're also racing the clock, right? So you try to want to be as consistent as possible with your lap times, because you could, move up a bracket or end up going from leading your bracket to, down to fifth in your bracket. Of course, that's not going to happen today because right now there's only four cars.
Only four cars.
Four cars in it.
But essentially what happens is we divide a race up into slices of 2 seconds. Each 2 seconds is a bracket. And what you are trying to do is you're trying to stay within your bracket without breaking out. And you may find that while in the course of racing the cars near you, you may do just that.
Yep.
Now, the one advantage and one difference for those of you that may have some knowledge of drag race bracket racing, where if you break out of your bracket, meaning that you move faster than that time that you have basically said this is as fast as I will ever go, you get disqualified.
Right.
In the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, you don't get disqualified. You just move up into the bracket one up from where you are. And what you find sometimes is that in certain cases that the next car in the bracket that you've just now found yourself in could be 15, 20, 30 seconds up the road. You could go from leading your bracket to losing, or basically being last in a bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. Although that is a great racing idea for the road course racing, where you put everybody together and you have to run your times, right? Just as if you do. And just like in drag racing, when you break out, the next time you come by the start-finish line, you get the black flag,
yanked
and
off
it's
the course
after 5 laps, right? And then you got
it's kind of like last man
standing, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
The last driver standing is the one who is
it's like a cage match,
pretty much consistent across the board on their lap times.
All right, so we have fewer racers out on track than we perhaps anticipated for this. Jennifer Romes in the number 186 Scion FRS. We just saw Jennifer a little while ago racing in Touring 4. Steve Martin in the number 50 Ford Mustang. Jessica Sullivan in her Ford Miata. In her Mazda Miata.
New brand, new OEM you just created.
For as long as Ford had a controlling interest in Mazda. She's in a Mazda Miata, and then we got Joseph Smoot, in the 87 Ford Mustang. And I think this is Smoot right here coming across the line in the black Mustang with the wide blue band running from front to back. Not to be confused with Steve Martin's much newer Ford Mustang, which is completely, and I think he just went by us. There he is. Coming through turn 3, the 50 machine, all black.
Yeah. Right before we went on air this morning, I saw Steve right there in the registration building, right behind us, right behind our booth. Right.
Oh yeah.
We call our booth that we took over for all the workers here at New Jersey. We kick them out.
Little behind the scenes. We're set up in the break room here at NJMP. I mean, it's great that if you get a job here at NJMP, they've got a massage table with a masseuse ready and willing and able.
A pool table that doesn't take quarters.
That's right.
Right. So those who know what I'm talking about know what I'm talking about.
I was going to say there is a soda machine. And most importantly, believe it or not, a cash bar. I can't imagine that they actually make
microwave
their
over here. Let's hit stop.
Oh no! Jesus.
No, I hit stop. Somebody was
Okay.
using it this morning and left time on the thing,
Okay.
so their quarter must have
I
ran
was
out.
waiting
From the
for
microwave.
I was waiting for the equipment that we're using that we're storing in the microwave to go up to get burned. You know, you're not supposed to put metal in a microwave. All right, real quick, Brian. Let's make a first call to the grid for our first race group of the day. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 1, Spec Miata and SM2 and SMT. Please head to the grid. Race group 1, Spec Miata, and a couple of variations there. Oh, please head to the grid.
Kind of watching Steve Martin here on this lap again. Jennifer, and Jennifer went through some professional driving, coaching, about a month ago when we were at VIR. I think we had she had. I'm totally drawing a blank on his name.
Well, I think was Morgan Burkhardt coaching her?
No. It was
wasn't Morgan.
who also does the Super Tour announcing with you as well. Is it?
Tom O'Gorman.
Yeah, Tom O'Gorman was there.
Definitely not Brian Belansky.
I totally drew a blank on Tom's name there. So yeah, Tom O'Gorman was there at VIR helping Jennifer, and so she seems to have really taken to that. She looks really good out here this weekend, even in that T4 class as well. So
yeah, indeed. As a matter of fact, we saw her in working with Tom O'Gorman at VIR. It's amazing what a little coaching will do. She picked up 8 seconds over the course of the weekend. There, and was running from times that would have put her. It was unfortunate because she had some transponder issues, and so she had to start a race from the back of the pack in I think a 35 car field where she would have qualified 4th overall. Had the transponder been working on the machine. So good on Jennifer, and she is definitely picking up pace. This is what now, year number 4 that we've seen her racing.
I think so.
In this same Scion FRS, and so she's definitely coming to grips with that machine, and I will bet, because I know Tom will do some remote coaching as well, probably able to get her up to speed at some other courses.
Coming out of the Chris Windsor, stable there. So Chris doing a lot of work on that car for her. So again, definitely improving year over year, and this seems to be the best year for her. Really getting the most out of that Scion.
All right. So as we look at the lap times and as they've come in, Brian, just to give you an idea of whether or not some of these drivers would find themselves in the same bracket. The brackets for the Lightning course, they are set up to run from a minute 10 to basically, and I think they actually have them set up as 1 second intervals because of how quick this course is, as opposed to the 2 second intervals that we have at Summit Point. So we've got from essentially 109, 999. And faster. Then we've got from 110. Oh, actually, it is 2 seconds. From 110 to 112, from 112 to 114, 114 to 116, and up. So we've got right now Steve Martin, who set his fastest lap time at a 117.594. That would put him in what is known as the A5 bracket. We have 10 different brackets: A1, A2, A3, A4, A5, and then B1, B2, B3, B4, B5. And so with Martin with a 117.594, again, that would put him in the A5 bracket. Jennifer Romes, whose fast lap is a 122.4, that would put her in the B3 bracket. Joseph Smoot with a fast lap time of 124.5 would put him in the B4 bracket. And Jessica Sullivan in her Mazda Miata right now running, and she's only completed 2 laps, and I think she brought the Miata in. She's only completed a couple of laps here. She ran in the 215 range, which puts her in that B5 bracket.
Yeah, and you can follow along with when we get to the racing for the brackets, and again we'll go through a little bit more, but we'll put the link so you can you can jump on there.
Exactly.
You can see what it is. Because again, you can watch it on Race Monitor, but it's not going to break them out by brackets. There is a timing and scoring that breaks them out of the brackets.
Although Brian, with only 4 cars,
we may be able to do that.
I think
manually.
we even do it in our heads. Exactly. But we'll when it comes time to race, and again, our bracket racers, they will be the last race of the day. We'll put into the chat the link that you can go to online in order to see the timing broken down by bracket. Here, as we are now watching, this is Jennifer Romes in the Scion FRS, the number 186 machine. Last time through, ran a 124.2. That's about 1.8 seconds off of her previous best, a 122.3. Real quick, Brian, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 1, SSM. Please head to the grid. SSM racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
Actually, your race is next.
Your race? Oh, did I say qualify?
They've already
I've been saying race. I've been saying race all morning long, and then finally it's time to go racing. And
give them another qualifying session.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Sorry, SSM racers. Your race is
actually
next.
it's Spec Miata.
Spec Miata racers.
We'll get you figured out here in a minute.
Group 43. Your race is next. Yes, race group 1, Spec Miata, SMT, and SM2. Your race is next.
If you went out early this morning and you were the first group on track to qualify, you're now in the first race.
I hope you know. Yeah.
Oh
my.
We'll get him figured out. See, he's all into the bracket stuff, so he's.
I'm in a different mode.
You know, he's into bracket mode right now. You can see here Jennifer Romes. You got Steve Martin getting ready to come up on her again. Steve Martin kind of setting the pace here at that 117.5 through there. Jennifer Romes again. Kind of different car, right? Different motor package, different, everything on there. So Steve's probably
different amount of horsepower, exactly.
Yeah,
Steve's pretty hooked up, but this is a good course for that Mustang.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it is a V8, but there's a lot of room here for you to essentially just open the thing up.
All right. Yep. A lot of flow. There you go, Steve going down on the inside. Jennifer kind of giving him plenty of room, letting him go by. Yeah. Again, qualifying session. This is just going to seed you where you are. Start right now. She's going to be starting second anyway.
Right.
So
she's going to start on the outside of the front row. Might as well let them by. And hey, if you're going to be starting third or fourth,
you're going to be starting on the second row.
Yeah, not so bad. But you could see there how much of a gap. That V8 can open up just on the just on the run out of the light bulb through turn 10 and along the front straight. A little bit of brake lock up there.
Yeah, I was going to say, is that brake? That looked like brake lock up, not smoke out of the.
Yeah, I think that's the inside front wheel, Brian. Yeah. When he turns in, you're going up the hill.
Yeah.
You turn in, you load up that, and especially when you get back on the throttle. I think he's getting on the throttle before that inside front wheel goes and releases, and it just kind of drags a little bit on the pavement.
Looks like we got another car getting ready to come out, Greg, that I believe crossed the start-finish line, maybe on the pit road, going to come out here for the last minute and a half.
Yeah,
John Myers listed there in the 36 machine in that BMW M3. So John probably, hey, I only need a minute and a half to go get a good lap in. No.
There he is.
Yes.
In an E36 BMW M3. Big wing on the rear. And he's out of the South Jersey region, as is Jessica Sullivan. We've got Steve Martin and Jennifer Romes both out of the Washington, D.C. region. And then, as if he came a long way from home, Brian, our other Ford Mustang, the black with blue, number 87 machine, Joseph Smoot, actually representing the Central Florida region of the SCCA.
Yeah. Be interesting to see if John Meyer in that 36 machine, if he's going to get all the way around. I know the time remaining is in that 30 seconds. If he crosses the start-finish line and then gets through there, then
he can theoretically take one additional lap.
He can get one full, lap there. If not, if he doesn't get it by the time runs out, he's going to get the checkered right at the start-finish line. He's really not going to get a lap. Again, nobody around him. He could probably take it to build up some more speed and do that on his cool-down lap, but,
Indeed, and we'll see here, and I don't think he's going to make it, Brian. And no, he does not come across the line before the checkered flag is out. But he does turn in a 145.565. And again, because Jessica Sullivan was having some issues with her Miata, that's going to put John Meyer on the outside of the front row. So Steve Martin, who had just put in, and that's Martin pulling into the pits right now, Steve Martin, who had just reset the fast lap at a 1:16.06.
That's smart.
Oh yeah,
that's
you're right.
Martin.
I'm sorry.
That's Smoot that
That's
just went in
Smoot.
the pit road. So Martin just crossed.
All right, so
Smoot.
Smoot, and then Steve Martin had just reset the fast lap at a 1:16.060. Steve Martin will be your pole sitter. Joseph Smoot in the other Mustang we just saw come down the pit lane, about 6 seconds in arrears. He will finish and start on the outside of row number 2, or pardon me, on the outside of row number 1. Then Jennifer Romes and John Meyer, they'll make up row 2. Jessica Sullivan will make up row number 3, all by her lonesome. All right, let's make that final call to the grid. Hopefully I won't mess it up, Brian. Final call to the grid for race group 1, Spec Miata, SM2, and SMT. This is your final call to the grid for your race. Race group 1, please head to the grid now. Okay, now, Brian, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with our very first race of the weekend. It is the 2025 Lightning Challenge presented by Ciocca Corvette. We'll be right back.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the 2025 Lightning Challenge presented by South Jersey Region SCCA and Ciocca Corvette. This is part of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. And Brian, don't have long here on the pace lap, so quickly, let's show our viewers at home this beautiful Lightning course here as we will we'll fly in from miles and miles overhead and down. Again, 2 miles, 10 turns. The big feature is that light bulb right in the middle there with the big gravel patch right in the middle that cars will never end up at.
Yep.
And absolutely beautiful area right here. Of course, the adjacent Thunderbolt circuit as well. All right, as our pace lap's underway, our first race of the weekend, it is Spec Miata with SM2 and SMT. Starting on pole today, driving the number 15 machine from Dayton, Maryland, it's Ryan Maloney. Casey Mosley driving the Classic Car Club number 105 entry will start on the outside of the front row. The Hot Stuff Racing entry of John Hotz, the 63 car, starts on the inside of row number 2 in third position with Jeremy Butts in the Corvette Windsor Customs number 69 machine starting fourth. John Jenkins is in the Classic Car Club of Manhattan number 195 machine. He starts fifth with Bill Gartner in the Windsor Custom 07 machine starting sixth. Steve Ficacci in the SVC Psychology machine will start in seventh position with Greg Bogart out of Charleston, South Carolina, representing the Philadelphia region, starting in eighth position. Starting ninth, driving the number 78 K-Hall Racing Mazda will be Ted K-Hall with Michael Amena in the Cornerstone Financial Advisors number 88 machine, starting in 10th position. Kurt Laumeister in the Heritage Brass number 11 machine out of Newark, Delaware, starts 11th with Ivan Seabrook out of Greenwich, New Jersey, starting in 12th position. Starting 13th will be Zach Mosley in the Windsor Custom Machines. And then we got Michael Cohen in the Glass Jacobson Wealth Management entry. That's the number 54 car, starting 14th. As the field now comes onto the front straight, the starter looks over the field. Brian, and green flag is in the air, and we're racing here at Lightning as the outside of the front row when Ryan Maloney in the number 15 machine jumps ahead of John Hotz to go into turn 1, up and over the crest of the hill. And I want to hold my breath because this is where it usually gets interesting. But all of our racers make it through turn 1 safely.
Tell you what, two drivers that have spent a lot of time nose to tail over the last couple of years in different forms of classes, and that is Ryan Maloney and John Hotz. John Hotz pushing Ryan Maloney out there. Ryan Maloney opening it up by about 3 car lengths. So that car is really, really strong right out of the gate as they're coming up over the hill and down. I tell you what, look for Hotz and then look for Casey Mosley along with Jenkins because those are two teammates, 105, 195.
And they're locked up right now.
Nose to tail to run Ryan Maloney down.
All right, so as they came underneath the bridge and into turn number 7, we did see Mosley and Jenkins lock nose tail, and they'd opened up a nice gap back to Jeremy Butts, Steve Ficacci, and Bill Gartner here. There is Butts in that red and black machine. They're leading Gartner and Bogart and Michael Amena in the light blue number 88 machine a little bit further back as they come out of the light bulb over the crest of the hill at turn 10 and onto the front straight as we go, Brian, and complete a very quick lap number 1 here at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Again, 14 laps. These are 15-lap races, so 1 lap now in the books. It is, 15 laps or 25 minutes, whichever comes first.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg, these laps are going to go very, very quickly here. These drivers are getting around this course pretty quick in that 119 under that 120 second mark. So these laps will go quick. So you've got to be able to make sure that you make your passes and make sure you make them correctly and quickly.
All right, so you'll notice when you look at our timing and scoring, there are a couple of drivers with blue number boards besides their names. Those are our SM2 racers. Led by Steve Ficacci at the moment, running 5th overall, as we do have 2 other SM2 racers in the field, Mark Anthony, who's running 18th overall, and Bill Bifulco, who is running 20th overall. We also have 1 racer there, you'll see on the ticker, with the red number board beside his name. That is John Moyer. He is our sole SMT racer. He is currently running 19th.
As they come by the start-finish line again to complete lap 2 here, still Ryan Maloney. Tell you what, good little battle a little bit further back, and that is Steve Picacci and Jeremy Butts as they went out down and get ready to go up over turn 1. I tell you what, Jeremy Butts sitting right there, and we did have one car may have gone off a little bit.
Yeah, and we had word that Mark Anthony in the 59 machine lost the rear end of the car coming through turn 7 on the previous lap. He now falls all the way back to 21st overall, only loss of 3 positions. He was running 18th at the time.
Yeah, so getting that call in now. And they come up again there. There's a good little battle right there. Believe that is Butts, Bill Gartner, Ted Cahall, Michael LaMena in there along with Steve Picacci in that 51 machine, just a little bit ahead. There goes your front 4, and then you should be seeing right now that is Picacci in actually the red 51 machine. Then Jeremy Butts is the second red machine. Bill Gartner, Ted Cahall, Michael LaMena, now throw Kurt Laumeister in there as well. So a pretty good battle really from 5th on back. Got a little bit of a gap there between LaMena and Kurt Laumeister, but tell you what, Greg, that gap, that will close because you've got Kurt Laumeister and Zach Mosley in that 80 machine. Those 2 cars, as those next 5 in front start to battle as the race goes on, they will hopefully be able to work their way back into it. So you could have an 8-9 car battle right there.
And we see here a number of drivers starting to run a little wide coming out of turn 1. Again, blind exit to that corner. If you turn in a little bit early and you want to try to open up that corner a little bit, you're going to run through the dirt, as we have some that are doing the same coming out of turn 4 in that very quick switchback, that left to right switch, or probably right to left switchback. And last time by, John Hotz reset fast lap. He's starting to close things down a little bit, Brian, but when I say he reset the fast lap the last time by, he was only 5/100ths of a second faster than Ryan Maloney up ahead of him.
Don't blink or you would have missed it.
Absolutely. Well, it would be essentially the blink of an eye. Exactly. Other thing to note here is we watch our racers come through. Bob Cahall in the 178 machine, currently running in 12th position. We have seen in the last couple of events at Summit Point where Bob Cahall has actually gotten the best of brother Ted and has really advanced his racing, at least at Summit Point. Bob, a school teacher out of Chicago, Illinois, and comes east for these Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series events. And I think it's around his 7th or 8th year racing, but really I think in the last 18 months or so has really upped his game. But I think the last time he was here at Lightning was over a year ago.
Yeah.
And we could see here where his brother might have a bit of an advantage over him. Ted currently running 8th, and as we said, Bob currently running in 12th.
Yeah, I mean, Ted's had some unfortunate incidents on the starts of the race.
Brian, we've got a car going around coming out of turn 5. Spencer, I don't know if we... there we go. Actually, Spencer's got him right on there as he walked around. We'll get the car number on him in just a moment. And that is the 71 machine.
Ivan Seabrook.
Yeah, that went around. He was running 15th at the time. Ivan out of the South Jersey region, Greenwich, New Jersey, and he gets that car back underway. But obviously going to lose a number of positions there. And it looked as though just as he came over the crest of the hill, Brian, he might have gotten on the throttle a little bit too early. The rear end, there's the back of the Seabrook car.
Yeah.
Just had the rear end slowly start to walk around on him, and there just wasn't anywhere to go. He was already at the edge of the track.
And then it just became a long, drawn-out slide through
the grass.
There. Now, I will say that the grass, especially around the race course, is drying out a little bit.
Considerably.
If this would have been yesterday, that car would have picked up speed when he hit that grass.
He would have gone across the runway over at the airport next door.
He would have ended up in Atlantic City.
Yeah, exactly.
If that's where it would have been.
Don't need a limousine ride. You just take the Miata there backwards.
Yep.
But and this is such a beautiful area, Brian. As we look at this camera shot here up over the back of the trees, that is a working airfield. That's the Millville Airport.
Yep.
We see airplanes coming in and going out all day long here. Helicopters going in and out. You name it. It has a kind of a Sebring flair to it.
Yeah. As we get back into our battle, there's the battle. That is the battle for, I believe, going to be 5th all the way back to 8th right there. I think Jeremy Butts is that first car right there. Then you got to go back a little bit further. That's actually Bill Gardner. Steve Ficacci now in that 51 has fallen back behind. Actually fallen back 2 spots because at one point he was in 5th. He's dropping all the way back down to 7th now. He's getting ready to become into the clutches there of Michael LaMena in that number 88 machine. Again, another driver who has a ton of experience here on this racetrack.
Yeah, indeed. So LaMena in the blue with the bright yellow numbers on the side. Then we've got the K-Hall machine of Ted K-Hall, the 78, and Kirk Laumeister. Just, I'd say, a little bit further behind that pack now, a couple seconds in arrears.
Ficacci pushing on Bill Gardner coming out of that turn right there, getting ready to go up underneath the bridge. So coming up out of turn number 5, they're headed down, or turn number 6. Excuse me, sorry. Turn number 6 headed up down on the bridge. There you can see Jeremy Butts. He's opened up. He's gotten away from this battle here. And Greg, I think we had a little bit of dust up there going down into turn 7. We're getting that call right now because LaMena's fallen all the way back.
Yeah, what we're hearing now is that that LaMena had contact with, I think it was the 07.
Bill Gardner,
Bill Gardner.
And Gardner's fallen way back.
Way back,
yep.
Yeah.
So, again, and that, that's unfortunate, right? Our cameraman had to take a break this morning.
We'll go wake him up during lunch.
Yeah, he had a big breakfast this morning and
put some more
decided
quarters
not to.
In the slot.
Yeah, put some more quarters. Yep, just like the pool. Got to have quarters if you want to play pool. And side-to-side contact there between both of them, and it really does show because now LaMena's back behind Greg Bogart in that number 23 machine, so he's going to work his way back up to get up there.
Right.
So, if I would see, again, they were pushing, you had, who did I say, Ficacci was pushing on the 07 of Bill Gardner when they came underneath the bridge that time going down into turn 7. May have gotten him a little bit loose, may have gotten him moved around a little bit, or tried to make a move down into turn 7 to get underneath him, and there was really neither one of them could go anywhere, and then Mike LaMena tried to fit that gap as well, and it just didn't work out.
Yeah, and I find it so interesting, Brian, as we watch drivers come into the light bulb on the many different ways that drivers approach that, and whether they try to take a wider set going in, where they're putting a huge load on the rear tires because they kind of come out of the groove and up into the camber, and then try to shoot back down towards the apex, which is about 3/4 of the way around that entire section there. Or the drivers that just try to pin it down to the inside all the way around. And it apparently is like maybe a couple hundredths of a second at most difference, regardless of which line you take there. Very many different ways, as we now have our leaders with Ryan Maloney, John Hotz, and Casey Mosley, your top 3, working lap number 9 of 15. So 7 laps remaining here at the Lightning Circuit for our first race of the weekend. Remember, this is going to be our only race before we take a break for lunch. We're going to take a break for about an hour after the checkered flag here, and then we'll have 6 more races for you this afternoon to round out today's schedule.
Yep.
And then tomorrow, an entire day of racing here from beautiful New Jersey Motorsports Park. Sounds like it's getting awfully busy over at turn 7, Brian.
Yeah, it looks like we may have had more contact there. I believe that may have been Steve Ficacci in that 51. We're getting it.
And we heard Bogart in the 23 machine mentioned as well.
Yep. Yeah. So again, Focacci having more, a little bit more, had a little, and again, I think that may have been a product of push. I don't think it was not that much big because,
Right.
There they are there. Focacci ended up, I think, dropping back a little bit, but had a little bit of nose-to-tail contact with 23 in that Greg Bogart. So now you see Bogart here. He's going to try to go wide.
On that's Zach Mosley, I think.
Well,
right
no,
beside,
I think that may be the maybe Zach Mosley.
I think Zach Mosley, and made his presence known pretty early before they got out of turn 6, so that he's ready as they go down turn 7. It is a threshold braking zone there, Brian, with a 90-degree left-hand turn, and he gets the pass.
No, he does not. It looks like Mosley is.
No.
Mosley's
no. Yeah. Bogart got around him. Yeah, the yellow car got around him.
Take a look at time scoring here. So yeah, it does look like he did, but the red car there, that's actually okay. So we got three red and gray cars right there. So it makes it very difficult to see when you look at that. So that's
right. So Bogart, who had been just ahead of LaMena and Focacci, he had stepped out, and there's actually one of the airplanes that we were talking about going over towards the.
A little late for the flyover.
Yeah, looking a lot more stable out on track right now than some of our Miatas.
Yeah, that is true.
Well, let's take a look here. So this time now, we've got Mike LaMena trying to set up Zach Mosley coming out of turn 6. And we've got a local caution, Brian, going into the light bulb. And that station is just before our camera. And, Brian, that was... we're trying to get word. The 195 has now pulled off
John
track.
Jenkins.
John Jenkins.
Yeah.
And that's just before our camera going into the light bulb.
Yeah.
So it looks like his day is now done. And Jenkins, who was running in 4th position, that's where he started. Unfortunately, his day is now done.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to work his way back. This is the Kurt Laumeister part right there, leading that group. That's 5th. Then Ted Cahill 6th, Greg Bogart 7th, Michael LaMena 8th. So as you talked about, good run for Ted this weekend. Again, he's had some unfortunate starts in the last couple of races. It seems like once he gets past the lap 1 here, he's been pretty decent, been pretty competitive. So again, the driver really kind of having an odd run here, Craig would be, and we talked about it earlier, is Jeremy Butts. He's pulled away by about, I'd say 9 seconds between him and Kurt Laumeister, but then he is about 7 seconds behind Casey Mosley in that 105, who's dropped back to about 0.7 of a second behind John Hotz. And then Ryan Maloney, our overall leader, he's got a 3.5 second lead by himself over second place Hotz. So again, top 4 cars have kind of spread out single file.
Yeah, and we've seen although both Maloney and Hotz ran their fastest laps much earlier, there they are right now as they come through turn 6. Maloney's lapping about 0.3 of a second faster than John Hotz each and every lap at this point. So that gap only opening. Of course, next time they cross the start-finish line, it'll be 2 laps remaining here. So pretty much equidistant, about 15 car lengths separating each of our top 3 racers.
Yep. It's going to be 2 laps to go this time by, again, as you just talked about, pretty big gap for these cars, right? I mean, normally you get them 3, 4 in between where they're able to do that. So where they're nose to tail, like we saw, between Kurt Laumeister, Ted Cahill, Greg Bogart.
I was going to say we're going to see the pack that's really tight
right there,
right here coming up, and this is your prototypical Spec Miata racing. That the last time they crossed the stripe, there, Bogart, who picks up another position. Look at this, as Bogart now gets around Ted Cahall. So move Cahall back to 7th, move Bogart up to 6th. Yeah, I was going to say, the last time by, Bogart was only 1/1000th of a second back from Cahall. And at the pace he's been running, Bogart's lapping right now in the mid to low 119s. But he's also lapping faster than Laumeister ahead of him.
Yeah.
With 2 laps remaining, there's definitely a possibility that he could find himself in the top 5.
Yeah, and poor Steve Fagacci, his day's getting worse and this race goes on. As you saw when they come up over turn 1, ended up going kind of 4 off there and kind of collecting it back, and he's now right on the back of Zach Mosley. So Zach and Steve having a really tough time in this very first race.
I would say the one saving grace for Steve Fagacci is that although he's running 10th overall,
he's still ahead.
He's still got eight cars between he and Mark Anthony.
Yeah. As Ryan Maloney now starts to work his last lap of the race here in that number 15 machine. He's got a 5-second gap lead over John Hotz, Casey Mosley, another 1.5 behind. So here comes that Kurt Laumeister battle. That's really 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and then a little bit further back, 9th and 10th, as everybody working their last lap right now.
Yeah, and that time by Bogart in the yellow 23, he did make up more ground on Kurt Laumeister, Brian, but he was still about 1/4 second back when they crossed the start-finish line to complete the final lap. That may not be... it's easy to pull alongside. It's not easy to pass. As our leader, Ryan Maloney, goes through the light bulb, he's going to be the 2nd car in line here. There he is in the white and blue number 15 machine as he crosses the crest of the hill out of turn 10 onto the front straight. Checkered flag is in the air, taking the first win of the weekend here at New Jersey Motorsports Lightning Circuit and the Lightning Challenge. It is Ryan Maloney out of Dayton, Maryland. Finishing 2nd, John Hotz, with Casey Mosley finishing in 3rd. Jeremy Butts will finish in 4th. And here's that battle now for 5th position, Brian, with Kurt Laumeister. It looks like he is going to hold off Greg Bogart at the line, and look how close it is between Bogart and Ted Cahall.
Yeah.
Bogart's going to finish 6th. Cahall only 94/1000ths of a second behind. He will finish 7th. Mike LaMena will finish 8th. Steve Fagacci, our SM2 winner, will finish 9th overall, with Zach Mosley finishing in 10th.
Yeah, Zach Mosley pulling out right there at the end to try to make that pass to move up another spot. 28/1000ths of a second, from 9th to 10th spot. So pretty big, or pretty small gap right there. So Zach Mosley, 11th, Robert Cahall, Michael Cohen in 12th, Bill Gartner 13th, David Trinder in the 39 is 14th, Peter Seabrook in 15th. Good to see Shauna LaMena back. She's running in 16th in that number 6, John Moyer 17th, Mark Anthony 18th, and William Bifuco is 19th. Again, John Jenkins having that problem. 20th, Ivan Seabrook. We saw him spin earlier, 21st position.
All right, so that's going to wrap things up for Spec Miata. We are going to take a quick break for lunch, Brian. Well, maybe not so quick. Going to take about an hour for lunch. Next group up, race number 2 today is going to be our open wheel and prototypes. We should be coming back right around 1 p.m. With more racing action here from the Lightning Circuit. That is the South Jersey Region's Lightning Challenge with the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship, the U.S. Touring Car Championship, all brought to you by Ciocca Corvette. Stay with us.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna LaMena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
noise. Welcome back from lunch, everybody, and welcome back to New Jersey Motorsports Park's Lightning Circuit. It is the 2025 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette. Of course, we've got the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series here. It's round number 1 of the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship. And we've got the United States Touring Car Championship with us here as well. I'm Greg Ginsberg. That is Brian Donati. And we are going to be getting underway here in just a few moments with more road racing for you. Spencer, why don't we bring up the schedule here just to show everybody what we have going on the rest of the day today. It is heat race day, 15 laps or 20 minutes, whichever comes first, for 6 more times here this afternoon. You can see the different groups there at the bottom of the screen, and then, of course, tomorrow is feature race day. Also, we've got a second before our next group comes out. Brian, why don't we take a quick look at our broadcast schedule? Here, what we've got coming up for you here on the Washington, D.C. region SCCA YouTube channel. Next up, going to be June 7th and 8th when the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series returns to Summit Point Raceway. And then almost as quickly, we've got 2 weekends in a row that we're going to be broadcasting. Next is going to be back here at New Jersey Motorsports Park, but on the Thunderbolt circuit for that stop on the U.S. Majors Tour. And then right back to Summit Point for the Mid-Atlantic, exactly, for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. Now, the one that's on there that we still have to work on, it is definitely a to be determined race, is that Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series event at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. We still need to iron some things out with the Ohio Valley region, the host region for that event. But you can see here a very full schedule here on the Washington, D.C. region YouTube channel. And glad you're joining us here today. And glad that you'll be joining us all season long. If you like what you've seen here so far this weekend, or, well, if you like what we're doing in general, come and go ahead and subscribe to the channel and hit that notification bell. You can find out every time that we go live. All right, getting ready, Brian, for our next race group of the day. It is the open wheel and prototype racers. I guess probably the biggest bit of drama here and the biggest question going into it is who's going to be on the grid and who's going to be
they're already on
the
course.
green flag.
They're already on course.
Oh yeah, actually they're already out on course. Yeah, let's pick them up if we can. They are coming through turn 6 now, and it looks like, Brian, we might have gained a car.
Well, we got the 2 that's there.
Okay, so it is Dino Lodico in his Formula 6 machine. That is the Speed Circuit sponsored machine. Oh, that's right. The third car is actually the pace car. Yeah.
Unless the pace car wants to race in this race, and I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that. So Dino out of Mays Landing, New Jersey, and then our sole FVR racer. That is the regional version of Formula V, much wider tires, as you can see there, than the typical Hoosiers that run at the national level. That is Stephen Hicks in his BRD chassis machine. He's out of Fountainville, Pennsylvania, represents the Philadelphia region of the SCCA. And, Brian, these are the only 2 racers that went out for qualifying. We had Lodico running at about 5 seconds a lap faster than the Formula V, which is kind of what we would suspect.
Well, remember, when we're looking for the green flag right here. Wait a minute, and the green flag is out, so here we go. Remember, when we got to qualifying, Dino had that problem.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's watch as they go into turn 1 for signs of brake smoke. And he had some lockup issues at the rear of the car, actually brought the car in earlier, talked to the stewards about it. There were some mechanical issues with that car. It wasn't all down to driving style, but he brought the car in early, and we see there, at least on lap 1, where admittedly he's not approaching the corner nearly as quickly as he would be on anything other than the opening lap. He seemed to be okay there. But let's do this, Brian. As this race gets underway, and we'll check in periodically with our 2 racers here. We have a special guest here joining us. As we mentioned, we broadcast all these Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series events on the Washington, D.C. region YouTube channel.
Taylor Swift's with us?
Yes, Taylor Swift is joining us.
I knew I'd make our guests laugh like crazy.
That's right. I should have unmuted his microphone prior to you saying that joke. But let's welcome in to the announce booth, or the break room, as we like to call it, I guess, the chairman of the board of directors for the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, Steve Martin. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. I appreciate it.
So wait, why were you calling him Taylor Swift?
I don't know. I just wanted to see his reaction.
see his reaction. And of course, Steve races a Ford Mustang. We'll see him a little bit later, group number 7 for the bracket races today. But Steve, I guess we wanted the opportunity to bring you in, and I guess again, this is a South Jersey region event, of course, and we're all guests of the South Jersey region. Absolutely. We host these events here on the DC Region YouTube channel. I wanted to get an idea of, any new initiatives, new things going on with the Washington, D.C. region as we're starting to hit the meat of the 2025 season. I know we just had, for the very first time in 10 years, Pro Solo event at what used to be FedEx Field, I guess what is now Northwest Stadium.
Northwest Stadium, yes.
And it sounded like it was a very successful event, but again, showing that the D.C. region it has its hand in so many different disciplines of motorsports.
Yeah, the Pro Solo was a huge success for us and for National. It was overstocked, overfilled. I think it was 250 plus cars.
Wow.
Yeah. It was awesome. It was a great 2 days of racing and the third day of practice, or however they run it. It was very good for us. As far as new initiatives, we've got a few things in the pot.
Okay.
We've got a few things in the pot.
Okay. Would you like to, since people are listening, anything that you can speak about now? I know that, we've been trying, and hopefully we'll have at some point in the near future some road racing maybe coming to Dominion Speedway. Possibly. I know that is something that, we've all been working for many, many years.
Yes.
To have SCCA and Dominion working together to bring that circuit up to the point where its safety standards meet SCCA road racing standards.
Absolutely. That's definitely one of the things in the pot. We're very hopeful to get a 2026 event possibly on Dominion.
Okay.
If everything works out right with the track. Our Labor Day race, I think we're going to have some new charity sponsors.
Wonderful.
So I'm looking forward to that.
And this is for the Labor Day Spectacular 3-day road race event that we hold at some point each year.
I still call it the Labor Day Double, but I'm old, so
all of us. I think all of us do. But this is traditionally a large charitable event for the region. A lot of activities around supporting the different charitable sponsors. I think the last couple of years we've been supporting the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle, as looks like maybe Dino Luduco's.
Brake problems have arisen again.
Yeah, Dino Lodico, pardon me. His brake issues certainly causing some issues again. Steve, we were watching during qualifying, and we didn't know if the Speed Circuit F600 here might have been a 2-stroke snowmobile motor, which a lot of them are. It comes off the throttle. Lots of white smoke in the air, but no, apparently it doesn't do it anywhere else on the course. Exactly. So we'll see here as Lodico just reset the fast lap at a 1:21.516, and Brian, that is 2 seconds faster than he ran in qualifying.
Yeah.
So he's definitely finding time. We'll watch again and see how that plays out as we have 12 laps remaining in this 15-lap race. It's still kind of early days here. So we know also that the region has brought in some new sponsors, which are coming on board, I think, with our next Mars, at least on the road racing side, our next Mars event.
Yes.
In June. Grand Touring is one, and I believe there is one other. Is it Southern Maryland Trailers as well?
Southern Maryland Trailer Solutions.
Very good. So nice there. Obviously, they bring along their partnerships help lower the cost of racing for all of the Washington, D.C. region members. So that is something that is very good to see. And of course, in the last couple of years, and under your tutelage and Chuck Edmondson, our our regional executive have brought in some different contingency programs for road racers in particular. We've got the both G-Lock brakes and, of course, Toyo tires for the SSM class. And in addition to that, we also have brought in, I believe,
Spring Hill
Suites as
Yes.
well, that are offering their Spring Hill Suites of Winchester, Virginia, that are bringing along discounts for rooms, as well as offering end-of-season awards, contingency prizes,
Absolutely.
both on the road racing as well as the solo side.
Yep. Absolutely. Yep.
So, tell us a little bit here as you come up to Jersey. And I know you've raced on this circuit a couple of times. You've raced on the Thunderbolt circuit. Since you're racing in the bracket racing, what's your approach when you come here to a circuit that you don't, you're at once a year essentially?
My approach typically is to start slow and just work my way up. It's trying to build that muscle memory. Since we're only doing it once a year, and I haven't hit the lottery yet, and I just can't do this, 24 hours a day. It's just trying to get my memory wrapped back around. I'll watch video. And one of these days, I'll get my iRacing rig back together.
Well, and I was going to say that's, I think, one of the challenges here in coming to New Jersey Motorsports Park is the Lightning circuit isn't on the iRacing platform or most virtual platform.
Oh, it's not?
No, the Thunderbolt circuit kind of, sort of is.
They need to re-laser it with all the new things, and they haven't really.
Well, when they put it in, they never actually released the track. It's been in kind of like a beta for like the last 7 or 8 years.
Oh, wow.
That all the buildings are like wireframes. It's very surreal racing around Thunderbolt on the iRacing platform. But you get, the other thing obviously then is that they just repaved the Thunderbolt circuit last year. And so what was done and what was laser scanned many years ago may not be the most accurate, but much like the Summit Point scan on iRacing, which was released, I think, in 2007. Right. It was one of the very first free tracks on the iRacing platform when it first came out. It hasn't been updated in many, many years.
Right. Well, I like the Thunderbolt. I cannot wait to run it with the new pavement.
Yeah.
So a couple of years ago, I was borrowing a buddy of mine's car, the Silver Focus.
Right.
And he literally told me, he's like, if you go to Jersey, you need to buy me new tires every time.
Every time.
Well, you ran here last year over there. Last year, did you?
Yes.
Yeah. So, did you run here last year on the Thunderbolt? I thought you did. No.
Year before last.
Yeah, year before last, because they did it in October. Not this past October, the October before. So,
yeah.
And for some reason, I thought you had come out and run.
Yeah. No, usually by October, my motor's blown. So.
Oh, come on. That's not true. Usually it's by like July. No, just kidding.
Well, your son went through driver's school with it this year, so now you got to get out of it and put him in it. Then it'll last and you won't be blown.
Or now he needs a new clutch.
This is not being recorded. Right?
No, of course not.
No, not at all. Only 85,000 YouTubers are going to watch this.
Or 8.5. Depends on how you multiply it.
Depends on where that comma is.
That's right. All right, real quick, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Race group 3 is your first call to the grid.
So, Steve, talk about that. Are you going to put him out in the car at all this year, or are you going to make him go get his own car? Or?
He actually has his own car.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
He blew the motor.
Yeah. Learns from the best, I guess, right?
Yeah. Well, no, it may be a family trait, but it may not. We're not sure about that this year.
Hey, want to welcome Justin Shepard to the chat. Says it looks like good weather this weekend, and yes, indeed it is.
Why is he not racing? I want to know why he's not here.
Well, it depends on which Justin Shepard it is. Also,
it doesn't matter. Justin Shepard could be racing. It doesn't matter which one you are.
Exactly. Well, big headwind here, however. It depends on which direction you go. The winds are like gusting at like 25, 30 miles an hour around here. And it was interesting that you said you can't wait to get on Thunderbolt. This was actually a conversation that Brian and I had earlier this morning. Is that most of the drivers that are in the lower horsepower, the momentum cars, like when you brought the Focus out here a number of years ago, or our Spec Miata drivers, or SSM drivers, or the IT, like ITA, ITB racers, they all seem to prefer this course here. And it's, I guess it certainly makes them feel faster because there is so much flow. You've got light braking going into turn 1 up a hill. You've got pretty heavy braking where we just had on screen over at turn 7. But for the most part, there was a lot of full throttle time for those lower speed momentum cars. And I would imagine that in something like the Mustang, where you've got like the quick switchbacks over 3 and 4, and you've got to really go and play with the throttle to get around the light bulb without ripping up tires. It's got to be a very, very difficult, almost confining course for a larger car.
It feels tight, even though it's 5 cars wide or whatever. But trying to hustle 3,800 pounds around with 450 horsepower. It's rough. It's rough.
So talk about the morning session, right? Because you went out, it's very windy out there. How much of that, because I'd mentioned this earlier on in the broadcast, that, yesterday during a lot of the practice sessions, drivers were talking about, the wind and, the way it was coming from turn 5 all the way back up to the front stretch and start finish line. It really made a difference, especially in the bigger bodied cars. How much of that did that affect you this morning?
I want to say it affected me a little bit. I mean, at 3,800 pounds, it's an anchor.
Yeah.
So the wind doesn't but in the turn, especially with the rear end, it's a Mustang, so the rear end is light.
Sure.
Right. It doesn't need any help coming around. A little gust of wind and it definitely, you can feel it. You
need a big wing on the back of that, big wang on the back of that car. Is what you need.
Several people are trying to talk me into that, and
yeah, but
wow, that
would change that car considerably. I think for big sweepers like the light bulb here, or even I guess even going through like the Octopus on the Thunderbolt circuit, it would probably change that considerably as well.
And that's really what I was eyeing towards was Octopus, because when I was here last time, I think I spun 2, maybe 3 times in the Octopus.
We didn't catch any of that. Don't worry.
Oh, see, it didn't happen.
Oh, no, we did. We did. I was going to say, you sure it wasn't 3 times? Because I think we got all. No, I'm kidding.
It's rough trying to put the torque down in the low speed turn with no rear grip.
Yeah, I figure.
So we'll keep working on it. We may show up with a wing one day. Or a wang, or whatever they call it.
A big wang.
Depends on, yeah, I was going to say, depends on what OEM brand you're talking about.
Exactly. All right, Brian, real quick, because we've got 5 laps remaining here as Dino Lodico crosses the start-finish line to start lap number 11. Let's make another call to the grid. Tension in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 3, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please start heading to the grid. Race group 3 to the grid, please.
As we were talking, to Steve here, Greg, I was watching, Dino, and just kind of looking at lap times, kind of pulling all the lap times for this thing. And you could see that at some point during this race, he's kind of backed off a little bit to really make it. Now, last time by, he was, in the 123 range, went 121 on lap 3, so had it there, and then after that brake lockup, just taking care of the equipment. If there is a mechanical problem that, something to go through to get through this race so that he can race it tomorrow, and then that'll give him plenty of time to kind of get this thing back together where he needs. I know I was talking to somebody upstairs here, and they said the same thing. Brand new. Just trying to work out all the kinks.
All the kinks, yeah.
I think once that happens with Dino, when he gets all those kinks worked out, and it's just a matter of probably just getting it out and running it more than what he really is, I think that car could be a pretty quick car, especially around in here, and especially if he goes elsewhere. So there you go. There's the there's the brake lockups. Nope, that's not what you want to do.
No, probably not. I mean, interestingly enough, though, I mean he's still lapping. Last 2 laps has gone down back into the 123 range, and he's lapping right around his qualifying time.
Yeah.
Of course, we noted, Steve, and it was very interesting that we noticed that Dino started to back off even during qualifying when all the smoke came out. His final qualifying lap, he called off his final lap, and he would have been probably a second faster than he had run all the time previously. He was maybe like 2/10 or 3/10 off his best qualifying time, including his trip down the pit lane. So, but we saw that almost immediately. I mean, he right out of the gate, put the car down into the mid 121s, which was almost 2 full seconds faster than he qualified. So we know it's in the car there. And he needs to get a handle on whatever the braking issues are that ail that car. And seat time is going to help. And actually, I'm glad to see that he is, he went much further than halfway for this race to, for the other 9/10 of the race course, so that he could get that additional seat time and work on those other corners.
Yes.
Instead of just going up, turn 1. And that time, no brake lock up there. Maybe just got out of the throttle a little sooner and use that rise up into turn 1 to kind of scrub off some speed. And I think that last lap time showed. He knocked another 10th off of the previous lap that he had just run.
So, Steve, talk about that real quick. We've been talking about it kind of constantly. I've been talking about it to other drivers out there as well. Coming down through, start finish, and then you get to the rise to go up into turn 1. Again, 3,800 pound, stock car, race car, with the Ford Mustang that you're in. How much does that really slow you down? And is there, and here's my question to you, not everybody's going to be different, but is there a little bit of a double braking zone there for you to do that? I mean, getting on the brakes and then let it roll and then get back on the brake and then get back on that throttle.
Absolutely.
And let that hill slow you down.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And what really slows you down is the fear of crashing. That's what slows you
right.
down.
Sure.
But, at 3,800 pounds, I'm coming through there, about 130, 140 miles an hour. And it's like, I'm not going to make this turn.
Right.
So I have to brake pretty much before start-finish line.
Right.
Almost.
Sure.
And then it's like, oh, that was too much. So you
you lay off a little bit.
Right. And then you go over the hill and you're like, oh, okay, I made it.
Yeah. When the car definitely gets very light.
Right.
All right, Brian, we got 2 laps remaining here for our open wheel and prototype race. Dino Ludico, your leader, and Stephen Hicks in his Formula V. Hicks just reset his personal best lap of the session here, Brian. Ran a 127 flat. That's a full second faster than he qualified.
Well, the wind picked up there for a little bit, so you really got the downwind. Yeah.
Just that nice little shove.
Yeah. And look, I can relate. Going to dinner last night, the wind was blowing, holding me up. I only got to 19 mile an hour in my electric bike, but on the way back, I got a ride. So.
Well, if you hadn't been in first gear the whole time in your electric
well, that
bike.
was yesterday afternoon because I hit the gear button.
Why does this bike not go more than 5 miles an hour? And you can see there, and that's a second lap in a row, big brake lock up there. From Ludico. All right, Brian, let me make a final call to the grid for our next race group here, because we're going to, I think, probably take a break pretty quickly after this race. Final call to the grid. Race group number 3, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers. This is your final call to the grid. And there you go, getting the 1 to go board from our starters. I think we've got Charisse Moose up there out of the DC region working start as Dino Ludico starts his very last 2-mile circuit of New Jersey Motorsports Lightning Circuit. Of course, again, we'd like to thank our presenting sponsor this weekend, Ciocca Corvette, for all that they do in providing assistance, both monetarily and also providing the beautiful pace car, Corvette C8 Corvette pace car that we use here at the circuit as well.
So getting word right now on the last lap, Dino Ludico's got a problem with that car with one of the tires. I think it may be the left rear tire. maybe pretty wobbly and everything else. Let's see if he's going to be able to finish this last lap, because you can definitely see he is well off the pace. I think really trying to nurse that car back into the start-finish line.
Well, there is one downside, Brian, to flat spotting a tire on 14 of your 15 laps.
Well,
we even saw there where it started to lock up on him.
Right.
Going into the apex there is one. It really starts to wobble around like a Flintstone Mobile tire. But it in a car like that with such little suspension travel, especially on the rear of that car, where it's got a single axle. Hey, Steve, it's like a live axle Mustang almost in the back. I'm gonna have like at least 6 people in the chat tell me no, it's not. But not a lot of suspension travel at the back of that Formula 600, and it can't be very comfortable when you've got your butt riding all about it.
He pulled in. He didn't even take. They're going to give him the checkered flag on pit lane.
There you go. Switch to the other side.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's got a flat tire.
Right.
So not going to come off. So he's got a flat tire. And again, as you said, Greg, when you lock it up 14 out of 15 laps and you've got a flat tire there, you do everything you can to drive it all the way back, which means
at this point, Stephen Hicks, he was a lap down.
Yeah. Okay.
So he's going to come across the line. He's still going to finish second here, Brian. Actually, I think this is going to put him back onto the lead lap here, and he will stay on track to take the checkered flag. So Stephen Hicks is your FVR race winner here today for day number 1 in our heat races. Again, they'll be out tomorrow as well. We'll have our feature races for this group. Tomorrow going to be 22 laps or 40 minutes, whichever comes first, tomorrow morning. All right, so as this driver takes his car back around, Stephen, real quick before we go to break, any last thoughts?
No. I appreciate you guys letting me sit here in the inner sanctum and watch all the goings on.
Make sure to clock in, or actually you didn't clock in, so just
make sure you put your finger there to clock out. Right?
When you're done.
All right, will do.
All right, everybody, that was Steve Martin, chairman of the board of directors of the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, and we are Greg Ginsburg and Brian Donati, Spencer Gaynor, and we are also going to be taking a quick break. Next up is going to be Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 here from the Lightning Circuit. It's the 2025 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA. Please stay with us.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a 6-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Lightning Circuit. It is the 2025 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati. Heading out on track now are our Spec Racers, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and also the Gen 2 cars. And as they head out on track, Brian, for the first of two pace laps, this very first lap that they're going to be taking is very, very special because today we honor the life and memory of Pete LaMena, who passed away in March at the age of 68. after a long battle with ALS, otherwise known as Lou Gehrig's disease. And in the time-honored tradition of racers, our racers drive the very first of these 2 pace laps with Pete's brother Mike leading the way in the same race car that Pete drove to many wins and race championships. There he is at the front of the field driving the 08 machine. A mainstay of the Spec Racer Ford community here in South Jersey, Pete was known for his consistency and his competitiveness on the track and his compassion and camaraderie off the track. Multi-time winner and podium finisher in SCCA regional racing, Pete was the 2014 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and New Jersey Road Racing Series Spec Racer Ford champion, and in 2017 he finished as a runner-up in both the Triple T Cup as well as the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. Pete will always be remembered as not only a great racer, but a great personality in the SCCA community, as well as a great presence in the paddock that will certainly be missed. Pete is survived by his beautiful wife, Joanne, daughters Kara and Bridget, son Charlie, and brother Michael, and they ask that you please consider making a donation in Pete's memory to ALS United Mid-Atlantic or the St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. And may Pete's memory always be a blessing. All right, and as our field, Brian, rounds turn 7 and heads into the light bulb, typically for these memorials, we run what is known as a missing man formation, where the pole sitter will drop back and leave his spot open for those that we are remembering. But in this case, Mike LaMena driving a race car that his brother Pete owned and campaigned, was sold, and then Mike purchased it on the open market, has been racing this car for 3 years now. Mike is we see there in the blue and yellow number 08 machine, normally runs the 88 livery this weekend, running the number on the side of the car that his brother Pete raced for so many years. Once this first lap has completed, Michael, who qualified in 12th position, he's going to drop. His plan is to drop all the way to the very back of the pack and start from the rear. You know, I would imagine that this has to be a very difficult lap for him. And a matter of fact, he sent us both a note that he planned to drop all the way to the back if he could race at all. Yeah. And you know, again, it's got to be weighing very heavily on him, the memory of his brother. We know that in the last year, Mike had spent had really put a lot of his daily activities, whether it be his business or his racing, had put it aside to help care for his brother. Yeah. And they were both very close. Yeah. And so now we'll see as the field comes up out of turn 10, we should see the 08 car, I think, pull over to the side onto that apron to head to the pit lane to allow the rest of the pace lap to continue, and he'll take up his space. Yeah. And you see here now on the just below the starter stand, all of the folks from the racing community with their flags, waving them in honor of Pete LaMena. So now Pete will pull over, and as we begin our pace lap, Brian, let's run down the starting order for this 15-car Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and Spec Racer Ford field. starting on pole today with a qualifying time of 1 minute 11 seconds, .998 in the WNARacing.com Spec Racer Ford. It's Liam Kerper. Steven Samet in the Pencils Plus Inc. machine out of Locust Valley, New York, Steven Samet. Dominic Colasacco in his first outing in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. He is running the Oriana Racing Reeve Bistro machine. He's out of Greenwich, Connecticut. He'll start on the inside of row 2 alongside Stephen Shu in the Surf Shop number 81 machine out of Gibson Island, Maryland. Out of Woolwich, New Jersey, driving the Robertson Construction Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, the number 25 machine is Kyle Robertson. And then we've got Joe Colasacco. He's in the Oriana Racing Reeve Bistro number 3 car today. He's also out of Greenwich, Connecticut, and he'll start 6th. Steve Mincon drives the number 99 machine. He's from Schwenksville, Pennsylvania, starting in 7th, with Mike Thomas starting 8th. He's in the Triple T Cutting Tools machine out of Marlton, New Jersey. He's in the number 54 machine. Don Privet drives the number 57 machine. He's from New York, and he starts 9th. And on the outside of row number 5, starting in 10th position, driving the number 56 machine from Flemington, New Jersey, it's Jason Pintar. Stephen Thomas in the Triple T Cutting Tools machine from Westmont, New Jersey, starts in 11th position, with Michael Amena in the Cornerstone Financial Advisors number 08 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, starting in 12th position. Westchester, Pennsylvania's Mike Kosuth drives the Surf Shop machine, the number 5 car, starting 13th, with Michael Decker, our sole Spec Racer Ford Gen 2 racer, driving the Doggone Racing machine. He will start 14th. And then finally, in the Windsor Customs Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 from Poolsville, Maryland, we've got Richard Miller. He's driving the number 38 car.
Yeah, we saw this during qualifying, Greg. A lot of these top 4, top 5 drivers, they bounce back and forth of who was on the pole at any given time. So this is going to be a great race here to watch. I think you're going to end up seeing, between Steven Samet, Liam Kepper, Dominic Colasacco, Stephen Shu, they're going to try to work to get up underneath each other and try to stay in line as best they can as they come up over the hill out of turn number 10 and head down a little bit of the incline there, getting ready for the start.
That's right. So Kerper and Samet were qualified only 68 one-thousandths of a second apart as the green flag now is in the air. Liam Kerper in the black 51 machine to the inside. He's got a little bit of an advantage now on Steven Samet as they go under braking, cross over the top of turn number 1. Dropping in the third is going to be Dominic Colasacco in the number 15 machine. The white and green number 81 is Stephen Shu. He'll slot in now to 4th position with about a half a car length separating he and the red and blue machine of Dominic Colasacco. Then Kyle Robertson and Joe Colasacco in the number 3 machine, in the red and blue number 3, matching his sons up in 3rd position as they come down the hill out of turn 5 and rocket around this long sweeper, turn 6. Big brake lock up there, Brian, from Steven Samet, and it looked like he had the rear of the car actually go around partially on him there as he got ready to turn in, as he kept it off the back of the 51 machine of Kerper. He lost not only a lot of ground, but a lot of momentum as Dominic Colasacco, though, just not quite close enough there in the braking zone to do anything about it.
And, Greg, I'm not so sure that Liam Kerper didn't do the same thing as well. Lock up a little bit before, and then Steven Samet really hard on the brake. That was almost a product as if I'm Steven, you got to take care of it because he may have some flat spots. And now Steven Samet's going to go to the front here. He's going to get it around. So,
I think you're right, Brian, because we just saw there as he turned in the 51 machine of Kerper, big puff of white smoke under braking going up the hill in the 1.
Yeah. I tell you what there, and then you saw Dominic Colasacco coming up over the hill and then out putting 2 wheels over into that dirt, which, again, that just goes to show you that how quickly this has dried out in that area because that was totally mud yesterday. So
Exactly. All right, so Steven Samet is your leader now, and let's see what happens, Brian, as they come under braking into turn 7 this time. If we have any brake lockup, what we did see is the 51 machine approach that braking zone, got his braking done much earlier. I think was a little bit softer on the brake pedal there, but we also saw where Steven Samet used that to his advantage and opened up now the 3 car lengths. Oh, coming side by side now with maybe a little bit of contact there is Kyle Robertson in the white 25 tries to come underneath Dominic Colasaco. Dominic Colasaco pushed wide, and now Dominic's father, Joe Colasaco, is going to try to follow Robertson through as they complete lap number 2.
Yeah, Greg, I think you're right. I think there may have been a little bit of contact there because the smoke was right there. Yep.
Mid-corner. And then we're getting a call now from the corner station over at turn 8 is that there was contact between those two race cars.
Yeah, and during that time frame, there was no position change. It wasn't until after that contact further down the race course before that ended up happening. So, yeah, a little bit of contact there. Is that some of these cars, Greg, are just not settled in here right now. We saw Michael LaMena coming over the hill the last time, coming out of turn 1, really getting sideways and loose. So these cars really a handful right now early on in this race. You talk about Liam Kerper. I'm not seeing the drive off he had in qualifying.
No, not at all.
As well. So I'm wondering if that early morning or that early lap lockup there really is playing a little bit of a factor, and maybe he's trying to take care of everything to see, hey, is everything okay?
Yeah,
I think it wasn't just pure Steven Samet.
Yeah, I think we're seeing where he's now having to go and adjust his driving style to deal with maybe some flat spotting on that tire. Now as we come through the light bulb, Brian, to end lap number 2, and Joe Colasaco had a great run through the light bulb, and now they were door-to-door coming across the line. Colasaco up on Robertson by a couple hundredths of a second, and Dominic Colasaco was then making a charge on Robertson. So Robertson, who'd made up, who had gotten around Dominic Colasaco on the previous lap, loses out a position to Joe Colasaco, who started 5th. Joe Colasaco now up into 3rd, and his son Dominic right there as well. We see him as they come out of turn 5. The run that Dominic Colasaco cannot get it done. He's going to try to go to the inside, going down into turn number 7.
Yeah, he tried to make that move, not able to get that done as Kyle Robertson gets back in front of that 15, just up underneath that bridge to get back in front of Dominic there. So move Kyle Robinson back up into 4th place right now early on. But, yeah, Greg, I'm just not seeing some of these cars that we saw in qualifying. And, again, qualifying versus a race is a little different. The drive off as the afternoon is starting to get a little bit warmer out there, the wind's still picking up, it's just not there. It's not there what we saw earlier this morning. So, again, everybody trying to just settle themselves down. I think now we'll get into some single-file racing here in certain parts of this racetrack and probably not look to make a pass where they did earlier because, again, we did get a call just now that at one point before Kyle Robinson made that pass over Dominic Colasaco, he went 4 off and then came back on.
Right.
So.
Yeah, so we'll maybe now maybe the jitters are out. Maybe things will calm down. Although, I'll tell you, we've got Dominic Colasaco. He's still right now on the back of the white number 25 of Kyle Robertson, and he takes another look to the inside going down into 7, not quite close. What I would think, Brian, and we saw this in the Spec Miata race a little bit earlier, so a little bit further back in the pack, that was, let's see, well, we see where Mike Thomas and Stephen Thomas were side by side with LaMena right behind. I think what Dominic Colasaco has to do, and of course, he's not listening to us, and I don't think he watched the Spec Miata race before lunch, but probably needs to start making that passing attempt going into turn 6, so that he can carry speed around the outside, which sets him up for turn 7. Yeah. As we do have a new race leader, Brian, is Liam Kerper. Maybe he's come to grips with his braking issues. Yeah. He gets around Steven Samet now, moves up to the lead, but I'll tell you, the one to watch, it is the red and blue machine running 2nd overall, and that is probably running 3rd overall. That is Joe Colasaco here right now in line. He has had a run, Brian. He is lapping almost a half second faster than the 2 drivers ahead of him. He started in 5th position, and not only clearing his son and clearing Kyle Robertson, he's very close to the back of Steven Samet now. Yeah. And I would imagine that if Samet and Liam Kerper decided to go through even one corner side by side, Colasaco would be there. But Colasaco's closing so quickly, I don't even think it's going to come to that.
Well, Kerper's opened up by about 4 car lengths over Steven Salmon, and you're right, Greg. Joe Colasaco is really on the move right now. Again, set that fast lap. Well, that didn't last but 1 lap here, as it looks like Liam Kerper is now going to reset fast lap. So that car is getting a lot faster as this race goes on. I think that the setting, on that car was just trying to really trying. And there you see Kyle Robertson trying to use as much of the racetrack as possible. And, I've walked out there before, Greg. There is a dip right there, but it is kind of flat. Right? That dirt is kind of flattened out over it, over that rumble strip, so not too bad.
Yeah, so people start extending that
exactly
that strip there, and actually will use the grass or dirt.
So we're getting a call here. Stephen Thomas in that 30 machine may have a couple pieces of bodywork that may be a little loose, flapping around. And again, I mentioned Stephen earlier. Good to see Stephen back out. He doesn't race as much as he used to with his brother. Had some health challenges last couple of years, but has gotten that back, and so back out in the car.
All right, so Brian, coming out of turn 10 now, it is not so much a battle for the lead because Liam Kerper starting to extend his advantage over Steven Samet and Joe Colasaco, but Colasaco continues to lap at almost 0.3 of a second faster than the blue and black number 32 directly ahead, and Colasaco now right on the gearbox. We'll take a look here as they come through, and there's debris flag out. I think might be for some of Stephen Thomas's Spec Racer Ford there coming out of the little switchback here.
Yeah.
But Colasaco now right to the back of Steven Samet, running in second position. And as we watch that, Colasaco's son now has cleared himself from Robertson. And it looks like Robertson had some issues, Brian, as he's now lost 3 positions.
Yeah, he went off in turn 1 there, right up on top of the hill. And kind of, we talk about the extension, but he didn't really do it too much.
Yeah, but Brian, now coming out of turn 7, Dominic Colasaco, who had opened up an advantage on the racers behind him, he got very loose coming through turn 7, and now he is going to lose 2 positions. Dominic Colasaco is the 15 car is going to drop from 5th back to 7th as Steve Mincon and Stephen Shu both go by him coming through the light bulb.
Yeah, he may have gotten loose there on that one, and it just killed all of the momentum that he has that needs to be, that he needed. And so really what's ended up happening is as you said, he's going to fall all the way back into 7th. But as we were talking about Kyle Robertson even is going to drop all the way back now because he as well went off in turn number 1 and really got that car sideways about a lap and a half ago and was barely able to hold on to it. So good to see Kyle hold on to that, but you're right. Kyle Robertson and Dominic Colasaco having some problems as this race is going on.
Yeah, they've had some great moves. They've had some not so great moves here, and we watched Colasaco much better there going through turn 7. On the previous lap, it looked like the rear end he was sawing at the wheel to get that car straightened up, but. Let's see here as they come through the light bulb again.
Well, the driver that's benefiting from this is Stephen Minkin, because Stephen was way back behind this, and now he's actually flourished with this.
Pack.
He's leading that pack and moved all the way up
and he's just 1 position off a podium at this point. If something happens to our leaders at the front of the field, Stephen Shu also to be sitting in 5th. We've seen how strong Stephen Shu in that 81 machine can be, but typically for him, if he can get through the first 3 laps, he's good to go because that's the first two laps are usually his Achilles heel. Now let's watch this, Brian, because this is the battle now for second.
Well, that's a battle for second and the lead just in front.
Yeah, I mean, so Samet and Colasaco, they are starting to close things down on our leader, but they had to go through a lot of slower traffic here as they've already started to lap the back of the field.
Yeah.
And so we'll continue to watch this here. Colasaco just not being able to find a way by Samet. However, Samet's doing a very good job of positioning the race car in order not to open up a lane, not letting the car behind him, to dictate how he enters corners and to open up the inside for him.
Right. Yeah, you saw all that dust kicked up as we were talking about it right there in the back end of the shot. That was Kyle Robertson again going off there.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Race Group 4, B-Spec, production, improved touring, STL and T4, please head to the grid. Race Group number 4, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg, this battle here is really starting to shape up from 5th place on back, as it seems now Steve Minkin's pulled away from Steven Shue, Dominic Colasacco, Kyle Robertson. Now throw Jason Pintar in that, and then a little bit further back is Donald Privet. But yeah, this is starting to do it. But again, Kyle Robertson having all kinds of challenges going off right there on top of the hill there, coming out of turn 2 down into turn 3, really having a struggle. There you go. There's the battle there. There's Minka and there's Shue, and now Robertson's going to move up just a little bit there. The odd man out there really is lost is going to be Dominic Colasacco when they get to the start-finish line, because he's actually going to be behind both Jason Pintar, I believe, and Kyle Robertson.
Yeah, indeed. I think this is going to put Colasacco back to 8th position, indeed, as Robertson and Pintar were able to get by him this time. I mean, I got to admit, it's been an exciting race for Dominic Colasacco, who started this race on the inside of row number 2, finds himself all the way back in 8th position. But, you know, this is how you learn. Again, this is the first time we've seen Dominic out for one of these events. Of course, Dad, Joe, many race wins, both at the regional and also at the majors levels.
Yep. Waiting to see if we can. Let's try to find where our leaders are here if we can, Spencer, because Steven Sammett's still having that pressure with Joe Colasacco.
Yeah, and Brian, here they're going to come up towards turn 10 as Kerper moves to the inside, and we have a new second-place driver as Joe Colasacco gets around Steven Sammet. We'll see if it holds as they're all trying to come underneath. I believe
that may be Michael Decker in the 12,
the Soul Spec Racer 4 Gen 2
and they machine. Just pushed Michael Decker completely off right there.
Welcome to New Jersey.
Welcome to New Jersey. Test out the dirt.
That's right. Indeed, that's Michael. Whoa!
Hold on to it, Michael.
So Michael, for rule of road racing, when you go off 4 wheels in the dirt, usually a corner or two before those tires get cleaned off a little bit for you.
Look, he was receiving the blue flag, letting him know that there were some faster cars approaching, and he went to get out of the way, and I guarantee you that was a product of, where are they in my mirror to, oh crap, the road is gone. I'm in the dirt.
Well, he probably let off the throttle a little bit, and the car just started to understeer. Exactly.
Yep.
Here, all right, so our top 3, with now 3 laps remaining, Liam Kerper, Joe Colasacco, less than a quarter of a second in arrears in the red number 3, Steven Sammet in the black and blue 32. He is only a couple car lengths back from Colasacco. Colasacco has been the fastest driver over the majority of this race, but Liam Kerper with the fast lap, and on the last time around, Liam Kerper, when he needed to show some speed, Brian, picked up almost 0.4 of a second on Colasacco and Sammet behind.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, next time they come by the start-finish line, Greg, it'll be 1 lap to go, so it'll be time to go for Joe and Steven if they want to catch Liam.
Attention in the paddock, race group 4, B-Spec, improved touring, production, STL, T4, and a host of others. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group 4 to the grid, please.
Yeah, I tell you what, that gap between those 3 is really opened up. More than I thought it would be. With 1 lap to go, I'm not sure if Joe and Steven, when they came up on the Michael Decker machine, basically they lost the momentum as well. And, that just helped Liam pull away.
Exactly, just when he needed to pull away, and he put the go pedal down. here as we now start the very last lap of the Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 race. 2 miles remain. And, Brian, it was not only that, but Colasacco opened up a gap to Samet behind as well.
Well, I'll tell you what, Greg, I'm reading here in the chat, from the team owners of that. I do believe Liam Kerper has now set the track record. Actually, Colasacco broke the track record as well. Unfortunately, Liam Kerper went a little bit faster in that. So I do believe the new track record here in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 is that 1:11.976.
And we'll see about getting, see if we can get from our timing and scoring team a list of all the track records. Of course, WNA Racing, Willing and Able, very interested about that as we've got a driver just ran wide
right in front
coming
of the
out
leader.
of turn 7. Yeah, just ahead of Liam Kerper.
That's the 38 there. That's Richard Miller.
Richard Miller currently running 15th overall as he lets the leaders by, but not after, until he went through the dirt there on the exit turn 7 as our leader now, Liam Kerper, crests over the top of the final corner, turn 10 onto the front straight, and taking the win in the very first Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 race of the weekend. It is Liam Kerper. Margin of victory over Joe Colasacco, 1 second. Steven Samet will finish in 3rd. Stephen Mincon, he's going to lead that pack across, and he will finish 4th ahead of Stephen Shue, who will finish 5th. Jason Pintar 6th. Kyle Robertson in the number 25 machine. An exciting race for him, finishing 7th, as well as Dominic Colasacco, who will finish in 8th. Mike Thomas in the 54 machine. Flapping bodywork, or no, Stephen Thomas with the flapping bodywork.
Had the bodywork.
That's right. Mike Thomas in the 54 machine. He runs his fastest lap of the race on the final lap. He'll finish 9th. Don Privet will round out the top 10. So great first race, Brian, for Spec Racer Ford. Again, we're going to see them tomorrow for their feature race. All the feature races tomorrow, 22 laps or 40 minutes. So a little bit more time for some strategy, and maybe racers like Robertson and Dominic Colasacco won't have to go at it on laps 1 and 2, which unfortunately for them,
save some of those tires.
Exactly, and save the car for the rest of the race. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for Spec Racer Ford. Next up, going to be Production Improved Touring, B-Spec, STL, and T4. But first, we're going to take a quick break. Stay with us, everybody.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession. Along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Welcome back to New Jersey Motorsports Park's Lightning Circuit. It is the 2025 edition of the North Carolina.
Ooh.
I can't believe I did that again. New South Jersey region's Lightning Classic presented by Ciocca Corvette with the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship, as well as United States Touring Car Championship. I don't know who I am anymore. That's right. I'm Greg Ginsburg. He's Brian Donati.
We think you're Greg Ginsburg.
We think I might just be a pretender to the throne. And we got Spencer Gaynor here sitting over our shoulder. And on track right now, we also think, Brian, it is production. It's improved touring. It's super touring light. And it is also B-Spec on course touring 4 as well. Let's run down the starting order here. Starting on the pole tee, he's your STL pole sitter, driving the 182 K-Hall Meathead Racing Mazda Miata, Ted K-Hall. Jack Bana is in the Woodlawn Garage Volkswagen Cabriolet H production machine. He'll start second. Steve Ficacci will start third. He's driving the number 51 STL SVC Psychology machine out of West Caldwell, Pennsylvania. Then we got Kurt Laumeister starting fourth. Kurt is in the Heritage Brass Mazda Miata. That is an STL machine. And then we got Jeremy Butts starting fifth today. He's driving the he's driving the number 69 machine. He's your pole sitter in touring 4, driving the Cvette Windsor Customs Mazda Miata. Then we have Greg Bogart. Greg is driving the number 23 STL Mazda Miata. He hails from Charleston, South Carolina, and represents the Philadelphia region of the SCCA. Dan Freeman is your pole sitter in ITA today. He is in the Envirotex Environmental Mazda Miata. He starts 7th. Kyle Colby starting 2nd in ITA, 8th overall, driving the number 43, like father, like son, Honda CRX. He's out of Elmira, New York. Joel Gambino starting 9th. He's in the number 31 ITA RP Performance Mazda Miata. Bob Cahall in the STL number 178 K-Hall Racing Mazda Miata starting 10th. Tom Burge starting 11th. He's in the number 150 Hoosier Mazda Motorsports Mazda Miata. He represents the North New Jersey region. Brian Hune starting 12th. He's in the number 123 STL Mazda Miata. That's the Brewers Droop Racing machine, with Casey Mosley in the Classic Car Club Mazda Miata of Northern New Jersey region starting 13th, and starting 14th, it's Kyle's dad, David, in the number 142 E-Production Honda CRX SI. As the green flag is in the air, Brian, and we are racing once again here at the Lightning Circuit as Ted Cahall gets the jump over Jack Bana, as you would expect a machine with about 50 more horsepower to do. And leading the field, do we not have Jack Bana?
We do not. I think Jack Bana is all the way in the back. All the way to the back. So
indeed,
Jack Bana not starting up in the second. That is actually Steve Ficacci and Ted Cahall there. On that green flag, Brian, I watched Brian Hune in the 123 Miata in that STL. He went far driver's right and really thought about getting by one of the cars and moved back over to get back in line.
Great fight we've got going on right now between the Mazda 2s and B-Spec with Robert Ahern in the Rat Sport machine, James Kohler in the JK Racing machine. They were side by side, almost door handle to door handle, Brian, coming through turn 4 and 5. The two green machines, they get those cars, they get them straightened out, as we now see the H production Toyota Yaris of Carolyn Bayer Broering slicing between the two of them.
Great pass.
As they come out of 7. Yeah, nice pass, very well set up. And a little bit further back in the field, Kyle Colby in the yellow Honda CRX, rear end steps out on him, Brian. Very strange to see that in a front-wheel drive car going through the light bulb there as the rear end just walked. Kyle tried to dial in some opposite lock, and the rear end continued to go around, and he has not gotten that car back underway yet.
Oh.
And we're getting word now that Kyle Colby may still be on trackside, and there may have been some contact with another car as we watch Father David cut underneath one of our other cars at turn 1. All right, so we do have the two cars involved. It sounds like Dan Freeman who was our pole sitter in ITA, and then Kyle Colby, who was second starting in ITA. And we could see the Colby car now there in the background. That is coming out of the light bulb towards the front straight. It looks like he is going to make it over towards the pit lane.
Yeah. Yeah, so it looks like, Greg, we may be going to a full course caution here. We'll give it a second to see if it plays out, but yep.
All right, so we're trying to track, and race control is tracking where Ted Cahill, our overall leader, is, as we are now going to a full course caution. And we'll see here if the safety car picks up the field. Otherwise, Ted Cahill will essentially become
the safety car until they get it under control. Absolutely.
All right, so as we watch here now, so it is Ted Cahill, Steve McCacci, Kurt Laumeister, as, he just had a car go off, I think, under full course caution, run wide over at turn 4. And we'll hear I'm sure we'll find out soon enough, Brian, who that was. But Cahill, Facacci, top 2 racers, they are both racing in STL. Jeremy Butts running in 3rd. We're showing Butts now as being back in 4th position, as Kurt Laumeister did get around him. So the top 3 drivers all in STL. Then Jeremy Butts, he's your Touring 4 leader. He's running 4th overall. Then Bogart and Bob Cahill, both in STL. Joel Gambino with both Dan Freeman and Kyle Colby going off on the previous lap. That moves Joel Gambino to the lead in ITA. And I believe now, as the safety car does pick up Ted Cahill, I think that the only other racers we have running right now in ITA, Bob Rapley in the number 18 Nissan, and then Carl Hinman, who's in the red Volkswagen Scirocco. We know that Hinman, there were some issues with his transponder this morning. We'll try and track him, but I believe he is running somewhere around 22nd, 23rd. And Bob Rapley currently running 20th overall. If we go and take a look then at F Production, Tom Burge in his Mazda Miata, that's the 150 machine. He leads F Production over Kyle Colby's father, David. And Brian, interestingly enough, right after that incident with the yellow CRX, I had talked about a great pass going into turn 1. David Colby had, for a small amount of time, led F Production because the car he passed was the open-top Miata of Tom Burge. Burge passed him back like 2 corners later to retake the lead. And in H Production, your leader currently is Michael McQueen, with Carolyn Bayer Broering running 2nd. And then we've got Lars Gerhard in his Toyota running 2nd in Touring 4, distant 2nd in Touring 4, and he's got Jennifer Romes directly behind him as we watch there. The black car just coming through turn 7, that is Lars Gerhard. Jennifer Romes in the white Scion directly behind. So they're running 3rd and 4th, or probably 2nd and 3rd in Touring 4.
Yeah, and the one car just out of our camera angles here, involved in that incident with Kyle Colby, not able to continue, and the call was to really hopefully get him moved as quickly as possible. So
we can see here emergency services vehicles responding in B-Spec. Robert Ahern, currently your leader in his Mazda 2. James Kohler, 2nd. Joseph Plunkett running in 3rd. They are 17th, 18th, and 19th, respectively. So very close. And again, now we're only going to be completing lap 4, and that's going to be under caution. But the B-Spec racers, here we see the two green Mazda 2s and the yellow Mini all in a row. Yeah. And they were pretty close when the caution came out as well.
Yeah, I mean, Rob Aher got a pretty decent-sized lead.
Yeah.
Kohler was involved with the Carolyn Bayer Brewing Pass earlier on, but Kohler got a little bit loose the lap before that, right? And it really upset the car, and that allowed Joseph Plunkett. Wow, Joseph Plunkett in that 41 Mini to move up to him as well. So again, then all of a sudden you end up with a full course caution. So. We're getting kind of report a little bit. That's why we kind of went a little quiet, just trying to kind of hear what's kind of going on here down there. And I think that happened during the light bulb where, as you mentioned, Colby got loose.
Right.
Ended up spinning that car, really had nowhere to go for Dan.
Dan Freeman. I think Colby had gotten around the Freeman car.
Yeah.
Freeman was trying to come underneath the spinning CRX and got collected, and apparently both ended up in the Armco.
Yeah.
Not drivers left, because the Armco is a long way to the outside of the light bulb there, but they both ended up to the inside where the Armco is only about 10 feet off the track surface. Pretty close.
And Colby able to make his way back down to pit lane, but the one of Dan Freeman not. So it looks like we're sending he's actually going the wrong way on the grass up top there. So they may have been down there and moving a little bit. I think they're going to fix the tire wall.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of that had to do with where that car was positioned. Also, that they're doing a little tire wall repair, catching up on it over at turn 5, and it had actually responded from outside the track surface. There's a big cutout in the Armco just past turn 5. So again, we are under full course caution here at New Jersey Motorsports Park Lightning Circuit. In your overall leader is Ted Cahall, who oddly enough just set the fastest lap. He's under full course caution. Steve Focacci, no, that's not right. That's not right.
It didn't pick up the time, so evidently timing is locking up. Mine's locking up as well. That was on lap 3.
Yes,
and I believe that was when the full course caution officially came out, and he finished the whole entire lap. So timing and scoring having a little bit of an issue, kind of getting back up. So we'll see if we can't get that fixed with them upstairs. But again, full course caution here, trying to get through this incident here, and that's what makes it tough as a driver. You end up, coming out, and you really, you end up getting yourself, psyched up, ready to go, to turn around, and you get a full course caution within a couple of laps, and now you got to regroup, Spencer, right? It's like, what do you do, right? At that point, you just got to, take a breath. Even though they got really 3 laps in, right? When the 3 laps came in, next thing you know, you go to the full course caution. It becomes, well, my car's not doing this, my car's not doing that. Now you regroup.
Yeah, I've kind of mentioned it before about the mental effects that a caution tends to have on a driver. It's interesting now, the last time we talked about it, we were actually, I think we were at least 2/3 of the way through a race, so it was a lot of a question of like, how much will the tires cool down, how much of the traction have you lost between the tire and the track, and when you have to get back up to speed, because I believe we were under caution for several laps, it was like, we have to expect these racers are about to gun it for the finish line, and they have to realize they don't have the traction they did 4 pace laps ago.
Right.
But this is pretty early on in the race. We were only like 2-3 laps under green, so you have to imagine your tires weren't really that far up to heat anyway, and you weren't that deep into the race. So I imagine it's a lot easier in this scenario to take that deep breath, really just refocus, get back on your game, and take at it again. Because at least at the bare minimum, there is less pressure of that guy you gapped in the last 2 laps to catch you. Because I'd rather lose the advantage I gained in 2 laps than the advantage I gained in 10 laps. If that makes any sense.
Yeah. No, it does. So as we've completed, and again, our ticker on the left is based off of Race Monitor, where it seems that they may be having a little bit of another challenge with that. We have completed 5 laps, right? So we do have 10 laps left to go
You're right,
here.
I was looking at the timer. That's
Yeah,
just 12.
it's kind of not correct. So it does look like we are. So it looks like, Spencer, we're going to go back green next time by. So again, right now there should be 10 laps to go. When they come to the green flag, we should have 9 laps to go left in this race. But we are going to go green the next time we come by the start-finish line. So get back to the restart. And restarts here are single file. So, it is, once they come through there, they'll be able to go. So in some of these cars, Spencer, are going to be topping that hill, not really going to be able to see it as a long single file with 20-some cars. They're not going to see the green flag when it rolls off. So they can go the minute, if they have a radio two-way communications back to their team.
I was going to say, I imagine I've heard similar sentiments at Summit Point when it's like when you're waiting for that green flag to wave, especially in like an SSM class or an SM class where you can't really see the green flag at a certain point. So like I've spoken to my father, he's not even looking for the flag when he doesn't have a spotter.
He's looking at the corner, listening for the sound, and look, if you're not up in the front couple of cars, you're looking at the corner stations to see when they bring the flag down. Of course, here at Lightning, once you get over the crest of the hill, you've got a pretty straight run that you can see the flag pretty easily. The problem is if you're 15th back in the field, you're not going to see it. As green flag is back in the air, there you go. So we are back underway now, and this is going to bring Cahall, bring Ficacci and Laumeister, obviously as close as they've been to Ted Cahall all race long, as Cahall had been lapping almost 3 seconds a lap faster than the two drivers behind. Now we are, just so you know, having some issues with the timing and scoring, and as soon as they get that resolved, obviously we will bring you the updated information as we've got more drivers running wide coming out of turn 4 here, and I think that was
Kurt Laumeister got ahead of Steve Ficacci, in that 51 machine.
Yeah, Ficacci ran wide, and Laumeister took advantage of it. Yeah, now we're going to see going into turn 7 that he is going to try to, as they say, reverse the tide, Brian.
Oh, big break lockup by Carol Bayer Brewing in that H production in that Yaris. So again, there was 2 cars, the Honda Civic there, a little bit in front of them, and trying not to get in front of. That's David Colmy in that F production machine.
Yeah, in the F production Honda CRX, as she's trying to get underneath and not quite able to get that done.
Tom's going to have to check that right front tire when this race is done, because that was a pretty big lockup there. So as our leader across the start-finish line, right now, a little bit further back, Ted Cahall, there will be 8 laps to go. We did get confirmation that when they came to the green, there was 9. So there's 8 laps left to go in this race.
Yeah, and so we apologize. We know that our ticker is sitting right now at 12 laps, and that is because our timing and scoring team is no longer pushing their feet out. Again, hopefully we'll get that resolved as quickly as possible. In the meantime, Brian, we're going to have to try to figure out who's leading like 6 different classes.
Well, it's going to be a little bit tough. And I just did hear over the radio is that we are over halfway from a time perspective. But it does look like we are going to finish this under a timing perspective.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 5 SSM. Please head to the grid. SSM racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Yeah, going to be a little bit difficult with timing and scoring kind of frozen up there as to determine, Greg, who is where.
Well, we'll try
the best.
Yeah, we'll try to get this figured out here as now again crossing the line. Cahall not opening up the huge advantage that I thought he might, Brian, after the restart in STL with Ficacci and Laumeister still nose to tail. There he is. And when I say he didn't open up as large a lead as I expected, I figured he'd be at least another car length or so ahead. He's only got like 15 car lengths right now. A little bit further back, interesting to see there. As we had Jack Bana in his H production Volkswagen Cabriolet starting at the very rear of this 25-car field. He has now worked his way up to, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, seventh position overall. He does lead H production. Running second in H production, I believe, right now is Michael McQueen in the number 27 MGB, with Carolyn Bear Broing in that beautiful white Toyota Yaris running third in class. In B-Spec, it is still Robert Ahern over James Kohler, with Joseph Plunkett close behind. And in ITA, it is, with the earlier retirement of both Kyle Colby and Dan Freeman, it is Joel Gambino, your leader, with Bob Rapley running second. And then running third in ITA, Carl Hindman.
Yeah, getting word there at, from Race Control is that they are aware that the hood on that 18 of that Rapley machine is up a little bit. It is locked in. It does have pins. It just is raised up a little bit. I guess that's more of an air thing to get up underneath there. But
well, remember,
they were basically cautioning them not to have the call.
Yeah, we don't need everybody repeating it.
Right.
If you remember in qualifying, though, Brian, it's as if Bob Rapley's Nissan was winking at you and I, as one headlight was up, one headlight was down. Actually, one headlight was only halfway down. So it was almost like Bob
was a half wink.
He was squinting
at us?
Yeah.
So there you see Ted Cahill way out in front. That first car right there, that red and gray, is the Steve Fracacci machine. Then Kurt Laumeister, and then a little bit further back, you've got Bogart along with Jeremy Butts and Jack Bana. So, and it is tough to score everybody where they're at and how much time is actually left.
I just took it down, Brian, so we can get more cinematic views of New Jersey Motorsports Park's Lightning Circuit.
A wider screen. We went from a smaller screen to a wider screen.
That's right. Now the question is, Brian, when we come to the next camera, is whether our avian friend is still standing on the camera.
So
like he was during the break.
At the beginning of right before this race, we did have a bird land on top of the camera. I guess he needed to get his airtime too.
That's right. Well, he already got his airtime by flying to the camera. But yes, indeed. Here, as we look at Jack Bana now, trying to make up another position here. Again, Bana currently running 7th overall after having started at the back of the field. Now, Bana in that open-top cabriolet was scheduled to start on the outside of the front row, Brian. So
yeah, and I think he's worked his way up to 6th, because this first car right here, that's the 2nd overall.
Right.
Then 3rd, 4th, 5th, now 6th. I think he's gotten by Jeremy Butts, although Jeremy Butts going to work. Great run. I believe that is Jeremy Butts. Great run through the light bulb there to do that. So again, we'll have to see there, but I think that may be Rob. That may be Bob Cahill right there that he just went underneath him.
Yeah, it was very, very nice move, and Bana left the door open for that to happen.
Yep.
And I think recognizing that led onto an area where the STL car might have a little bit more of an advantage over an H production car. The H production car is usually putting out 110 horsepower to the wheels.
Yeah, and that actually was Cahill that got underneath Bana. So Bana let him go through there. They're going to be coming up on some lap traffic here, Greg, and I do believe that's going to be Carl Hindman in that Volkswagen Scirocco just ahead. Obviously, Ted Cahill's not going to have a problem being able to get through there. So. So it looks like we've got a couple cars going on and off at certain points. Looks like Casey Mosley might have gone off somewhere. Able to continue, so nothing too much, just probably a loss of track position as far as timing goes. So should be able to get that done.
And we've got in the chat Spike Benning asking what the engine noise between the run groups is, and that's over at the Thunderbolt circuit. And Spike, you're pretty
No,
close.
that's the MotoGP.
Oh, the MotoGP.
That he's hearing on those cameras, because the camera's right on the outside of those the two tracks combined. So.
Yeah, we got the little baby mini bikes running on the go-kart circuit. But actually, Porsche Cars in North America is a big event on the Thunderbolt circuit this weekend as well. Lots of stuff happening all at one time here, as we've got passes being made on the H production, or probably the ITA Volkswagen Scirocco of Carl Hinman, the CMU electric car, as some of our Touring 4 and STL machines squeeze by coming out of turn number 4.
Yeah, he gave them a lot of room right there. That was a great run to a great move to give them as much room as where it is. So wait to see here. I think we are maybe finished.
Yeah, it sounds like
on laps.
From timing and scoring, they think that we may make it the full way by a couple of seconds based on lap time, based on the total number of laps versus the 25-minute time limit that we have for these races here today.
Yep.
All right, Brian, while we got a chance here, and I know time is running down, and we've got a car coming down the pit lane, one of our Mazda Miatas. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group.
Sure.
Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 5, SSM, please head to the grid. SSM racers, please head to the grid. And again, we apologize for the lack of timing and scoring information. Unfortunately, our hosts not feeding the race monitor service at the moment. And as soon as we get that resolved, we'll be able to give you accurate timing and scoring. But great fight here, Brian. And this is the battle for, I think...
that's Greg Bogart along with, I believe...
Is that the Laumeister?
Kurt Laumeister.
Yeah.
As Laumeister goes and gets that right rear into that dirt. So...
And I think that's going to give Bogart an advantage now as they come into the light bulb, and still not able to come right around. Now is finally able to drop down across the nose of the 11 machine. But great run there for Bogart with some last lap pace.
Well, they're getting ready to come up on one of our rookies here, Greg. They're going to come up on Hudson William right as they're probably going to get down into turn 1. Here comes the Swedish meatball right there. And I tell you what, here comes that battle. So welcome to the show.
Oh,
and a little bit of contact there.
Yeah, a little hip check
Greg
for the
Bogart
Volvo.
And the Volvo coming through there.
Luckily, the Volvo, Brian, one of the safest cars in racing. But the buzzards seem to already be going over there to check out the damage.
He got out of the way. I think that Bogart got a little loose there, coming through there and tried to stick it too wide through there.
Something about yellow cars getting loose, Brian, because running through the dirt. Now, that is the B-Spec Mini of Joseph Plunkett as he now recovers that machine just ahead of the same drivers here as our leader. Now, Ted Cahall, he's coming out of the final corner now and onto the front straight. And there he is. Well, nope, that's our final car. Starting the last lap. Here comes Ted Cahall. There you go. Switch of the implements there on the starter stand and taking the checkered flag. Ted Cahall, he is your winner in STL and overall is our second track here. Next cars to come across the line. Looks like the Spec Boxster now coming across the line of Michael Thompson. And then it's Steve Ficacci, then Jeremy Butts, Kurt Laumeister, Greg Bogart. And it looks like the yellow Mini there now making his way across the line. Joseph Plunkett as Jack Bana again works his way up to, I think, 6th position, Brian, and that's where he will stay here. And again, as soon as we get some more information about the final results, we'll try and get that to you. We can see the Volvo as a
looks like a tire rub. Yeah, I think that's a tire rub from the contact with the Greg Bogart in the 23 machine.
All right. So, Brian, unfortunately, we're not. When we get the final results for this race, we will make sure to give you the final results. Unfortunately, without timing and scoring, we cannot give that to you at the moment. So what we're going to do, we're going to go check on that, actually.
Yep.
But we are going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. Actually, let's make a final call to the grid for them. Final call to the grid for race group number 5, SSM. Please head to the grid. Race group 5, SSM. Please head to the grid. So we are going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more racing action here from New Jersey Motorsports Park's Lightning Circuit. It's the 2025 Lightning Challenge. We'll be right back.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
Welcome back to New Jersey Motorsports Parks Lightning Circuit. It's the 2025 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati, Spencer Gaynor right behind us. And Brian, next up is SSM. 13 qualifiers strong. Let's go down the starting order. Starting on the pole today, driving the number 89 OG Racing Machine with a qualifying time of 1:18.626 from Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, Jamison Huffman. Jordy Fuhrman in the RP Performance FART entry from Wrightsville, Pennsylvania, starting on the outside of the front row. Starting third today, driving the number 63 Hot Stuff Racing Machine from Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland, John Hotz. David Feuerstein in the Windsor Customs Machine at the number 08 machine out of New York, New York. David Feuerstein, Callan Crocker driving the 123 car. He's at Hang Loose Racing Mazda Miata. He's from Herndon, Virginia. The Ten Oaks Garage Mazda Miata from Laurel, Maryland belongs to Richard Spicer, and he will start sixth today. Isaac Jordan at a Weehawken, New Jersey in the International Bar Windsor Customs Machine will start seventh. Starting eighth, driving the number 65 Ten Oaks Garage Mazda Miata from Dayton, Maryland is Russ Maloney with Kevin Gaiman in the Dwarf Racing RP Performance Mazda Miata. That's the 113 car if you have some issues with that team name. He starts ninth. Jay Bindrum starting 10th today. He's in the number 88 Mind and Body Clinic Machine. Starting 11th in the Jim Roberts West Main Auto Machine. Oddly enough, it's James Roberts. He starts 11th. Ken Siegel will start 12th in the number 24 machine, and Stephen Bindrum starts 13th, lucky 13th, in the 07 car. He's from Knoxville, Tennessee. As the pace car now heads to the pit lane, turning the field over to Jamison Huffman. And we are, Brian, racing here at the Lightning Circuit. We are underway with SSM, and again, having some issues with timing and scoring. Brian are going to do the best to lie to you about who is where on course. But we've got the two white cars running first and second. That tells me that Jordy Fuhrman, Mr. Fart himself, now drops back into not only third, but in the fourth position as he gives up a spot to the 08 car. Is that Caleb? That is Caleb Crocker in the 123 machine, who now moves up into fifth. But jumping out to that early lead is Jamison Huffman. Great start for him. We then have David Feuerstein, Richard Spicer, Isaac Jordan there with Russ Maloney, Kevin Gaiman, Jay Bindrum rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, looks like Spicer may have dropped back too, Greg. Looks like there may have been some contact. And Spicer gets to lock him up, going down into turn number 7 on that left front, able to continue to keep going, but he's going to drop back even back further. He's going to drop back behind Isaac Jordan in that 146 machine.
Now the question is, was that brake lock up, or was that him just dragging the inside wheel over the dirt at the apex? Because look at this, as he's going to go, it's like a freaking NASCAR race, Brian, as he takes the high line around the light bulb to try and get by a car to make up some of those spaces that he lost. Also, looks like Jordy Fuhrman now has managed to dispatch with Callan Crocker, and he now moves up into third. So move Crocker back to fourth, and then we've got, I think it's Isaac Jordan, the 46 car, right behind him, running in fifth.
Yeah, Spicer had a hub problem right before qualifying, and they didn't know about that. There was another driver that pointed out and said, you guys may want to look at that. And they fixed it while he was in the car on the pit lane, and sent him back out for the second half of the race. I saw him during lunch, and I said, what, you only need a half the session? And he said, well, no, it was kind of a panic.
I wonder if it was just an issue that the hub nut hadn't been tightened down there, because he was running quite a bit off the pace for that first half of the qualifying session. I thought maybe there was more drag, that maybe a wheel bearing was about ready to give out on him here. As let's check again on our timing and scoring, Brian, and no, still not functioning.
Yeah, so again, you've got a little bit of smoke there on the Richard Spicer 15 machine.
Yeah,
a little bit. So he's running that as hard as it can go right there. But your top 4 cars right now, and again, we don't need timing and scoring because we know who they are. Jamison Huffman's going to be leading. Then you got Jordy Fuhrman in second. Then John Hotz. He's going to push Fuhrman up. And then you got Caleb Crocker in there in that 123 machine. Then you've got Isaac Jordan right behind him. So again, and then you got Fierstein in that 08 machine in there as well. So again, these drivers trying to get everything they can out of this. Out of these cars early on.
That's right, and with a big push from Pacific Kelp Company, Brian, as he says, David Fierstein has a lot of hype behind him coming into this weekend. Could be the breakout star in SSM racing, and well, thanks for joining Pacific Kelp. I appreciate that.
A lot of Caleb Crocker fans in here. Scott Merker in here. He's pushing for Caleb Crocker. You know, Caleb tried to sell me that car yesterday. He's like, I'll make you a great offer. And then he sent me the offer, and I go, well, that's not so great. So you're more than welcome to keep running that car.
Providence. It's been at least fourth fastest in an SSM race.
He almost won here, I believe, last year at one point.
I almost won an SSM race. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's like an extra $3,000 to the price of the car right there. Just insert almost.
Well, he's in a battle right now with Isaac Jordan and Fierstein right now as they come down. And then again, Spicer trying to work his way back a little bit further up. Then you got Gaiman. Then you have, that's Russ Maloney there, father of the winner in our SM class today. Looks at Gaiman's going to go two off right there up on top of the hill.
Yeah, as drivers continue to try to see how little they can break for turn one. And, again, car gets very light. But as you saw there, as long as you've got the steering wheel straightened out, Brian, not a lot to lose there. Sure, you're not going to get the drive off the corner because you don't have the grip from the rear wheels. But, not much worry about spinning the car there. It's kind of like going through the uphill over at Lime Rock. As long as you keep the front wheels straight, you're in pretty good shape.
Well, we talked to Steve Martin earlier this morning, when we were doing our Group 2 there. He said the same thing. You come down there and you get a little bit too much into it, and your braking zone comes a little bit deeper. Next thing you know, you get up on top of the hill and you're like, where'd the racetrack go? Right? And the only thing out of your mouth is, oh, well, I think there's more words than that. And so you're right. Keeping that wheel straight as possible will let you go out there. Again, there's not a divot there anymore. It's just flat. So.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 6. Big Bore, please head to the grid. Race group 6, this is your first call to the grid. So, Brian, things starting to tighten up at the very front here.
Yeah.
Jordy Fuhrman, who did not have a good start, dropped back in the 4th. Now right to the back of his racing buddy by convenience, I guess.
Racing
Jameson
buddy
Hubbard.
by proxy there.
Yeah.
They've been hanging
Looks
out.
like Chip Herr right ahead. No, Jordan Fuhrman now right to the back. And those two racers, they have really started to separate themselves out from the group behind, from Hodson, Fierstein, Callan Crocker there. Now, and that's Hodson Crocker running third, and that's the battle for third. But look at this right behind with Spicer now. Was that?
No, that's Fierstein and Isaac Jordan. Spicer is right behind.
Right. Yeah.
Right
I was going to say.
Yeah, he's not sure where to go with. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to point out is Richard Spicer kind of locked in right behind Isaac Jordan and David Fierstein there as they come onto the front straight. And Jordan coming down the inside thought he was going to be able to hold off Spicer, but now moves Spicer up into, I guess that's 6th position, I think. We'll count them back here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Put him in
5, 6th, and then Isaac Jordan in 7th.
Let's take our shoes off. Let's see if we can get these counts going.
We've got a dry erase marker, and we're writing it on the monitor right in front of us. We've created our own ticker.
Yeah, we have.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but you're right. The lead is starting to, get closer and closer. Fuhrman running up right on Jamison Huffman here. And those two trying to run away and hide over Hodson Crocker. And, I've talked to Caleb before, and he said, I don't mind sitting behind, John Hodson learning a little bit. And then as we get to the end of the race, then that's where I'm going to try to make my move if it ever came down to that. And today it's coming down to that. Today is the day.
Today is the
day. Today is the day that is coming down.
So we'll see here. We know that Fuhrman started the weekend off on a set of sticker tires, where Jamison Huffman on tires, admittedly, they're almost a year old, I guess with the exception of one of them, which was completely flat at VIR. And as they go into turn one, door to door, Fuhrman to the inside, holding Huffman to the outside. The track is going to very quickly rise up, go left, then go right. As let's see what happens here. As
let's see if we can pick that up here, because they were racing side by side coming through there. So we need to let's keep an eye on that. That was a spot that you really don't want to be too wide there, and it didn't work out for Fuhrman right there. But that's not a spot you want to go side by side, because you've got to get back single file when you get down into turn 2 and really turn 3, because that you've got that right-hander, left-hander coming back through there.
And so now Fuhrman is starting. We saw this coming into turn 7. Fuhrman is starting to feign a little bit to the inside. Think of it, perhaps showing the nose to Huffman that he's going to try to slot underneath. He was nowhere near close enough to get underneath him going into turn 7, and I think he's just trying to distract Huffman a little bit. But in doing so, Fuhrman continuing to drive offline. He's only impacting his own exit speed off of some of these corners.
And now I believe Fierstein's starting to make a move on Caleb Crocker, and he's starting to fall back a little bit off that John Hobbs machine as they come down. So look for Fierstein and Spicer to work together and try to make the move on Crocker going into turn number 1 right there.
All right, and as they come up the hill into turn number 1, and we are now halfway through this 15-lap race, I think we saw where Fuhrman had the position going on to coming up the hill on Huffman, but Huffman able to hold him off. But look at how 2 laps in a row, Brian, where Fuhrman and Huffman have been side by side going through turn 1. It has brought the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place runners back into this battle. They have picked up, again, we don't have timing scoring to prove this out, but somewhere along the lines of about 4 seconds just over the last 2 laps, as Fuhrman's going to go deep down to the inside to make the pass on Jamison Huffman. Fuhrman taking that position. I think Huffman was very, very gentlemanly there to let Fuhrman through, Brian, because as offline as Fuhrman was coming all the way down driver's left there, if Huffman hadn't backed out of it, I think it could have gotten very ugly for both of them.
That was kind of a power move. I mean, getting down in there and getting deeper in the braking zone, and I don't think Jameson really had a choice, although he did move over a little bit to let Fuhrman go. But you're seeing it now that they're going to go side by side, and the driver kind of, with a big smile on his face, is John Hotz, because for the last 3 laps, as you just said, and not even they're right side by side. That is Crocker and Fierstein side by side as well. So some of these drivers not afraid to stick it in certain spots there, Greg, too wide, and Crocker's going to fight back. Fierstein's going to get a little loose right there.
Yeah, drops a wheel in the dirt as we had Jamison Huffman try to the over-under coming out of turn 4 on Jordy Fuhrman and makes it work. So move Jamison Huffman back to the lead. But look at John Hotz now as he is right there. And just as Jordan Fuhrman was showing the nose to Jamison Huffman 2 laps running, John Hotz does the exact same thing and running wide.
Fierstein.
Go get some kelp. As Fierstein now runs very wide. He's going to lose positions not only to Callan Crocker, but Richard Spicer now moves up into, is that fourth position?
Yeah, that would be in 4th. And I tell you what, he's got by himself now, Greg, and we've probably got 4 laps left to go here, that he's got an opportunity here. He can catch back up in here. He can end up be battling for the win here.
Indeed. All right, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. Second call to the grid for Big Bore. Race Group 6, please head to the grid. Big Bore racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so Brian, as they went into turn 1, once again, Jamison Huffman, he's able to make that move from the outside stick on Jordy Fuhrman. Fuhrman having to go tight, just hasn't really come to grips with that turn in later, square off the corner piece there over at turn 1. And interestingly enough, you watch as John Hotz dropped back a little bit I think that was more out of just not knowing what the two yeah, exactly.
The two young guys not sure what you guys are going to do.
Yeah, let them beat it out and try this again, as we just saw Jordy Fuhrman drop wheels coming through turn 7. And is able to, again, to get right back to the back of the white Mazda of Huffman. But I think John Hotz, he just doesn't want any part of that battle up ahead. He's
trying to pick and choose, but he's got to pick and choose the right spot.
Afterwards,
exactly.
I think.
One of our people in the chat, Pacific Kelp, says Feuerstein have nerves of steel, but he also has tires of dirt.
Yeah, exactly.
So not only had nerves of steel, but he has tires of dirt right now. So he is he's been off and on the dirt either at turn 1 or turn 7 more times this race than he probably has any other time he's raced here, and that's pushing the limit. I mean, this is really a 6-car battle that we can't count any of them out.
No, not at all.
Technically, really in the last 2 laps here, I believe. As we get close to the end of this race, coming down to the finish here, again, you're going to see this could be a 6-car battle all the way to the end.
And so it looks as though, Brian, John Hotz doesn't carry the speed out of turn 5 down the hill and through turn 6. It's where he seemingly drops off each time. He picks it up again on the 2 drivers ahead, going through the light bulb. He's been one of the fastest drivers through that portion of the course, and he's got now Richard Spicer to maybe push him forward again. We'll see if Spicer's advance stops here, or whether he can help get up with John Hotz, as we think now probably only when they cross the line here, probably 2 laps remaining.
Yeah, it could be 2 laps left to go here. So again, it's anybody's game. Good battle a little bit further back there too. That's Russ Maloney and Gaiman in that 113 and that 65 machine. So good battle there as well. So pretty good battles really for the top 9 positions in here. So here comes our leaders now, getting ready to come out of turn 3 into turn 4. Jamison Huffman, Jordy Fuhrman, and now that brings John Hotz back a little bit. But, here's Richard Spicer on John Hotz. And, again, this is, two veteran drivers, 2 experienced drivers. Let's just say that. 2 very well-experienced drivers. And it looks like Gaiman now back there a little bit further. He's going to go 4 off. So that's going to let Russ Maloney. But, 2 experienced drivers, and then you have 2 of the youngsters in the front, right?
Yeah.
So you've got the experience that's going to come up on the end, and we'll see, again, how many more laps are going to be left to go as Crocker now and Feuerstein, they're going to go side by side through the light bulb, Greg.
That's right. So as they come out of the light bulb, turn 9 and up the hill to turn 10, still door-to-door, still have not gotten it figured out. But Cale Crocker, he's going to have inside position going into turn 1. But what we've seen, Brian, is it's usually the outside line has the advantage, but I don't know if it's going to matter here as Kellen Crocker drops back behind us. We've got a car running very low.
Again.
That is Feuerstein, kelp or no kelp. He goes running through the grass. He's going to lose ground now on the run up to turn number 3. And now, Brian, Jamison Huffman starting to stretch things out a little bit on Jordy Fuhrman. I think Fuhrman finally maybe succumbing to the pressure of John Hotz and Richard Spicer directly behind.
Yep.
Now we'll see though. Look, as they're coming up on some slower traffic, we've got the green car just ahead at perhaps the wrong time for Jamison Huffman. And Huffman runs wide through the dirt coming out of 7.
Yeah, he's going to come up on Steve Bendrum here, and then you've got Roberts there in front there. I don't believe they'll catch Roberts, but it looks like they're all going to get through Steve Bendrum. Steve Bendrum's going to give them plenty of room to get by in that short shoot between turn 7 and turn 8, turn 9.
All right, so as they come up over the hill, now onto the front straight, is it going to be 1 to go? No. Looks like we're going to have at least 2 more laps, Brian.
Yeah, I'm not getting a sign, so I'm not sure. Haven't heard the call either, so we're getting the call right now, so we'll have to.
All right, so next up, we've just been informed that next time by, the leaders will get the 1 to go. Fuhrman now has gotten back to the rear of Jamison Huffman as they continue to work their way through some slower traffic, Brian. And as they come down the hill here, we'll see, because they've got the big wide open sweeper, but if they can't clear this car by the sweeper, they may get bottled up under braking going into turn 7, and that's exactly what's going to happen just at the wrong time for Jamison Huffman.
Yeah, I think that's the 24. It's either the 24 or the 6. I think it's the 24. We'll see right here when they get by. That is the 24 there of Steven Siegel in that yellow machine. So they're starting to get by there. He kind of went wide, kind of opening that door. So we'll see. Here comes that 3. But yeah, you're right, Greg. Fuhrman right on that back bumper of Huffman. Richard Spicer, John Hotz, they're going to work together and try to get by these two at some point. And I have a feeling they're going to work it to where they get to it at the light bulb.
I was going to say, as they come out, and now Jordan Fuhrman taking a look to the inside once again on Jamison Huffman as they cross up over the top of the hill. Jordy Fuhrman, for the first time today, is able to sneak by coming through turn number 1, and as they go almost side by side into turns 3 and 4. We saw where Huffman did an over-under midway through the race, not quite close enough to do it this time. So as Jordan Fuhrman, your new leader, starts to work the most open sections of the track here, he's got an advantage. Kalen Crocker, though, goes off at turn 5, misses the wall, but takes the scenic route back to the track as our leaders on the very last lap go into turn 7, defending from the inside. That is Jordy Fuhrman. Now, as Richard Spicer gets around John Hotz.
Oh, he got around John Hotz a lap ago.
Yeah.
He pushed Fuhrman up into the lead. That's what helped him through turn 1. But yes, Spicer's gotten around John Hotz, but that was from the last lap. Here's where the battle's going to be, Greg. Whether or not Huffman's going to be able to get around Fuhrman as they come out of here.
He doesn't have a partner to push him. He now steps early to the outside, driver's left. He's going to try to come around the outside of Jordy Fuhrman. His checkered flag is in the air. They're side by side, and as they come to the line, Brian, we don't have timing and scoring, but by my eye, and I'm not official, I'm not an official, I think Jamison Huffman took the win on the last lap, coming out of the last corner over Jordan Fuhrman. Finishing 3rd will be Richard Spicer. And a great run there.
That was Gaiman and Russ Maloney. So that was a battle for, I believe, may have been 8th and 9th, I believe. So there's Crocker right there. So drop him all the way back to 10th.
Yeah, Crocker now is going to finish back in 10th position. So it was Huffman, then Fuhrman, then Richard Spicer, who started 6th. He'll take the last step on the podium. John Hotz will finish in 4th. Then, you said Caleb Crocker fell back. And so Fierstein, then Isaac Jordan. All right, that's going to wrap things up for SSM. Again, we'll try and get the official results once we see them, once we get our timing and scoring back up and running over here. But let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the group, final call to the grid for race group number 6, Big Bore. Please head to the grid now. Your race is next. Big Bore Racers, race group 6, please head to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action here from the Lightning Circuit of New Jersey Motorsports Park in just a few moments. Stay with us.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-5600. 888-978-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Welcome back to New Jersey Motorsports Park. It is the 2025 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati. Next up, our big bore racers as they take to the track for their pace lap. And gentlemen, we're going to have a split start today. We're going to have our touring and super touring and American sedan and SPO. Basically, as long as you're not in the USTCC, you're going to be behind our first pace car. And then we're going to see in a few moments our USTCC cars, both in the super touring and touring car classes, behind that second pace car. Let's start running down the starting order. We'll start off with that first group where David Sanders driving the number 73 Chevrolet Corvette. That's a Touring 2 car. He is your pole sitter. Joseph Latanzi, also in a Touring 2 Corvette, the number 99 machine, will start second. Then we've got Thomas Giante. He will start third in the number 55 Touring 2 Chevrolet Corvette. And then to break things up, it's Alan Phillips. He's in his Touring 2 Ford Mustang, I think the turf trade machine. That's the 46 car. He starts fourth. Starting fifth is John Gatzmeyer. He is in a Touring 2 Chevy Corvette. That is the red number 92, with James Wilson in the number 29 Touring 1 Porsche GT4 RS Club Sport. Starting in sixth. Starting seventh, Jeffrey Pascallo, assuming he got his car back and fixed. And there it is. He is on course. He's going to start seventh in the number 63 Touring 2 Chevy Corvette. And then starting eighth in the number 16 STU BMW 325 Matthew Rook. Let's check two more cars. Starting 11th in the number 42 SPO Nissan 300ZX, Joseph Hall, and then Bob Hayshak in his Factory 5 Racing Cobra, starting 12th. Over in USTCC, Anthony Pacelli and his Subaru Impreza will start on the pole, with Patrick Taruick starting second. He's in his Subaru BRZ. Then we got Andrew Connor starting third. He's in the number 66 red and white BMW 325. With Brandon Lewis starting fourth. He's in the number 72 white Ford Fiesta. Daniel Swark in the green Nissan 370Z will start in fifth position, with Mike McLaughlin starting seventh. He's in that silver Audi A4 station wagon, A4 Avant. All Audis are silver, by the way. And then Martin Swark in his Honda Civic Si, the green Civic, starting seventh. As we jump back to our lead pack, Brian, as the beautiful Ciocca Chevy Corvette leads the field onto the front straight here, and we will get underway in just a few moments. Again, these are 25-minute or 15-lap races, whichever comes first. Pace car is on the pit lane. Starter looks over the field. Green flag is in the air, and look at the start that Jeffrey Pascal makes up the inside as he tries to get past most of the field here. Cannot quite do it as he gets bottled up, I think, behind John Gatzmeyer as they go up over turn one for the first time. Is our second group now. Our United States Touring Car Championship racers, they now get the green flag, with Anthony Pacelli in his Impreza, the four-door blue Subaru, leading the field over turn one. Then we've got Patrick Taruick in his Subaru BRZ, also in blue, following very closely behind. And unfortunately, Martin Swark, that green Honda Civic, continues to have problems here today, Brian.
Yeah, that car just did not take off at all. I'm not sure if he may have missed a shift or whether or not he is really continuing to have problems. Looks like it's starting to come back to him. It looks like the pedals are starting to move a little bit faster going through there.
He was almost 50 seconds off the pace in qualifying this morning, Brian, so we'll see here. As our leaders come out of turn 10 onto the front straight, David Sanders in the number 73 machine. He's your leader. And let's do this, because I think it's going to be a while before David comes up on any slower traffic. Let's go on board with David Sanders if we can, as he now makes his way through. And here's that quick switchback that we're talking about over turns 3 and 4. That it's a very quick left to probably a quick right to a quick left, and then up the hill to turn number 5 as quickly now as he heads right back down. And the one defining feature of this view, Brian, there ain't nobody ahead of him right now. He was your pole sitter, and he can take it easy at the moment, because at the end of the first lap, he had over a second and a half on Joseph Latanzi running in second. Yeah,
he a little bit loose there, getting there. Again, we only got one lap in, so those tires are just now starting to come up temperature through here. But as he goes through, and this is the farthest part of the track away, so that's why this camera and his in-car is kind of a little bit of a
our cannon string only reached so far. Right?
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't pick up the very far end of this racetrack. But as he comes down the front stretch right here, really what I want to look at is when he comes down and comes up into the turn one, you can see the hill. It's blind. You can't see anything over that until right now, right? And then it becomes where if there is something there, you've got to take care of that. So.
All right, so let's move on if we can go back. There we go, and we'll try to track now the rest of the field much further back behind. And I think that camera, no, it's not frozen. Nope, thought it was frozen. Here, as it is Sanders, Latanze, Giante, then Phillips up in the top 4, John Gatzmeyer. A little bit further back in the field in American Sedan, and we saw this earlier coming through our shot right there, Brian. That was, I think, Jared Licklider in his Ford Mustang. Really opening up on the rest of the American Sedan field. I think the next closest racer is Steve Tumolo in the number 30 Ford Mustang. And we saw in qualifying where Licklider turned in a 1:16.1, Tumolo a 1:22 flat. So what? We're looking at 6 seconds separating those two drivers.
Yeah, so we're getting Matthew Rook got by, Licklider when you talked about it last time when they went down into turn 7. Really able to take that BMW and get under. Here you go, you can see getting away. Now here comes the Porsche of James Wilson. Again, that's that straight line speed that he's going to have in that Porsche over that Mustang.
And there's a lot more than just straight line speed there. There's ABS in that.
Yeah,
and there's traction control there too. That is a GT4 RS. That is something that you would see racing in IMSA Pilot Challenge, for example, a homologated GT4 machine here running this weekend.
Getting word on the 42 of Joseph Hall, potentially a little bit of smoke coming out of there. So you can see it right there, or a lot of smoke coming out of there when he tops that hill.
And Hall driving that is the 300ZX, the silver and black 300ZX.
And during qualifying, Greg, he was one of the other cars as well as Pasquale that needed to get picked up and brought back to the paddock.
Yeah, he had some mechanical issues
so again,
with the car.
May not be fixed.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, from looking at where it's coming out, I wonder if it's actually a differential issue.
Could be.
Possibly. Because it looks like it's coming out center of the car.
We'll have to wait next time we get it on the thing. I think that's them going down the front stretch there, so we'll have to pick that up, getting ready to come up. There's the Licklider machine. Let's see if it's one of those cars getting ready to come down into turn number 1 here. No, that's not neither one of those two. Okay, so wasn't any one of those. But anyway, we'll look around and pick them up later. It's not a thing right there. Actually, that is him, the second car that was in line there. So that is the second car.
I was going to say, I thought he was right ahead of Hayshak.
Yeah, so
yeah,
we'll see if we got anything here. Definitely going to see it. Yeah, it's definitely coming out the center of that car. Let's take a look at when he tops this hill. But there's definitely some smoke when he went through the left and the right-hander there through 3 and 4.
And that time we didn't see it. Now Bob Hayshak must be sitting back there in that open-top Factory 5 car. He's fighting. That's a battle for class between he and Joseph Hall.
Yep.
And so, I mean, if Hall had some issues with that car, I'm sure Hayshak wouldn't be completely upset.
Yeah.
Of course, Joseph Hall coming to us. He is a member of Cal Club, California Sports Car Club. And matter of fact, saw him, I believe, Brian, over in registration just before we came back after lunch. And he just drove in or came to the track today after having been out in California yesterday. He took a red eye in.
Oh, wow.
And I think that that makes him probably the only person besides Spencer here that is wiped out and pulled an all-nighter.
Both of them doing the red eyes.
That's right.
So they take a look at that Michael McLaughlin, that Audi, that A4 in there again, running in USTCC in that TC class. So again, Michael coming out here, went through driver school, like we talked about earlier this morning. Went through driver school there at DC region down at Summit Point. So kind of, I believe, up in this area. So figured, why not? Let's come out and run this thing and make it part of USTCC.
There you go. And so it is in USTCC across our two classes. It is a Subaru party right now, Brian, is Anthony Pacelli in his WRX, who we see coming through the light bulb now. He leads the Super Touring class. He currently has over 8 seconds on Andrew Connor in the red 325. And then right behind him, that is the Subaru BRZ of Patrick Tarouge, who is leading USTC touring car. And Daniel Swark in his Nissan 370Z quite a bit back from there.
Yeah.
And I think we just saw a big change, Brian, in SPO as Bob Hayshak takes the lead, and I believe Joseph Hall has taken his Datsun 300Z, probably Nissan 300Z, back behind the wall.
We were trying to get that in-car camera there, and it kind of kept freezing a little bit, but he was able to make that pass on, I believe, that was
the yellow American sedan Mustang, Brian, the older of the two yellow Mustangs. That was Jonathan Wright's. Wright's driving the Fox Body Mustang. You remember last fall on Thunderbolt, watching that Fox Body Mustang go through what's known as the octopus. It was great. He was lifting the inside front wheel up in the air as he would get on the throttle, and you could see all the twist in that Fox Body. It was a sight to see. It literally looked like it was like a 1,200 horsepower monster at the drag strip when the light goes green. Instead, it's like a 550 horsepower monster here driving around the Lightning Circuit.
I think he wore out the right front tire so bad that halfway through the weekend he switched the left front and the right front because the left front never touched the ground the whole entire time. So pretty good run there with that. So seems to be a little bit better now. Seems to not roll and sway.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for Race Group 7. Bracket racers. Race Group 7. Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, please head to the grid.
As we see the 170 there, Jared Licklider getting really, really loose coming through turn 7. That allowed Anthony Pacelli, again, not for class, but just for position on the racetrack to get in front. So Licklider having a little bit of problem in that braking zone down into turn number 7. Ended up making that car hit that dirt.
And luckily for Licklider, say that 10 times real fast, he's got about 30 seconds, and we'll see here in just a moment, but he's got about 30 seconds on Steve Tumolo Jr., running second currently in American Sedan in the black with, is it the black with yellow? Oh, pardon me, it's the yellow with red. Yeah. Yellow with red Ford Mustang.
Yep.
The SN 197 Mustang currently running second in class.
Yeah. And he pulled in early during qualifying too, so Tumolo not able to get not take the full session there. So that car may not have been right during qualifying, or ran at just the number of laps that he had positioned for it to run anyway. So.
And you'll notice there from our Ticker 2 racers that do not appear to have taken the green flag. We know that one had issues actually both cars had issues in qualifying. Robert Benson in his SPU Chevy Monza that I think made it 2 laps in qualifying, and he retired the car. And then James Benson, our sole GT1 machine here, he actually, I thought, made it, I think, all but like the last 2 laps of the qualifying. He was, for a GT1 car, I'd say probably a good 15 seconds off the pace.
Yeah.
And so may have brought that car in that may have just been having lots of problems with that Camaro.
Yeah.
And so they don't make today's race.
Here's the Latanzi, and I believe that is the
car.
Jeffrey Pascal. That's the battle for second in T2. They just went around the McLaughlin Audi there, coming through McLaughlin, getting really far out of the way. Tell you what, Pascal's really got that car hooked up right now, as he went by Latanzi pretty quickly and pretty easy going down through turn 7 and coming through that short chute there before you get into the Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, indeed he did. And so now move Jeffrey Pascal as we complete lap number 10, start lap number 11 of 15. He will be your new second place driver, and he does have a head of steam on him. And Brian, I can only imagine, as he was in qualifying early on, second fastest in Touring 2, had that mechanical issue, had to pull the car off track on the exit of turn 1, and saw as he dropped down through the order to dead last in Touring 2. And, if he had been able to start where he rightfully probably would have qualified with warm tires,
right?
He might have actually been in a position to give David Sanders a run for his money here, because we saw Pascal. He got bulked. He tried to jump up the inside. He kind of got bulked going into turn 1.
Yeah.
But that's the downside when you start on like row number 5 or row number 6.
Yeah. And Sanders just set the fastest lap of the race, and his best lap at 111 flat. That race, so pretty big gap between him and Pasquale. But yeah, you talked about it, Greg. Pasquale, again, not getting the product of the full entire session of qualifying with that problem, had that contact with Robert Hayshak in there, as it looks like here comes David Sanders now.
And he's coming up on the Fiesta of Brandon Lewis.
Yeah, Pasquale starting deeper in the field than he really wanted to, and really having to make that up. Really tried to get that move done early.
All right, so he's going to follow the Fiesta through, and I guarantee you, Sanders is going, is that car going to roll over coming through there? As he dispatches with the USTCC car and continues on his way.
There he goes, gets by through the light bulb there. So 4 laps remaining this time by. It will be 3 to go here. So, he's starting to stretch it out even more.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for Race Group 7, Bracket Racers. Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, please head to the grid. Race Group 7 to the grid, please.
As I was looking at that shot, getting ready to come down into turn 1 and then heading back through there, you talk to David Sanders now. He's getting ready to come up on the Jared Licklider is the next machine. That's our 10th place car. So our overall leader in that T2 machine, in that Chevrolet Z06 Corvette, starting to lap within the top 10 right now. And when you get to that point, it doesn't get any easier. They're not going to just pull over and let you go. They're going to race you as much as they can within reason. Obviously not much of a battle right there as Licklider let him go. But when you get into that top 10 battle, it becomes where those cars are pretty much even. May not have gotten the start. You're just not going to be able to get that pass done quickly. But he was able to get it done pretty quick going through turn 7.
All right, Sanders and Licklider now coming up on the back of the red American sedan Mustang. That being, is that the Jonathan Wright's machine? No, that's not the red one. We'll get that in just a moment. One of our other Mustangs in the field. All right, and we are getting where, and that was, that's not the Alan Phillips machine. Yeah, I think that's the Wright's machine. As Sanders now makes his way through turns 3 and 4. Next time he crosses the start-finish line, he's going to see the big 1 to go board here. He's got so now he's got about 3 miles remaining here in today's big bore race. You can see there on our ticker all the drivers with the purple number boards beside their names. Those are our Touring 2 racers. We then have our sole Touring 1 racer, that is James Wilson in the number 29 GT4 RS Club Sport. Then we've got another solo racer, Matthew Rook in the number 16, the red BMW 325. And then see there mixed in the green cars, USTCC, ST, and then we've got it looks like apologize in the yellow is SPO.
Yeah, got to be careful leaning over that start tower there with that wind blowing. It'll blow that sign right out of your hands.
As I say, it'll end up right on the track as debris. As Sanders now working his very last lap, and he is opened up now, Brian, on the rest of the Touring 2 field over 20 seconds on Jeffrey Pascal. Pascal, who we saw get past Thomas Giante a couple laps ago, almost 10 seconds up on Giante now.
Yeah, as the race went on, it just kind of really stretched out. I was thinking, maybe we'd have a little bit better battle, and we we'll definitely see a better battle tomorrow because I think Jeffrey Pascal now is going to get a better time than what he did
Definitely
in
a better jump
qualifying this morning.
on the green.
So,
indeed.
yeah. So it looks like based off of timing, because again, if you set your time in qualifying, that puts you in a position here. Whether or not you go faster in this race than you did during qualifying, that moves you up and puts you in your spot.
All right, so taking the checkered flag, winning Touring 2, taking the overall win, David Sanders, representing the Philadelphia region. He is your T2 winner. And there you go. Take a bow, David. Well, don't take a bow, but wave.
Don't take a bow. Just
wave,
give a wave.
Wave to your adoring fans. There you
it.
go. He's got his hand outside there. All right, so if we run things down here, Jeffrey Pascal finishes second. Thomas Giante finishes third overall. Actually, our top 6 racers all in Touring 2. Alan Phillips will finish just off the podium behind Thomas Giante, then Joseph Latanzi and John Gatzmeyer. James Wilson will bring his Touring 1 GT4 RS Club Sport home in 7th, taking the win in STU. Actually, our only STU racer, finishing 8th overall, Matthew Rook in his BMW 325. Your winner in American Sedan is going to be Jared Licklider. He finishes 10th overall, with Steve Tubalo Jr. finishing 2nd and Jonathan Wright finishing in 3rd. In United States Touring Car Super Touring, Anthony Pacelli will take the win, finishes 9th overall, with then, I have to go back through the field here, Andrew Connor finishing 2nd, Martin Swark only completing a single lap and finishing 3rd. If we now move over to American Stand, Jared Licklider takes the win. Actually, I already gave you that. Let's move over to United States Touring Car United States Touring Car Championship Touring Car. It is Patrick Tarouge. He will take the win in his Subaru BRZ. Finishing 2nd will be Brandon Lewis in his Ford Fiesta, and Daniel Swark will finish 3rd in his Nissan 300ZX. In SPO, Bob Hayshak will take the win, and he takes that win over Joseph Hall. Gary Mason finishes 19th overall in his Touring 2 Porsche 996, Porsche 911. And I believe that is going to wrap up our Big Bore group. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for Race Group 7. SBRR, Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Bracket Racers, this is your final call to the grid. And we are going to take a quick break. We'll be back here with more racing action from the Lightning Circuit. It's the 2025 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette. Stay with us.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a 6-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Welcome back. It is 2025 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette. Of course, we've got our special guest here this weekend, the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, United States Touring Car Championship, as well as this being the very first round of the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship. And next up is our final race of the day. It is the bracket racing, the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And Brian, this is where you need to talk a little bit so I can get the timing page pulled up and I can put it in the chat for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, let's just quickly talk about how the bracket racing. We talked a little bit about this during qualifying, and that is that you are running and lap after lap, you get put in a time segment bracket. They are about 2-second intervals. If you go faster in that bracket, then what ends up happening is you move up to the next bracket, and you're not only racing the next competitor in that bracket, but you're also racing in the bracket, right?
Yeah.
So you're trying
racing
to
the clock.
So you could be racing the clock. If we were to look at this during qualifying time, when we looked at it during their qualifying session this morning, everybody would have won their bracket, Greg, because they were all each in a different bracket.
Far enough apart. Yeah, so we split up everything into these 2-second long brackets, starting for drivers a minute 10 and lower, then a minute 10 to a minute 12, a minute 12 to a minute 14,
Right.
etc. If you go to the timing screen that we have pinned to the chat here on the YouTube channel, you'll be able to see as we break each racer down into their distinct brackets. But quickly here, starting on pole, we talked to him a little bit earlier. He is the chairman of the board of directors of the Washington, D.C. region. Steve Martin in his in-and-out performance Ford Mustang. Joseph Smoot from the Central Florida region in a Ford Mustang. That is the black and blue Mustang. We'll start on the front row with him as the green flag is in the air. Jennifer Romes in her white Scion FRS will start third, with John Meyer in the red BMW M3 starting in fourth position. Jessica Sullivan in her Mazda Miata doesn't appear to have taken to the track here for this race this afternoon. Now this, like all of our others, this is a 25-minute or 15-lap race, whichever comes first.
I do believe we will get 15 laps in within those 25.
I hope so, Brian.
As Steve Martin starts to pull away. I tell you what, the battle I think right now is going to be, I think they're actually going to be even in the same bracket at the end of this race, these 15 laps, and that's going to be Jennifer Romes and Joseph Smoot. During qualifying, they were kind of spread out a little bit. They were pretty close.
They were very close. They both ran in the 122s. Smoot qualified with a 122.150. Rome's a 122.434, and that would have put both of them into the B3 bracket. And so we'll watch them. Certainly John Meyer, and we're seeing this already in the red BMW 325. He is a bit off their pace. He had a qualifying time of 1:45.5.
He went out late too. So he really didn't even get a lap.
No, that's right. That was
he
actually
went out,
his
and
out
his
lap.
out lap was the checkered lap.
Yeah,
when he
exactly.
Came in.
So that was all he got. That put him into the B5 bracket, and then Steve Martin with a 116 flat, actually a 116.060, put him barely into the A5 bracket. But again, I think, as you said, probably we should be watching most closely Jennifer Romes and Joseph Smoot to see if they stay within the same brackets or not, because frankly, Steve Martin, he's not racing either of those two racers at the moment, and if he breaks out of a bracket, it's not the end of the world for him.
Right.
As opposed to drag race bracket racing, if you break out of your bracket, you don't get disqualified. You now just move up into the bracket with the next faster speeds. And for Steve Martin, there's nobody that he's competing with, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I mean, he's a little bit faster, and again, he's got a lot of experience on this track as well. We talked to him this morning when we, had our second race. I think it was right there after lunch. When we had our group 2, and watching Steve come by the start-finish line right now, watching him go up into turn 1, we'll see if he has that moment as he talked about early on.
That's right.
And again, the cameras really don't do it justice when they come over the hill right there.
Well, you kind of see there where Jennifer Romes, where the rear end kind of walks out a little bit.
And we saw this when we were watching David Sanders' in-car camera. That little dip right there is steeper than it really does look. I mean, you get to the top, you can't see over top of that hill.
Not at all. I can, because the last couple times I've been out there have been in a Chevy.
You've been in a Chevrolet truck.
Chevy pickup truck,
so
10 feet off the ground. And if you're flying one of these planes like this guy here going through the clouds, you get a pretty good view of turn 1 as well.
I'll tell you what, we looked and we were talking about Jennifer Romes and Smoot. Let's not count out John Meyer and Joseph Smoot there.
We can see here where Meyer is, he's running lap times now very similar to Smoot. Romes is quite a bit faster than she was in qualifying this morning. Romes already down into the 21.2s. She qualified it at 22.1, so she's 0.9 of a second faster than she was this morning. But yeah, you're right. Now we're finally getting to see what kind of pace John Mayer has in that BMW 325, and he left the grid, took the green flag, was kind of slow, for lack of a better word, on the opening lap, but he's lapping slightly faster now than Joseph Smoot. And as we look at them, they are both in the B4 bracket for drivers, a minute 24 to a minute 26.
Yeah, I mean, Smoot leading in that bracket, but, Mayer from perspective is closing in. So, I mean, that would be a battle inside the bracket, right? I mean, that would be the winner for a B4. Everybody else is going to be in their own bracket between Jennifer Romes and Steve Martin. I mean, the only thing that Jennifer Romes could do would be to go up. The next bracket she would end up being would be, I believe, would be in the B. Could she go into the B1 bracket because she's relatively close?
Yeah. So as it stands, the B1 bracket, which is where Steve Martin currently is for 118 to 118 to 120.
Yeah.
All right. So, and she's currently at a 21.257. So it would still, she still has to, knock like 1.2 seconds,
second and a half.
Yeah. In order to get down there.
Yeah.
And it looks like again she's quite a bit faster than she was in qualifying. I don't know if she has that in her. Right now, Steve Martin with that 118.998. He is sitting right at the very, right in the middle of the B1 bracket.
Yeah, I mean, these two, Joseph Smoot, John Mayer, that really is going to be the battle on the racetrack if it ends, coming down into these next 11 laps to go. They're pretty much even on time. I've been looking at both of their time frames, lap over lap, and they're both pretty consistent all the time. Mayer within a tenth to 2/10, faster or slower.
They're hitting those deltas, Brian.
Yeah, within Joseph Smoot there. So nothing gained, something gained on one lap, but then it lost in the next lap, and then gained and then lost. So not really making any headway for that. As you see them going through turn 7, you see there in the background the shooting Mustang that goes down the front stretch there. That's Steve Martin going down. So you get a little bit of that backdrop as well.
Yeah.
One thing I noticed about Joseph Smoot, and this is the second time we've seen him kind of go through the light bulb there, Greg, is it looks like he tries to take that car in that thing and tries to diamond the big and what ends up happening,
to square it off,
but he's doing it backwards, so he's going in really tight and then the car really washes
out on exit,
and then he has to try to bring it back, and so you're actually scrubbing speed.
Fighting the car.
So something there that you kind of want to look at there when you get into that diamond. Either keep it wide and kind of stay to the bottom if you can, if the car will handle that. I think he'd get through that a little bit better, but as he turns in, then the nose washes up, and now he's fighting a really tight race car through there. But John Mayer is really starting to close the gap here.
He is. So, Brian, maybe GB Productions ought to provide coaching service as well. We give away too much free advice here on these podcasts.
We can see what's going on with these cameras, and we see what it is. We can almost tell what your car is doing without even being in the car.
Being in the car, exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, indeed, as we see now, John Mayer, he's starting to close things up. Still about 2.5 seconds back from Joseph Smoot. But both of these racers have indeed, I think, started to stabilize. They're running pretty consistent lap times. Smoot in the high 24s, John Mayer right in the mid 24s. He's knocking a tenth to 2/10 off per lap. It's going to take a while for him to get up to the back of the Mustang, assuming they keep this pace. But with 9 laps remaining, he might be there at the end without busting out of the bracket.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, the last lap he was 4/10 faster. This he was another 2/10. So he's definitely gaining on Smoot. So if he gains on that a couple more times, and we get into the again 9 laps left to go, he end up winning that B4 bracket again, unless he runs out. Well, then he would win his own bracket anyway.
Yeah, well, as it is, Mayer's already broken out. Okay, so Myers now has moved up to the B3 bracket.
Yeah, I see that right now.
Yeah,
it's
where
updated.
Smoot, who's still in the low 24s, just turned in a 24-1, is in the B4 bracket by about a tenth. Okay, so what Meyer has to hope for is that Smoot finds another like 1500ths of a second. If he does,
yeah, then he ends up
back on.
Yeah, then you end up. He ends up going into that B4. It's like you almost want to get in behind him and give him a little push for the drag,
push, yeah.
for the push for the arrow there to help him go a little bit faster. So, as Steve Martin has now completed 7 laps, and again, Jennifer Romes and Steve Martin kind of in their own bracket right there. And again, it's going to come down to tenths and hundredths of a second, I believe, for Joseph Smoot to get there. He is in that last time by was 124, and you know what, Greg? He just did it. So he just went that 122.7, which put him right back in. Now he's in the B3 bracket. Now Myers got to chase him down to beat him if he wants to win the bracket.
But that's interesting to see there. Is Smoot, who laid into the throttle a little bit, was against his own self being there, but also now turned in a lap time that's almost a quarter of a second faster than John Meyer.
So if Smoot shaves off 7/10 of a second, which is a big feat.
It is, yeah.
If he can do that, he ends up in the B2 bracket, and then he has to go catch Jennifer Romes, right? And right now, Jennifer Romes has got him by about 2 seconds.
Yes. Well, got about 2. Yeah, I was going to say got about. Actually, it's a lot more than 2 seconds on track right now. As we're watching here, it's actually
like
17. Almost 17 seconds.
Yeah. Didn't look over one more column, so. So again, this battle here now is somewhat going to be close to. Again, we'll see what Smoot comes down to. So this is when you want to take the driver and you want to root the driver on, right? Let's go through, and there he is. He's 121.871. So that puts him in that B2 bracket now, Greg. So now, actually, John Meyer does the same thing.
Same thing, exactly.
So both of those drivers are now in the B2 bracket. So Steve Martin's in his own bracket. Right, or actually, Steve Martin. Something has happened because Jennifer Romes has passed Steve Martin.
Yeah, I was. That's why I wanted to jump over to Jennifer Romes' car here because I thought I saw her coming up on the Martin Mustang, and we'll try to track that car down. We haven't heard actually. We did just hear a call
something
over the radio.
That said we had a new leader, but I don't know what happened to Martin. Now, I will tell you that when we got done with their qualifying earlier this morning, right before the first race, I went up to get the grid sheets for the Group 1 for the SM race. He was stuck on pit lane. The car had shut down and would not restart. So the problem becomes is, did that car break down somewhere on the racetrack? He has not crossed the start-finish line. We'll keep an eye on Smoot and John Meyer in that number 36 in that BMW M3, whether or not they go by him, and they did. So Steve is somewhere along outside of our camera range.
I think I know. Oh, no, maybe not. I'm looking at the other black Mustang. I thought I had seen him go through turn 1, but those are the...
That's Smoot and Meyer. Yeah, so Steve Martin has pulled off somewhere. Again, we didn't hear on the radio where, but that Mustang had a problem earlier on while on the pit lane where it just did not refire after he came back in. So, Steve-O, where are you?
It's just all part of the bracket game, Brian, and I'm sure we'll have Trey Albrecht jump back into the chat over here to let us know that it's all part of this weird strategy that Steve has going on, that he's playing rope-a-dope with the rest of the field for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Speaking of tomorrow, Brian, is we've got about 6 laps remaining. Spencer, if we can bring up our schedule for the weekend. We are going to be getting underway. Same bat time, same bat channel, Brian. 8:55 a.m. tomorrow morning. And it is feature race day here at the Lightning Circuit in the 2025 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette. We're going to start things off with our bracket racers. And tomorrow morning, they're going to have their first of 2 races. Tomorrow, it is an 11-lap race to start off the day. And they're going to bookend all of our Mars races. They're going to have the first race of the day. They're going to have the last race of the day. 11 laps, 20 minutes. In between, Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, Northeast Division Road Racing Championship races, 22 laps or 40 minutes, whichever comes first.
Yep. Looked like the buttons were working there for a minute. I could hear them hitting on the buttons. They just weren't picking it up.
Oh, they're getting tired at the end of the day, too.
Yeah.
All right, so that is our schedule for tomorrow. Make sure to join us tomorrow morning starting at 8:55 a.m. That is, of course, Eastern Time. And we'll have more bracket racing for you here from Jersey.
Let's see here. Let's take a look at the brackets again. Well,
Sure.
Nothing's really changed. You know, those 3 cars still in the bracket B2. So, again, racing amongst themselves, but a pretty big gap in between them. And, you know, Mayer's really fallen off.
Yeah.
Smoot up over the hill now, coming down out of turn 1, heading to turn 2. John Mayer in that BMW just now getting to the top of the hill.
About that, the last lap, about 1.5 seconds off the pace of Meyer.
Tires starting to wear out, fuel starting to burn off here as we get to, next time Jennifer comes by, she'll end up with 3 laps left to go here. So you can only imagine what does. And Jennifer's been out on the track quite a bit today, and she's going to be out on the track quite a bit tomorrow. Between this and the T4, so she's going to have quite a bit of track time here this weekend.
I mean, and pretty clearly, she's finding time. You know, we talked about when she raced at Virginia International Raceway for the Sark Mars Challenge a few weeks ago, how much time she picked up, and she's doing it again here today. We're also finding, we had the weather up on the screen for you. It has not gotten appreciably warmer over the course of the day. The only thing that's increased are the speeds of the wind. As you saw there, pretty heavy wind gusts. We think the wind is going to die down a little bit tomorrow, possibly, but temperatures are going to be fairly similar to what we have today, probably in the mid to high 60s here. And again, the humidity range has been very, very slight.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're getting about 16 to 20 mile an hour wind gusts. Well, we're not going to drop too much tomorrow. Yeah. We'll be in that 10 to 15 range, so we're still going to have that wind blowing through here.
Great weather for Formula V's, man.
That's it.
Good thing we got 20 of them tomorrow.
We do? Yeah. The other one's coming in tonight?
I hope so.
Come in for feature race only. All right, let's see. Here comes Smoot now. Again, there's Mayer coming up over the top of the hill. So, again, 3 laps left to go. Jennifer Romes here's already getting ready to come through the light bulb here. She should be coming into your screen at the very top left, just on the outside of the ticker there, because there goes Smoot going into the light bulb, and it was about 16 seconds, so you should see her
there
as
she
well.
is.
There she comes down through there.
And so Romes, who had just reset her personal best, she's down to a mid 120, a 124.96, Brian. And so that is 2 seconds off of her qualifying time. And again, all of these racers finding time. Joseph Smoot on the prior lap had reset his personal best, turned in a 122 flat, and he qualified at a 122.150. So he found half a tenth or thereabouts from qualifying. So not the drastic pickup that Jennifer Romes had, but Romes reset her personal best again that last time by at a 124.96.
Yeah, definitely. Again, with the seat time that she has, definitely going faster with each lap here. As we're getting ready to, she's getting ready to come up to the 1 to go. There she is going through the light bulb. And I tell you what, from earlier this morning, really Yeah, earlier this morning when I saw her kind of during qualifying as well, that line looks so much better through there
that car
than
looks
it did.
so
yeah, it looks
stable
pretty
through
solid.
there. It
Yep.
looks like it takes a set, it hunkers down, and she's able to get back on the throttle.
Yeah.
And she comes to the start line, going to get the 1 to go board. 2 more miles, 10 more turns for Jennifer Romes, with Smoot and Meyer as well, our 3 remaining racers on course. Romes that time a little bit off her previous pace. We'll give her one lap. One lap.
It's a one-lap race period.
Yeah.
And then it's right back.
You know what they say? No rest for the weary, Brian.
Come on, driver, hang in there with me, right? Keep working. I see you working in the car. Keep working hard. Got about 4 or 5 more turns left to go. That's when the call comes back from the driver saying, what are you talking about? There's 6 other turns. Well, I said you only had to do 4 or 5, so just keep on digging. You can take the last turn off if you want.
That's right.
Also, you can put your ad down there on one of the billboards there if you can get right on the...
That's right. Your name here.
Yep, your ad here if you wish.
Maybe we should be advertising
We
there,
should.
Brian. That's right. That would be like full meta that we advertise in our own broadcast on the screen there. But coming out of the light bulb and up to the final corner is Jennifer Romes in her Scion FRS, currently in the B2 bracket along with Joseph Smoot and John Meyer. And coming across the line, and if she doesn't break out, and she doesn't, Jennifer Romes will take the win in bracket B2. Smoot and Meyer now coming out of the light bulb and onto the front straight. Joseph Smoot in his Ford Mustang, the Central Florida region driver, will finish second, and John Meyer will finish in third. Steve Martin, who did go more than halfway, will take the win in bracket B1 for racers a minute 18 to a minute 20, but only completes 8 laps. So that's going to wrap things up, Brian, for on-track action today here from the Lightning Circuit. We'd like to thank our wonderful partners here this weekend, and that includes, of course, the South Jersey region of the SCCA, their partner, and our title sponsor for this weekend, Ciocca Corvette, and all the other wonderful partners and advertisers here with us this weekend. So, for Brian Donati, for Spencer Gaynor, I'm Greg Ginsburg. Make sure to join us tomorrow morning starting at 8:55 a.m. here from the Lightning Circuit for more racing action. It's the 2025 Lightning Challenge. Have a great evening, everybody.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.